PUBG Mobile's long-awaited Rondo map will finally be unveiled in version 3.7. Rondo is the largest map in the game, spanning an area of 8 by 8 kilometers, where traditional and modern aesthetics blend seamlessly together. It includes various new mechanics that offer more tactical options. Now, let's step into Rondo and see what this special map has to offer. Jadina City sits in the southeast of Rondo. It's a bustling city with high-rise buildings, dazzling neon signs, and an eye-catching bridge. Here, you can engage in fierce battles within an urban sprawl. This area also has escalators, a Rondo specialty. Travel between buildings with ease. Stadium is a multi-purpose sports stadium where the atmosphere is as intense as a battleground. Its ring layout makes for super fast-paced battles. Tradition meets modernity in Jiaotin, where you'll find lots of two-storied buildings and houses. These buildings contain safes filled with gold bars. At the southern end of Rondo is Rinzhang, which features a floating restaurant and luxurious waterfront residences, along with docks for ships to anchor and powerful guards. These guards will attack any player that enters the area, so do be careful. The scenery in Tinalong Garden is straight out of a martial arts fantasy novel. Lush, green trees surround the buildings in Yulin, embodying the essence of Eastern beauty. Here, we have Neox Factory, responsible for manufacturing Rondo's latest vehicles. Head over here if you want to get your hands on a brand new vehicle. Lo Hua Xing is a cliffside fortress guarded by domineering stone statues. They will attack any player that enters the area, so proceed with caution. Next, let's take a look at the new mechanics it features. First, Rondo has 2 flight routes to better cover the vast size of the map. Next, Rondo has an EMP zone. In this zone, electronic reticles on scopes and sights are deactivated, and vehicles with engines cannot be used. Most electrical devices will also be unusable. However, the EMP zone does not deal any physical damage to players, scenery objects, buildings, etc. Also, there are advanced markets at fixed locations patrolled by guards, and basic markets that spawn anywhere, where you can purchase supplies. The guards patrolling the advanced markets deal extremely high damage. Their presence makes things a lot more challenging, so be careful. Safes containing gold bars will spawn randomly on the map. Gold bars and weapon attachments can be sold at markets for tokens. In Rondo, you'll also encounter birds resting in cages. The birds will call out when they sense movement. Cages can be destroyed, after which the birds inside will be set free. The biggest new mechanic is terrain destruction. Terrain can be destroyed with pickaxes, grenades, or vehicle explosions, but concrete, cement, and stone cannot be destroyed. You can take advantage of this mechanic to create more room for new tactical options. Destructible bamboo can be found all over the map and can be destroyed with vehicles or throwables. And lastly, let's go over Rondo's new weapons, items, and vehicles. Rondo introduces a new firearm, the JS9. It's a modern, stockless submachine gun that features stable recoil, delivers solid damage, and is renowned for its balance of speed and power. Next, we have the stun gun, which temporarily blinds and immobilizes its targets, providing you a great advantage in battle. In terms of melee weapons, there's the new pickaxe, which can be used to destroy terrain. Items-wise, we added the emergency cover flare. Use it to summon 2 large triangular cover objects which drop from the sky. Additionally, you can now obtain a forest ghillie suit from supply crates. Battle-ready kits can also be found in Rondo. Use them to quickly restore your health and energy. As for vehicles, we added the Pico Bus and Blanc. The Pico Bus is battery-powered and has a special energy recovery trait, whereas the Blanc is an SUV with a storage compartment. Whether you're weaving through bustling city streets or hiding in dense vegetation, every decision you make shapes your fate. Are you ready to set foot on this whole new battleground? All of Rondo awaits your discovery.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans around the world. My name is James Yang, the Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Level Infinite, Tencent Games. It feels like just yesterday we were watching the thrilling grand finals for the 2024 PMGC champion title in London. And there's only one way to describe the finale: absolute cinema. Thank you to all of the wonderful players and fans who dedicate their passion and support to making 2024 PUBG Mobile Esports so special. There's plenty to look forward to coming this year for PUBG Mobile Esports, as we commit to introducing even more ways for amateur players to get involved. So let's jump into the action with the ongoing PUBG Mobile Global Open. First off, for 2025, I want to thank nearly 100,000 players registered to take their first step into PUBG Mobile Esports from more than 150 countries around the world. All of us are ready to see how the scene will welcome new rising stars and who will be the next the one. This year, we are introducing the Smashy rule set to the PMGO 2025. It means that once any team hits 80 points and taking the chicken dinner in any of the remaining matches will crown them the 2025 PMGO champions. If no team wins by Smash rules, the team with the highest points after 12 matches takes the title. Exciting, huh? But who will be playing? I'd like to introduce you now to the official lineup for the grand finals, introducing the top pro teams from each region and 8 amateur teams that have fought their way through the open qualifiers and earned their right to stand on the stage of PUBG Mobile Global Open Grand Finals. With the Grand Finals getting closer each day, I am very excited to see so many players take to the stage in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, across the weekend of the 12th of April. Tickets are currently available for fans to experience the astonishing action live in person. The path to become a pro doesn't end with the PMGO. We are continuing to create more ways for players to be a part of PUBG Mobile's rich esports ecosystem, with the PUBG Mobile National Championship and Super League qualifiers being open to all PUBG Mobile players, offering opportunities to advance to the relevant PMSL. With this, we are widening the PMSL into 5 key regions: Southeast Asia, CSA, Americas, MENA, and EU, making the PMSL more intense and opening more slots for teams to advance to global tournaments. By splitting PMSL EMEA into PMSL Europe and PMSL MENA, we are fostering more opportunities for regional teams to shine on the global stage. To further encourage participation, we'll be holding more PMSL qualifiers, totaling 29 qualifiers for every player globally to access the PMSL. This will create even more direct path for the amateur players to reach the global stage amongst the world's best players and claim glory as a new pro if you want. For those who are interested in other ways to encourage with the PUBG Mobile Esports, we'll be supporting more third-party tournaments, caster competitions, and content creation initiatives and events. I'm looking forward to seeing how PUBG Mobile fans continue to make PUBG Mobile Esports history together. Moving on to the next big event of 2025, we are happy to be back at the biggest stage for esports this summer with the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, with the lion's share of the 3 million prize pool. After amazing experience last year, we can't wait to see which team will excel and come out on top. We see 24 teams battle it out across the group stage, including the top 16 teams across all regional PMSLs, representing teams from China, South Korea, Japan, as well as a host invite. The fate of the last slot depends on the results of PMGO, as the champion will win an extra slot for their respective region. I believe PUBG Mobile Esports is one of the most globalized esports ecosystem. At the PMGC last year, we opened the PDP design contest, giving our talented fans the chance to have their creation featured on the main stage with the winners. Bring the creative competition back for the 2025 PMWC. We are pleased to reveal that we've narrowed it down to these finalists and will soon be unveiling the winner with their design as the official skin of the 2025 PMWC at the Esports World Cup. Finishing out this year will be, as you know, the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. We'll be updating this year's PMGC slot format with 38 teams joining us in Thailand, having earned their spots throughout the year. 7 teams will receive a special invite to join the 31 teams from our PMRC regions to claim the ultimate victory at the end of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Esports Road. That's it all for me today. I hope you will join me in my excitement for 2025, set to push the boundaries of skill, talent, and passion with PUBG Mobile Esports. Thank you all for your time, and let's eat winner winner chicken dinner! Yeah!
Try something new, Pico Bus. Battery-powered extraordinary torque. How fast does it take to accelerate from 0 to 100? Give it a try. Intimidate your enemies. Check this out. Power up with a stun gun. Immobilize the enemy and obstruct their vision. One more thing, got blue zone anxiety? No worries. Not with this. Come to Rondo and give it a try.
Rondo is officially here in PUBG Mobile version 3.7. It has unique scenery and loads of stores. Let's go over them together. To start off, we have the Basic Store, which can be found all over. At the Basic Store, you can purchase supplies and supply blind boxes and sell attachments. Then there's the Garage Store, which only appears by the side of the road. It's like the Basic Store, except you can purchase vehicles from it as well. If you need to get around, you know where to look. Finally, there's the much rarer Premium Store that only appears in Lowa Xing and Rinjiang. The Premium Store has all the features of the Basic Store and Garage Store, with the added option of purchasing airdrop weapons. Gaining access to the Premium Store, however, is easier said than done. It's surrounded by powerful guards. You must defeat them all to get to the store. So if you want to get your hands on advanced equipment, you'll have to challenge the guards. That's all for this introduction to Rondo stores. I hope they bring you more fun and strategic options.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, as we're in for a special edition of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, as this is the Rondo Cup. Joining with us here is Choo Choo, and my name's Contra, as we bring you all the greatest action coming across teams from all around Asia, where we're seeing South Asia versus Southeast Asia, and also we're including the world champions on board, D plus Kia, to be playing in this pretty stacked lobby.
And we talked about also each regional when it comes to the recent PMSL top 6 team, especially from Southeast Asia, and the previous season's fall split when it comes to South Asia top teams as well. But you know what the hype is really is? It's all about the first ever Rondo Cup. We never have any Rondo Cup ever, and this is going to be the first time that we're looking at Rondo on esports level big tournament, and it's going to be the regional clash just to celebrate the new map with, I have to say, I feel like it's a total different game and a total different league right now with Rondo coming in for this season. So I'm looking forward, especially when it comes to like PMGO, and also there's a Smash Roll. There's so many new things coming up, Contra. I'm like super stoked about this.
That's right. If you guys are brand new to this, of course, let's explain what the Smash Rule is. So we will be setting the benchmark at 30 points, and the team that reaches 30 points onwards, they have to win the next map to be crowned as the champions. And of course, they're playing for a hefty sum of prize, and 20k is on the line.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is straightforward when it comes to the money and the bling bling ka-ching. It's gonna be pretty obvious. It's a big, massive margin of difference between the second and the first place, by the way. It's $2,000 of difference between the first and second place. Imagine. But at least, right, Contra, everybody gonna go back happy because they will get something by end of the day, including even the 16th place. They still get $500. But when it comes to our participating teams, we want to welcome the teams from South Asia. It's gonna be DRS, Hora, ASI, R3G, 70, A1, and ATR coming up from South Asia. I think this is pretty much, you know, the one that we already know before.
That's right. We have staple names like D-Saber from Vietnam, BTR from Indonesia, Malaysia, Will Feel, CD Alliance, as well as M9. Not forgetting Boing Donkey from Indo, Vampire Esports, and many more. But the world champions are also joining us today. But let's start off with some of the names that we know and love from Southeast Asia on our screen.
Yeah, we do have BTR, Satar, Voin Donkeys, Potatoes, Sem9, Yuhai, Salcom Digital Alliance, K-Look, and also we have Vampires, Tony Gay. You know what the funny thing about it? We do have a world champion. Just now we saw that D plus Gay is actually joining us as well, but unfortunately, all of them are star players. We cannot squeeze everybody in this frame right now, but we do have from South Asia and also the other teams from South Asia. We still have D Xavier's Lamborghini, Zayed Crypto is there. We have 7E Alian, and we have R3G Iron, and also Sky come up from Hora. I think these names are huge, and it's gonna be a fun one today.
Absolutely. And of course, not forgetting some of the boys coming in from DRS as well. I'm definitely a big fan of the Purple Hearts Hora Esports, where we'll get to actually see them to be in action. So far, things are looking really stacked here. And of course, I did mention the DRS. We have Delta to be their featured player out there, alongside with Sinister from A1 Esports, ATR's very own Mamba, and of course, our world champions, D plus Kia's very own Nobu.
And don't forget RNG, we have Jibna coming up from the PMCL. Also, YG, Young Galactic, also a legacy named Monet. I mean, I'm a big fan of Monet once upon a time, but I don't know where he's at right now. It's been a while we actually saw him. But for today, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. If you don't know what map we're playing, there's a reason why it calls a Rondo's Cup. So it's going to be a Rondo all the way here today. But question is, will we go down to the 6th match or not? Because when it comes to the eligible point, when it comes to Smash Rule, the bar and the standard is not too much. It's only 30 points for the eligible points for today.
Yeah, you actually bring up a really big factor here. If a team gets 2 chicken dinners back-to-back that scores them higher than 30 points, the match could end just by the end of match 2, or it could go all the way to match 6. So it could be a really short night, or it could be a really long one. But I really do hope that at least we'll get ourselves at least 4 matches for everybody to see how exciting this brand new map of Rondo really is, because there's just so many features. Where do we even start? New vehicles, new style of play, as well as equipment, and not forgetting all these exciting places in the city to explore.
Now, if you thought that you know and you knew PUBG Mobile back in the days, it feels like for me, right, you have to approach it on a different perspective entirely when it comes to this new map. And we talked about this before, I mean, like off the screen before, right, Contra, that this will be implemented in the esports in the future, very near future. In fact, probably in the next one, global stage even. And we talked about how the teams actually will have clean slate when it comes to their skill-wise and their mastery when it comes to this map, particularly Rondo. There's so many things to get unpacked here today. We talked about not just it's the biggest map. I mean, sorry Mirama, now you're being pushed down to second place because Rondo do have more land, despite it's like 8 by 8 kilometers, but when it comes to land to water ratio, this is like almost 100%.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and it really feels like it's a good marriage between all the kind of maps that has existed prior to this, where Rondo will give you yourself a little bit more of that valley action if you guys are playing over in the high ground terrains, plenty of urban settings to play from that does give off a little bit more of that Erangel vibes, but I think that Rondo definitely will have its identity of its own. I mean, when we go into this vast map, we're already starting off with potential of having 2 flight paths to move into the map, so teams might need not to worry about, you know, options left on the table, but for certain, we're going to see a lot of flights taking place, so it will be very fast-paced because even the zone actually shrinks a lot quicker than the other matches when it comes down to the first phase of the zone.
The fact that it has its own respective 2 flights in there, 2 flight path, that just explains how big this map is. Nobody else get 2 flights, only for this one, okay? So for when it comes to getting into the map, we talked about how new vehicles coming in, and I feel like it's compulsory. I definitely know it's a compulsory for the players to have the vehicles. And when it comes to vehicles as well, there's so many things we have to also put in our mind. That's going to be the EMP field or zone. There's also like, what kind of vehicles do you want to go for? Do you still want to go for the gas can or the EV vehicles, the electrical vehicles, or just, you know, for me, it's always going to be the horse. I don't know if the horse will get disabled by EMP, but I don't think so.
I don't think so. It'll be pretty interesting. Are you riding a mecha horse if that's going to be the case?
That's the reason why I prefer the horse over all the rest of the vehicles down there, because this map will catch you whenever you have your guard down. And that's something like, you know, I feel like whoever actually create and actually make this map is actually a total genius. It's like, when you have the question, what do you want to have in a map? He said just yes. So it's going to be everything packed in one big map here.
Absolutely, and that is the beauty of it. And speaking of beauty, of course, we got so many beautiful cities for them to loot off from, which also has surprises of their own depending on where these teams are looking to drop. If they do want to prioritize maybe the areas around the central region, then it's going to be Bamboo, Test Track, Neox Factory, Stadium, where you would expect a lot of teams wanting to fight for those hotspots. Meanwhile, if you were to actually stretch maybe a little bit offskirts from the central terrain, you have big cities like Yulin, where you can also get high tier loot, and they can even challenge guards to even get some of all these exclusive loots and perhaps get some hefty purchases. And also keep in mind that we also do have emergency parachutes that they could also use to reposition in this big map. So that I'm hoping to see, how do these pro players actually put that to good use.
Now, if you guys happen to be new in PUBG Mobile, I know we've been spitting a lot of verbal diarrhea out there when it comes to the terms and all the names, and it might be a bit overwhelming for you guys, but hang on to your seats because we will break it down one by one as much as we can, because for me personally, I haven't unpacked every single thing in Rondo just yet, despite it just being released like, what, 2 weeks time, and it's still a lot to discover. And we talked about Rondo as a big map in the future too, so I'm looking for if, you know, if we're gonna have the same supply market or all those revival as well in different maps in the future, because if it's only happening in Rondo, then you have to have that very specialist just to play in Rondo. Not everybody can, jump from Rondo to Miramar to Erangel to switch in between. So I don't know what's gonna be like when it comes to the esports of PUBG Mobile in the future, with Rondo mechanics being so complex and so much fun to watch. But I feel like, especially when it comes to the Smash rule set, I think the Smash rule will be really smashing the entirety of the PUBG Mobile scene, because in case you guys don't know, I feel like every single tournament after this in PUBG Mobile, we're probably gonna have the Smash rule implemented. Now, if you guys happen to be new, this first Smash rule was implemented during the PMSL Southeast Asia last 2 weeks. So Smash rule is basically there's a benchmark of points that you have to reach despite you got yourself a chicken dinner. Example, in this tournament for the Rondo Cup PMRC, the eligible point, the benchmark is going to be 30 points. Now, even though you get the chicken dinner, you already hit the mark 30 points in the same map, it will not count. So you have to score the 30-point benchmark first, separated, and you have to be later. The chicken dinner have to be later, the second map. So you have to reach 30 points first. Despite you got chicken dinner that map, it will not count for your chicken dinner to win that one. After you got the 30 points benchmark, the next map you have to score the chicken. That's where things get really tricky, because there'll be so many teams. My experience, right, Contra, in the arena in the PMSL Southeast Asia prior to this tournament, whenever the team that's eligible to get that chicken dinner just to end the round or the run for the entire day, everybody claps and cheers so hard in the arena when that eligible point team being taken down.
Wow.
So it means that everybody else will get a chance and have a shot at getting, the trophy by end of that day.
Yeah, that's the beauty about this Smash rule, where you think that you're true just because you have just about enough points, but you couldn't secure that win. Then you just gotta try and try again, and anybody at any given point in time could also meet that same mark, or what we could just basically call it, right? That 30 point right now is just a passport. You need another chicken dinner to end the round, which is not easy to do when you have some of the best teams in the world right now stacked in this specific lobby. And I think that the biggest curveball right now is that how much time of practice do some of all these pro teams even get playing inside Rondo? Apparently it's less than 1 month, right? So I think that it's going to be an absolute free for all. It's anyone's game to take here.
You break it down more concise and more precise from my better than I do, because I mean, I'm so excited. I jumbled up with words sometimes, but yes, that's exactly as it is. So Smash rule is going to be something that they have to really put in their minds for the players. Plus, this is a new map, so it's sort of a lineated or unknown territory for most of the players when it comes to the rotations of the team, how they want to play, how they want to drop it. And also when it comes to the guns, right, we do have the stun gun, like we mentioned before. I want to see if there's any deadly duo that really want to implement using the stun gun by, I'm gonna stun, you're gonna shoot it from here. Because the stun gun, in just specifically in Rondo, you not just disable your opponent, you will also blind them for quite a number of seconds too.
Wow, that is going to be a deadly threat if anybody actually gets stunned in the midst of a battle where you're just rendered unable to even react in that form of an instance. And not only for forgetting about just the stun gun earlier, I'm glad that you pointed out that we also do have new weapons such as the JS9. You did mention that you have tried a couple of rounds using the JS9, and it definitely does feel good, right?
It's more robust, it's more stable, the recoil is just amazing. And when you use like a UMP9, for example, right, a different SMG, the sound don't sound as solid. You like and they kind of it's like slapping sound, but this one really a good sound. It sounds like, oh, that's beautiful, that kind of feeling when you actually shoot from the new weapon. But when it comes to Rondo, so much to break it down. And when it comes to the first map of the day, it's gonna be Rondo all the way. But the problem is, which gonna be the hotspot? Usually it's gonna be New York's factory, will be Yulin, will be a different place entirely, because we're gonna unpack things now for the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash 2025. Let's start it off with our first map of Rondo.
Here we go, Choo Choo. This is our very first match as we will see the flight path coming off from the southern corner map, as I do assume, as we do see a little bit more of that vlogging. But also keep in mind there are potentially 2 flight paths that we're going to be taking a close look at. So, of course, we will enjoy not only the gameplay, but the entire scenery of what Rondo really has to offer as we kick off this clash between South Asia, Southeast Asia, and of course our world champions hailing from Korea. CD Alliance, the first one to be moving off of the plane. It seems like we didn't really get too much of a sight. There we go. Double flight path. One starting from Buhopan and another from the corners of Jazena.
Jadina City seems to be very vacant. I don't think everybody wants to be there. I mean, the structures, the skyscrapers will actually block so many views. But I think a lot of teams probably just going to focus on New York's factory. We do know that's going to be one of the hottest spots down there. But surprisingly, for A1 and Southcom DG Alliance, look how scattered. Jimmy seems to be a bit parted ways, a bit far compared to all the rest of his comrade. But Ting Long Garden now. I'm not a big fan of Ting Long Garden, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, we do have engagement between these 2 teams. It's going to be Hora Esports, if I'm not mistaken, fighting against who will it be?
Well, we're about to find out right now. Is Hora Esports having Sleepy transfer coming in from DRS on load and already picking up the weapon, but quickly gets knocked down. Oh, that was so swift. Sleepy did not manage to respond, and Hora Esports finally having no fear to actually go and tag around. First circle appears over onto the northeast corner map. That's going to be good news for the side of ATR, but the battle continues on. As it seems like Yangon Galacticos, they were the ones to trill on the Purple Hearts.
I mean, this is going to be just on the outskirts of Tuling and Danqing's area. But for YG, they managed to triumph for now. And they still have one more player around that corner too. So I don't know how No Fear will get out of this. So probably won't. And I like this infos. So it's random. And that's making it even harder for the players, right? Because you don't know which flight path you're taking as well. But for YG, Hora last member will be discovered. But it's down to only 1 HP left.
Wow.
Oh, this is tough.
Very tough. But he's trading right back though. So dangerous for either one. Master Smile just pins him down. He does get the headshot, and that secures it for Yangon Galacticos. A rough start for Hora Esports as they walk away with no points, but this is still the very first game, so I guess it's a little warm-up for these teams hot-dropping each other to contest for the spot. Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, Danqing area is also very tricky to play around because right now, I mean, this is quite a residential area. There's so many apartments, so they have to actually clear all the corners down here. And what I love about this map is, even though despite it has so many structures, right, but it's not something that, you know, if you remember back in the days, like when Vikendi was still there, there's so many towns and structures, but due to the very different levels of ground, make it so difficult for the players to see each other. Now, even though we have a lot of structures in this map, but the levels of the ground don't differ too much.
True enough, and now that you talk about structures as well as some of all these terrains as well, now even throwables can even blow a hole on the ground so that you can actually find a little bit more cover even despite you being outside in the open, or if you find a pickaxe and you try to dig a hole to get a little bit more of a defensive structure, that is also very, very doable as well here inside of Rondo. First, we get these players onto the Pico bus and as well as the flank early on. It's going to be DRS trying to get some safe refuge from the hands of range as RNG is going to be trolling onto that player, but apparently it doesn't seem like there's too many RNG players around. So Killer YT, he's off to a good start.
Now, I love about Pico Bus that you can have a love-hate relationship here. I mean, you will probably want to slow it down, and you have to have a very good vehicle. I suggest Pico Bus will be one of it because of how big the map is, and you can't find gas cans everywhere, by the way. So to have the Pico Bus, it's great, but if you happen to be in EMP zone, any vehicle will not work in that EMP zone. The minus point about the Pico Bus is just that sometimes you cannot drive too fast. If not, you know, it's going to take some time. It will slow down a lot. So it's going to be a love-hate relationship based on what you want to play and how fast you want to rotate yourself in the map.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree because they're relying on the battery levels where it does take a while to actually recharge as well. So if you see an enemy team, you either really want to sprint for it get yourself into a safe vicinity or just trailblaze them. It's definitely down to how they really want to take that form of a battle. And on top of that, like you mentioned before, as much as it's super fast on how they can just rotate around map with the Pico Bus, if there's an EMP zone appearing on top of your head, that Pico Bus is not going to function at all. So I guess that's where it is going to be difficult. And also, we have a new feature, the recall zone, where you could just bring those players back alive for one more shot in the game.
And that's the thing. We talked about this as well, right? So when it comes to the recall, I love so much that they actually implement it in this map. So everybody a bit more bold when it comes to engaging into fight. They're not being too scared about, maybe I get revived despite we're having a 3-player, or even that solo player can actually bring some of the glory back with that recall tower, by the way. So anything can happen if you don't finish a team straight away. You might act, but you're back in the back later on.
True enough. We're already looking at D+ Kia to start off in South Stadium, but on the outskirts of Stadium, 7-9 is currently under the EMP zone, so hopefully they just keep some of their vehicles safe. There's some gas vehicles at least with the Sia, so that's okay, but is there anyone holding either the Blanc or even the Pico Bus? Doesn't seem like it's going to affect them all too much, and for now, it's going to be A-okay.
I mean, but EMP zone, even if you're not using those EV, it will still shut down your vehicles. That's why I think the SAM9 players just now, they were driving around the edge of the EMP zone just now, just to avoid their mobility to be put on hold. They're being very aware regarding the position in the map as well. You have to put all your focus out when it comes to Rondo, because there's so many things happening at the same time. But when it comes to SAM9, they just passed the bamboo forest, where last time we saw it, that's where the EMP zone was, so everybody tried to avoid it. But for DRS, I think they're just taking their own time to loot. I mean, it's a big map, right? It's super massive map.
It definitely is, and not only do we have some stores available, this is going to be a pyramid store where you can open blind boxes, discounted item, and I heard that certain stores you can even make purchases of the emergency pickup for you to rotate around the map much easily. So definitely it's going to be a high value location. You can just spot some of these stores to just equip yourself maybe with even level 3 gear. So I really want to see all these players utilize all these new features in the map. Starting off with BTR, I think that they're just going to have a decent rotation, starting things a little bit more smoothly. I think the only altercation that we just saw early on, unfortunate for Horror Esports, right? If they did have at least Sky to survive, maybe they could just go in for the recall, but since the whole team is out, no chance to even get the recall done.
I think that was the plan for Sky at first, but I still found it out by the players of YG just now early on. Now, speaking back about the premium stores, by the way, I love the fact that you touched about you can actually get some even airdrop weapons if you buy at the premium market or stores or supply. That's only 2 places that actually do have those premium market, by the way. That's going to be in Rinjiang and also in Luohuaxing. And it's not going to be easy. I mean, like, you have to fight so many guards. Last time I saw some people actually fought against 15 guards and 2 commanders.
50?
Yeah,
wow.
just to get to be at the area where you can actually buy those supplies. But it's going to be worth it. But at the same time, the damage is super high coming up from those bandits, also the commanders that's guarding over that site. So it's not going to be easy. And I would suggest, and you're probably going to be advising, if you want to drop that straight away as your first drop, that's not going to be the best place ever, because you probably don't have enough supply just to fight against those guards.
Yeah, unless if your squad is confident enough that you can secure like all the M4s, all the AKM to really fend everybody else and have just about enough utilities, then by all means do so, or else it's better as a checkpoint for them to just keep themselves pretty much healthy throughout the course of the run. Now, another EMP zone did hit over onto the members of the Savior, and interesting enough, there's also destructible bamboos. Now, this is definitely so tricky where there's barely enough cover coming into bamboo already, and you can just destroy these bamboos. Definitely not an easy task, but speaking of a task, Noble already on the hunt, getting the first pin down onto one of the members on the outskirts, and it's going to be a big trade that we're looking at as they take on the rest of RNG.
Probably gonna have a circle around where it just shrinks down, probably on top of Lost Track, but these are the champions that we're talking about. They're fighting just on the outskirts of Bamboo Forest, around the structures there, and also a couple of buildings. But for D plus Gyal, now, it's a bit aggressive approach going straight into it, but this is gonna be the hot spot where everybody will cross their path on top. And we talked about this. Lost Track, Neox Factory is gonna be one of the most battled crossfire that we're gonna have throughout the entirety of Rondo, probably the entire day.
Absolutely, and we're already looking at EMP zones around the vicinity. There's D plus Kia still on the hunt, trying to push towards the hillside to cut across Bamboo, and it is definitely a daunting task when we're looking at D plus Kia with such a big range of coverage. Sure, they might actually see some movements, but it doesn't seem like they could actually get some firm pickoffs. So R3G, they cut their losses, but of course, if they do find themselves a recall spot, then they should be able to bring their teammates back. But right now, teams are keeping themselves busy. Void Donkey has now emerged to also appear right across the Savior. So Nate's got to be absolutely careful in this scenario.
They're just nearby the rim of the circle. Last time we saw, it was around just on the northern side of the Task Track. Now, about Task Track and Neox Factory, I love to play around Neox Factory a lot. There's so many big factories and warehouses around there, but you have to check every corners because there's so many factories in there. The moment you step out from that factory, it's going to be somebody shooting around the corner as well. But I know what Levi's doing. Now, in case you guys don't know, we do have pickaxe in there that can actually alter the terrain. Only the ground, not the water, or nothing about the concrete. Or I don't think a rock can actually works as well, but the ground can actually dig by the pickaxe, and also you mentioned before with the hand grenades that will create a crate for the player if they need to barricade themselves in case of emergency.
Yeah, Levi's is just trying his luck. It's like, oh, I'm trying to mine for gold or something by the rocks, and seems like he's not really getting too much out of it for now. But just take a look at RNG. We're looking for this recall spot. But it's going to be Ejipna having his vehicle already on the verge of destruction. D plus Kia really not letting them off the hook at all.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, we know how aggressive they can get. That's why they're #1 in the last year PMGC, by the way. But for Ejipna, I think he's waiting for the help to just arrive. But he got himself caught in a trap 2 ways, being hammed down on the side of D plus Kia players. I don't know how he can get out of this. He does have only one smoke though, but how to get out without vehicle? Well, you can wish for one more thing. The thing I like about horses is that they don't stay in one place too long sometimes. They do walk. So hopefully there's a horse coming over to Gymno's side. Well, we're looking at Mormon. He's climbing up the highest ground. So Mormon, he's treating this map like a Miramar map.
Wow. That's the thing about pro players. Like, they want to test everything out. Where you want to see if this buggy could actually take you to the top. It seems like Mormon is stuck halfway across. DRS doing exactly the same thing. And this is just an awkward situation, especially more towards the side of DRS because they're on the blue zone. Meanwhile, Mormon's like, okay, try me, bro. You can try climb up here, and I'm just going to be absolutely fine waiting for you to move up, and I'm just going to take you down.
I don't know if anyone want to actually drop by Lo Hua Sing for the premium market, but I don't think they will actually invest too much of their resources to fight against those guards because they're just going straight towards the bridge on the northern side of Lo Hua Sing, where we actually see there's a patch of land in between. And there's a bridge in between. So they might be ended up still, despite there's so little water inside of this map, we're still gonna have a bridge circle.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit more tense right now where you just take a look at the terrains. At least they do get decent cover. 7-9 tried really hard to actually shoot down these players of 7-8, but of course, it's just a little bit of attack, not much of a full collapse. So thankfully for the side of 7E, they are happy to sit not too far away from that river for now. I would expect more teams to be opting to do exactly that as well. So That's the thing about even taking the high grounds. It's not going to be a clear-cut answer into how these trades are going to go unless they do set up good enough choke points on multiple areas for them to actually pick players off. But speaking of which, Zeta already spot out Yuhai moving across, so he's going to get tagged for a little bit. D-Saber's also pretty much around, so this is a really tough spot to be for Sem9.
I mean, this is a tough spot to be for everybody that's crossing over to that side of the bridge, wants to go over that side of the bridge, because we're right now just on the outskirts of Muho Pan. And they need to cross over the other side. Like you mentioned, there'll be a couple of choke points, but I don't think that much of choke points. It's basically a not really flat plane when it comes to this map, but you can easily visualize everybody because of how wide the view can get. As long as you got yourself that vantage point that's pretty premium, it depends on where you want to stand yourself. Like how I just mentioned, Tony K, despite he's driving on top of this small hill, you can still see the neighbor next to it. And I don't think DK, he can actually handle this by himself. I don't know where are the rest of teammates are.
Yeah, he just tries to perhaps scout out ahead, and it's absolutely unsafe as Vampire Esports just collapse upon him. So it's going to be a straightforward takedown. The rest of RG also moving around the corner. Shipna, we've seen him before trying to rotate around. He found himself a new vehicle, but he got to keep the second vehicle running.
I don't know how he actually managed to escape unscathed at the point where he was being cornered down at first. But for RNG, they're not wasting any more time. They're going to go straight towards the bridge. They know for a fact they need to cross over as fast as possible because this is going to be one of the biggest choke points when it comes to a team that's coming in very late. Wow. So this circle divided the side of the map into two sides, whether you want to be on the left or right side of the bridge. But it's going to be the small patch of land. RNG can actually just gatekeep that and just try to choke all the teams coming up from the right side of the map, including R3G. And also, for example, like A1 is there. There's 3 teams that can actually farm those eliminations, but unfortunately for RNG, they lost a Jibna in the process.
Yeah, or else if they would have actually kept majority of their members alive, they would just gatekeep everybody by the far eastern corner of the map, because that bridge is going to be so hard to bypass so long as RNG is going to be holding on to that terrain. But right now, DX definitely having a really good spot to just hold out against everybody else. So definitely a whole lot of business to do over on the hillside as BTR takes on Cellcom Digi Alliance.
Oh, I just hope they have those charge backpack, the level 2, but can tank against the zone. What we'll call it, a safe jackpot or something. But I think Sem9 is very, very interested to go where Cellcom Digi Alliance and BTR is going at. So they might actually thinking about trying to be a third party if they want to. And these two teams right now, they are in high pressure mode. The blue zone start to close in, and BTR is start to losing members like flies one by one, being plucked out by these Xaviers as well from afar. I mean, we're looking at Cellcom Digi Alliance versus BTR, but these Xaviers, we thought it's going to be a different team coming over. It's going to be Sem9, but despite their fighting against Sem9, these Xaviers also seem to be very busy and nosy when it comes to stealing those eliminations. Unfortunately, they will also bowing out quite early this time if they cannot keep up with this fight.
A lot of ferocity coming out of Sem9 right now as the rest of the Saber just tries to crash the gates open, and here comes the rest of Void Donkey taking part in the action as well. Perfect timing, and does buy some time for the side of the Saber, and just like that, Sem9, they crashed out because of the pressure coming in from the Vietnamese as well as the Indonesian teams of Southeast Asia. Look at the calls. Zeta, he spawned up perfectly with another barricade, and now he is going to get a lot more cover. And with the rest of Vampire Esports arriving as well, the coast is not clear.
That's going to be the emergency barricade that they actually have the flare over just now. And they actually got 2 of them for Void Donkey. I mean, if you're not being careful, you just stand right beneath where the spawn or the emergency barricade happen to land, you're gonna instantly die as well. So that's gonna be a bit tricky for you to actually play with the emergency flare or barricade just now, because you might actually block your own teammate if you're not being careful about it.
If it spawns on top of you, you might even get knocked as well, but thankfully that did not happen. Meanwhile, Paragin trying to defend. There's barely enough space left for the side of the Saber, but the trade back, Lucy goes down.
Oh, Levi trying to find a way out, zigzag himself away. It feels like they play like an maze. It's a three-way war right now. Vampires, I don't know which one to just focus on first. Parajin and Levi, they are focusing on Void Donkey, Zeta and Razak. Razak cooking up the nade while Vampires try to just push down D-Save. It's been caught up two ways here, but Parajin and Levi calmly try to calculate which one to take action first. They will choosing Vampires over the other side. And right now Levi taking his own risk and hopefully can breach through this barricade of vehicles. But they did not make it happen. But Vampires, I mean, they have to thank to Void Donkey because the Void Donkey just saved them just now.
They saved him, but this time Void Donkey says, I'm not going to save you for far too long because I got to win this battle myself. They will eventually take out the rest of the Vampires, but over on the outskirts, that D plus Kia as well as BTR, they're plotting to vanilla for that high ground terrain while the rest of Void Donkey has opened up a lot more room for them to play things out. The circle goes by the edge of the bridge as well, so this is going to go directly in the center where there's barely enough cover for everybody on board.
This is a great circle for RNG, but unfortunately, they don't have enough members unless there's a recall tower somewhere nearby. So it's probably going to be a big time saving for the side of RNG if they can just respawn their teammates down there. But for the side of 7th Element, they're still in the game. We're down to only like, what, 8 teams in such a short time. This is Rondo, guys.
It has been super rowdy. We see even some of all the top teams across whichever region, Southeast Asia, South Asia, they take on each other. So far, a lot of the Southeast Asian teams have already collapsed where they were taking battles after battles. And that also includes our global champions, D plus Kia. They have 6 points, though. So that's a really decent margin for them to start with. Meanwhile, I believe that 7th Element are already on the hunt to take over that position where RNG is currently at under the bridge.
Don't forget about the smash roll as well, because whoever gets the chicken with high kill volume this one will actually take the lead and probably just going to win the PMRC straight away if that's going to be the case for the 3rd game. But for A1 Esports, they spotted out BTR player. And we do have another one by the dust. It's going to be Exatron Gaming taken down as well. We're down to only 7 teams right now, but it's going to be the fight at the shoreline nearby the bridge on the outskirts of Lo Hua Sing right now. As for Durales, down to only, never mind, he's done. And that's going to be R3G or Regicide across the other side, all the way beneath that bridge and shot him down.
And he's in the covers of smoke. That shot was absolutely lethal. And take a look at the circle. It moves towards the direction of Void Donkey over south. So it did not cover any from the bridge. The rest of 7 elements, excuse me, are R3G, as well as the rest of Yangon Galacticos. They will now need to move into the vicinity. I think that somebody's going to try to swim across, and that might just be Roshan. But YG, they can actually push downwards to challenge that spot where Void Donkey is currently at.
I'm surprised Void Donkey still have so many of their players, despite we saw how brutally they will be engaged by the other teams before. But on the side of YG, they still have a full squad. We just mentioned about Void Donkey, they barely have enough cover here. The only thing that they can cover themselves with is going to be that Pico Buzz. And thankfully, they drop themselves couple of barricades, emergency barricades flared that call on 4 blocks to get themselves some covers. But will it actually help for Void Donkey here?
At least it buys a little bit more time as well as space because there is that pressure coming from R3G's favorite own Roshan. So Roshan and hoping that at least it gets them just about enough cover before the rest of YG pushes through. So I think the big threat right now is definitely going to be Yangon Galacticos because Void Donkey, they just couldn't afford to actually peek upwards because it will be very, very difficult for them to eventually do much with. Emergency cover flare, as you can see on the screen, it just gives you a little bit more of all these stuff that you can get coming in from the store, and of course, to put into good use. So, Void Donkey, they definitely came in with a plan.
I just hope there's an EMP zone suddenly pop in the middle of the circle here right now. So nobody can actually use their scope anymore at this point. YG pushing in, going straight for Void Donkey. So it's only between these two teams. YG do have the upper hand when it comes to their resources as well, their manpower. But Void Donkey has been very, very smart when it comes to how they try to maneuver and outplay YG, playing around the slopes with so many little barricade and little structures, using their vehicles and also the emergency barricade flare just now. But unfortunately, when it comes to manpower, YG still have it better.
Yeah, they're just fighting tooth and nail just to try to flush them out. Razak as well as Vexy left over onto the corner. Razak now goes for a jump shot, but not quite enough. Vexy covers fire with that AUG to try to take out the rest of God Galacticos, but they go down. And God Galacticos, the champions of the PMCL, will now take a first chicken dinner here in Rondo.
Now, I do want to tally up the scores because the scores will matter so much in PMRC since we have this match rule at the benchmark of 30 points here. I think probably they're going to have around 10 points for chicken dinner plus elimination-wise. If you compare them with Voindoki, I do believe that Voindoki do slightly have just a bit more elimination, or maybe YG will surprise us, who knows?
Yeah, I really want to take a look. The last time we saw YG over on the top side of the hill, they were taking on titans like BTR in order to make their cut. And BTR themselves also have plenty of elimination points. And speaking of which, we finally get our answers here. God Galacticos, not only did they secure that chicken dinner, they got 10 points. So that's a total of 20 right now for the WWCD winners.
Now imagine if they have another 10 points for the Nats map. They're probably going to be the teams that are eligible to just win the trophy in an instant if they can just close it up in the third map as well. But because of how big Rondo is, Control, we can see 46,000 of distance when it comes to 7th element. But Manet, Small, Romeo and Say Cloud, there's no strangers for us anymore when it comes to elimination points. And MVP, I have to give it to Manet as per usual, our star player coming out from YG.
Yeah, he has been looking pretty spectacular on how he advances onto all these players out there. And YG, they start off not wasting any time to take out Horror Esports. It takes a purple team to take another purple team on, and it seems like Norman Boy became the MVP of the match, but I would definitely say it has been a big team effort. 433 damage and 4 elimination points. That's a hefty number coming from Romeo.
72% of just the body only. He definitely don't aim for the hat at all. No hat shot. But that's a nice pentagon coming up from Romeo. Now, when it comes to YG, everybody actually dish out almost equal amount of damage. But let's relive the highlight for a bit. How they actually make it the chicken and closing up the gap to be one of the very close to eligible points benchmark team when it comes to Smash Bros.
Yeah, started off on the high note. We saw so many actions taking place over onto the open field terrains where even D plus Kill was chasing onto teams. Well, we had a little bit of an awkward scenario between DRS as well as Vampire Esports over the Kill side. And then Boing Donkey has been spectacular on how they've been able to keep calling in those emergency covers for them to play out all these battles and eventually overwhelm VPE as well as RNG.
There's battle everywhere. I mean, even during the first stage, when we just dropped from that double flight path, everybody already stopped fighting. But we don't see anybody being respawned yet, right? There's nobody actually call on the recall tower. But this is where things get really messy. So we can assume that no matter where the circle will be, Tastrack, Neox Factory, I put one more name in there, Yulin. These 3 spots is going to be one of the hottest spots, and they are very close to each other as well.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that happening later on. It's going to be a circle that directs them into some of all these hot spots. But this altercation that we've gotten inside of match 1, it was so technical. We saw how difficult the terrain was, where YG really had to seek out all the members of Boing Donkey. It was a very close call on how that battle actually went, and YG came up on top and secures himself that 20-pointer, and following closely definitely has to be Boing Donkey with that 12-point.
Now, this is a bit of a scary perspective. If you look at now, we all see it. YG is going to be one of the closest one to get that Smash Rule benchmark point. But don't forget about Voindoki and 7th Element, including BTR as well. If any of this team manage to score like how YG scores, they might actually take over the lead. And I don't feel like the margin will be that big when it comes to having only 30 points as the Smash Rule benchmark point.
I certainly do agree. If there's going to be any form of bounce back performance, we will definitely have to take a look at how match 2 plays out, because even despite names like Cellcom DG Alliance, ASI8, or even for Esports that didn't really garner points, all they really have to do is to come up with another round with a margin, just like how Yangon Galacticos did, then they can somehow claw themselves back into a spot where they can challenge for the Rondo Cup trophy. So that's match 1. It's been super exhilarating. I can't wait to see what match 2 has to offer now.
For me, it's not just about the circle anymore when it comes to Rondo, right? You have to know which flight path you're in, because there's 2 of them.
True.
You don't know where you have to drop yourself, and then are you lucky enough to get the flight path that actually might get into the circle, or will be the other side that seems to be a bit unfortunate and a bit too far? Because we do know this is a huge map. So if you have to run all the way, you don't find yourself vehicle or even a horse or even a bicycle, whatever you can find, you need to use it as much as you can. But when it comes to the next map, I'm looking for teams like at the second place right now, not just YG. I mean, YG, they have the bullseye behind their back right now. Everybody will mark them to make sure they won't be eligible for the next map here.
Absolutely, and overall, of course, a big target over the backs of these members of Yangon Galacticos, but despite all of that, you saw how convincing some of all these teams have been chasing points of elimination any step of the way that they can get. D plus Kia, they were just literally hunting out for those members of RG from the get-go, and that tells you that is the spirit of a champion, and I'm still looking forward for a whole lot more. DRS, maybe not really off to the hottest start so far, but I'm pretty sure, some of the big names of South Asia will also bounce back up, where we saw a glimpse of hope coming in from even R3G over on the corner map. So I think that there's definitely a whole lot to unpack, but we're at least setting the benchmark really, really strong here for our first game. Game 2, I want to focus onto a few more spots. Yet again, you did talk about Yulin. Another spot that I think that this is going to be very, very popular is going to be Danqing, because this is somewhat central, which is cornered over onto the southeastern portion of the map. It allows you a lot of that space of control, and since that it has a little bit more of a elevation around that area, you can be safe. So long as you actually secure that city, you can see a lot of teams rotating around, which is why it is so sought after by all these names mentioned. You did mention about recall. We didn't really see too many teams going for that recall, but perhaps there might just be 1 or 2 off the map where, okay, they sneakily have done so, and they don't want to tell anyone about it.
Now, the thing is, how do we know if the player got recall or not? I'm super stoked about that, because do we get any kill feed or animation suddenly somebody just spawn again or something like that? But I like the fact that you actually mentioned about Danqing, because that's where Cellcom DG Alliance. I think there's also a couple of Southeast Asia teams that seems to be dropping themselves there. And when it comes to the central South Asia CSA side, the closest one to get into the benchmark is also going to be 7th Element. So 7th Element will also be in the hot spot the hot seat where a lot of teams will try to stop their progress when it comes to getting those points. So the teams in the top 5, I assume, even though the margins is like very small and it's just the first map, but with only 30 points as the eligible points for the Smash rule, now that's going to be, everybody's game still.
I absolutely do agree, where there's just so many factors at play, and with such strong teams over onto the course of these matches, it is so tough, even now with a target on the backs of YG. What makes it so certain that they could actually go for a back-to-back chicken dinner? If they do secure another chicken dinner right here, it could be over, Choo-Choo. It could just be over.
The question is, I never question whether they can do it. But I question more, will the others allow it to do so? Will the others allow them to actually score the chicken? Because I don't see that happen anytime soon, because my experience with the PMSL Southeast Asia Smash Show when it comes to the second Super Weekend, nobody will allow you to touch it at all. Because I remember it was D Xaviers. I feel like D Xaviers right now, Vampires Esports and D Xavier living their PTSD moment once more, their nightmare during the Smash Show in the PMSL South Asia week number 2, where they actually have like what? We had 8 maps that day, okay? We have 8 maps, and Dingo Savior already got that eligible points since the first map. 7 tries. Not once they can finish the chicken in. That's just how difficult, how tough it can get when they want to just get that chicken in. And the others will not even let you just smell the chicken. No, there's no way.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it as well, right? Surely now with a little bit of experience of that smash rule, like I guess like certain teams, they have this mentality like, okay, we go big or go home. We want to get all these points in the first early rounds, and then who cares about that momentum? You just want to hit it really hard and fast to end all these rounds. But you gotta also think about it. The moment you have one player knock in the field and they know it's you, all these teams will come after you. It's gonna be pretty crazy, and I'm pretty certain that nobody wants the game to end because they are willing to throw their bodies on the line. It's like, okay, this is what Yangon Galacticos. It's go time, go time. There's no stopping. If it's either they get taken out, so we have a shot at this championship. So this is why it's just so interesting to me, because this is one of my first few times jumping into a Smash Rule format, and I already can smell what shenanigans can happen in the future.
Oh my god, it's super fun, I promise you that. But also when it comes to, one thing that really popped in my mind right now is going to be the EMP zone, right? I don't know at what stage the EMP zone will stop spawning, because if there's no stopping into that, imagine when it comes to the last 4 teams, they're battled it out in the very small circle, like stage 6 or 7 circle, and suddenly the EMP zone happened to be spawning right on top of them. You cannot use any of your reticles when it comes to the scopes. It will not work anymore. You can't use the vehicles when things are really critical during that time. Imagine if that happens.
Yeah, it's a really scary afterthought. Like, what do they do then? Like, do you just throw punches at each other, or you just pop grenades? And you see awkward scenarios where 2 players are just cooking grenades and it's just like trying to lob at each other. These kind of altercations can actually happen. But of course, like, some players, sometimes they might not even need those scopes. They just go for the whole downside and just, okay, spray. I don't care if I have to do a 360 turn to land those shots. I will do it without that scope if that EMP is going to be on top of my head. Now, what's really interesting, I guess, like even from yesterday's run where we were doing slight rehearsals, we have perhaps even the teams going for a little bit more of a trial run. And then we had like this scenario where Neox Factory, there was plenty of battles taking place. And then the EMP zone came, and some of these teams, they were holding back. It's like, okay, I can't use my scope now. I gotta maybe rely on these covers for now, because I don't have a DPS. I can't just spray somebody down with a shotgun. So what do I do?
You know what? The only thing that's going to be slightly different when it comes to the scope, I don't think it's just the scope is still usable at some point, but it's just the center dot, the crosshair will not be visible for you guys. But I think for the pro players, there's no problem for them anymore, because you've played so much of PUBG Mobile that you kind of know where is the center to look at, right? So I don't think it's a bit of an issue for them, but it's still an issue if you cannot use your vehicles for the EMP zone. Now, that's going to be a big no-no. I mean, like, yes, I love horses, but I don't think horses can be used as barricade at that point.
Nah, not at all. I mean, poor horsey, you gotta give them a little bit of space, of course, and take good care of them throughout the course of the run. And speaking of vehicles as well, right, like we saw last game, a lot of these teams, they were really out to get people out there. We see a couple of tires being popped and even vehicles being destroyed over the quarter of RG. Thankfully, Jipna & Co has been able to pull still a top 5 run into that match. Now, we see the countdown on our screen as we're getting ourselves ready for another huge clash inside of Rondo once more, Choo Choo.
I can't wait to see where the circle and the flight path will be, because it's going to be super fun to see 2 flight paths, and we don't see it every day. But let's go into map number 2 of Rondo in the PMRC.
Quickly, as we dive right through, we will see 1 out of 2 flight paths to be cutting across what I do deem to be, once again, coming in from the south side. This will be around the vicinity of Jadena. So this is leaning all the way over onto the northwestern corner of the map. Oh, this time around, no double flight path. We're going to have everybody on the same trajectory. So, Tinlong up for grabs. Danqing, Hongshan, Yulin, every big city on the central area is going to be heavily congested. And DRS is already on the move. And I see a couple of all these names floating in the same directions as well.
I want to see if anybody wants to drop by Rinjiang, or I don't think nobody wants to go to Luohuasing until the circle actually pops there. But I just want to see for once anybody try to get the guards down. But Tinglong, it's going to be a bit rowdy start as we have two teams fighting, including DRS in there. So DRS versus, there's another team coming up. That's going to be Vampires, and DRS already lost one of the members. Unfortunately, their IGL, Gente, is still floating about.
Yeah, now it's going to be an example that quickly gets dropped as it's going to be a double pin out of the members of Vampire Esports to swiftly take him down. So that's already 2 points out there. Maybe it's safer that Ganti lands themselves further on the outskirts of Tinlong Garden, because this area is one of the tricky spots to play. As you can see, throughout all these temples, you have just about enough space between players of Vampire Esports across. And Kilowatt, he's just hoping that he does not get spotted out. The zone's going to be on top of them, so they can continue the battle as long as they want to.
For Tinglong Garden, the only thing that pops in my mind is that's gonna be the lobby. The lobby where everybody waits before we start. So yeah, we're gonna play in this map right now. Tinglong Garden seems to be under the radar of our observers as well. But Jadena City, we don't see a lot of teams love to fight in here. But we're probably gonna get two teams quite early on. This is gonna be slightly on the left side of the Jadena City with Sam9 versus Circumdigit Alliance. Interesting, because they had different drops before for Circumdigit Alliance, or nearby here as well.
Yeah, I think that because they were expecting double flight paths, you always prepare plan B, and somehow plan A and plan B for either side of the team somehow collapse, and it just so happened to be two of these Malaysian teams to settle the scores, where we had that argument before, which is the better Malaysian team? Is it Sam9? Is it CD Alliance? I think so far in terms of consistency, Celcom Digi Alliance have definitely shown us quite deep run into the PMSL. Of course, you could always count on Sam9 to be going on those high frags. And last game, I think both have definitely seen some kind of struggle. This time around, after CD Alliance gets taken out, it seems like they call for a truce for a moment. So hopefully CD Alliance can look for a recall point to bring one of their members back in a jiffy. But for now, I think that ASI8, they do not know ATR's around the corner.
Now, if you guys happen to be confused about which map we're playing right now, because the view is very different. One time we see a very, traditional East culture buildings. The next one we see the very modernized Jadena City. It's actually the same map, Rondo, because of, when we're switching the views, it's very contradicting when it comes to, the structures around it. I love it so much. It's like very different. But the thing about, I agree with the Circumdigit Alliance point that you gave just now, but it's Jadena City just now, and it's quite difficult because of how many skyscrapers and a lot of floors that you can actually venture out, and it's quite decent amount of loot down there, but it's so difficult for you to clear up the corners.
I do agree with that. I mean, it's just like, playing into... Let's compare it to other maps, right? If you're in El Pozo, if you're in Los Leones, you have high structure buildings. It is always going to be a daunting task, and it's going to take a lot of time to navigate around. So, understandably so, that both Sam9 as well as CD Alliance, they're not really going to be going for a full-on chase up against one another, especially with CD Alliance having one member down. And back towards what you also pointed out, the diversity of this map is just wonderful. But as wonderful as it is, teams are about to destroy each other with those grenades. So Zypha versus the rest of them. Oh, what a toss coming from ATR. 90 degree, finding the right trajectory to drop it up against some of these fellow South Asian players coming from ASI8. I believe that there's going to be recovery. Casanova have just joined the squad as he's looking for a pickoff as he sprays them down. 19th degree tries to actually go for the wraparound, but unable to do so. He gets taken down instead.
Oh, it's Casanova, one of a star player coming up from the side of ASI8. But Mamba, he got quite an angle there. But I'm surprised he didn't actually keep the pressure on the side of ASIA players. He got quite a long view. It took him quite a long time to finally drop those hand grenades. Unfortunately, he missed a bit of that golden opportunity moment. But they're down to only 2 players. If only they can have a recall spawn for the players that have been eliminated before, it'd be great. But unfortunately, there's nowhere nearby. But here comes ASIA. They're rushing in, try to flush out the rest of the member of ATR.
In hand. Casanova instead gets dropped, but there's still a member right behind him. Baby just got him very, very well covered. Great responses coming from ASIA, despite, you know, it started off with that grenade toss that kind of put Kuzaifa into a really tough spot. And immediately ATR says, doesn't matter, I'm going to bring my teammates back. There we go.
All of them just reset. Oh, we finally get to see the use of the recall point and the recall tower, Justin. That was amazing. Thank you so much, Observer. The perfect timing as well. As ATR, this is what the turning point for the game, right? This is what I love about Rondo so much. You thought all hopes supposed to be lost when you left with only 1 member left. But everything can be reset once more when you have full squad revive with that recall tower. That's just how powerful it is.
Yeah, maybe for certain teams who are very, very feisty, they will just go ahead and say, you can recall all you want, I will try to take you down again and again. So, right now, at least for ATR, you know, they had 2 members prior that was taken out. Now with a grand reset, they can once again go in for the challenge up against ASIA, but 7-9, they finally feel that confidence to now push through, identifying that CD Alliance is pretty much bunched up inside of this tower. This is going to be a tough push, as it's going to be a little bit of climb. Anik Luke now inside of the walls. He's dropping a grenade.
Oh, that has been going on for a long, long time now. Anik Luke couldn't do anything. That's going to be all 4 of them. Just obliterate entirely. Circumdigi Alliance left with only 1 last member. Who's the lone survivor here coming up from Circumdigi Alliance? I mean, we saw how ATR did their revival just now for the entire squad, despite only have 1 solo player. I'm not surprised if the last member of Circumdigi Alliance would try to do the same thing here.
Yeah, I do expect him to try to be on the lookout for any form of a recall point at this very moment. Or Esports this time, traversing very safely without challenging Yangon Galacticos. Speaking of which, we talked about that big bounty on the heads of Yangon Galacticos. It's been pretty quiet for them. I think that they might have actually dropped further up the north, where a lot of the action is actually happening over on the south side. But Horror Esports looking for a spot, and now they're going for the chase up against Boy Donkey. Wow, very, very tough spot to be. Where do they actually drive through? Potato, he's getting tagged already. Federal is finding the mark. Sinister goes down as 1 member of A1 Esports is already off the list.
You mentioned about Danqing, and this might be Danqing's map, because right now we saw like what, 3-4 teams happen to be just have their crossfire and battlefield right on top of the intermediate town of Danqing, which is not that big, but not too small either. But no, they're coming in to flush out the rest of Void Donkey. Now they retaliate at the same time. But how? Wait, why did he just put himself? Why did he willingly let himself barbecue them?
Oh no, a little bit of a collateral right there. I think that they were just tossing all these Molotovs, hoping to squeeze through a window. And now Potato tries to actually go in for the exchange. They all go down. But I believe there might just be 1-2 members left from side Void Donkey that was not part of this compound. Now they're going to get busy looking for that recall as well. But Horror Esports, despite a little bit of a oopsie, I think that they have definitely sorted the fight well enough.
I mean, they can use the recall tower if they want to just revive Sky, but they can damage themselves a bit more before they actually revive everybody else. Yeah, I mean, like, still got time, because despite we had so many fights before, it's still in just stage 1, Contra. It's still stage 1.
Yeah, and there's already so much of all these action, and I guess they're not going to waste any time, because you want your captain back in the team. He needs to also reloot once again to find all these weapons, so better early than never. I mean, better early than late, I guess. Jiggle.
Early than ever? What do you
I corrected myself on the spot because I just realized, what am I even saying at that point?
But I love this circle. It's very different from the last time we saw it. Rin Jiang is actually open up for vampires to just try to take those guards down, or they're just not going to visit it because there might be a third party coming over, and we might actually have the center of Hongshan to be our last view circle. But the next battle, high chance, is going to be between BTR, D Xaviers, and DK. Even Regicide might be in the fray, including well, YG perhaps, because everybody jumbled up together on the northern side of Hongshan.
Yeah, speaking of which, it's just so congested. I think that's about 6 teams at the very least. See the Alliance, they just got themselves revived by the corner of Bayrun, as you can see from the mini-map, and they're on the battle with the rest of Void Donkey, who also went in for the revive. So I think this is what's crazy about this map. When teams are trying to recall their teammates, you might actually bunch up in the same territory, and that's currently what's happening between the Indonesians and Malaysians.
This is going to be tough, especially in the blue zone, but at least still stage number 2. But we talked about this map. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of towns, but there's also a lot of big, massive open space that's nothing in there. It's so difficult for you to find a loot when you're migrating and try to transport yourself to go into one compound to the other. And it's too far, you know. And if you're way too deep in the blue zone, I don't think you can actually survive that long unless if you actually got that jetpack.
Yeah, that
Is it jetpack? What you called it?
Jammer pack.
I forgot.
Close enough, close enough. So it's a jammer pack that allows you to tank some damage over on the blue zone, and if it depletes, it will start damaging onto your body as well. So it can buy you a little bit more time. So this is the reason why certain teams, they are actually planning to rotate maybe slightly later as compared to the rest. Say Cloud now spots out Void Donkey as well. So those guys on the outskirts did not only interfere, while BTR still on the hunt as well. This time having the markers onto the rest of R3G.
BTR. Quite splitted about between himself. I do see Horror now finally start to engage as well. But elimination-wise, BTR is actually taking a very good lead. They might actually have a run for the eligible point. I do hope we have the same animation where we actually see the teams that's eligible for the chicken dinner for the next one, probably for the smash rule, right? See some sort of markings on top of their the board on the right side. But I love this resort, by the way. This resort, there's so many residential areas, but unfortunately it's not inside of the circle. It's quite far. So Celcom DG Alliance, lucky enough, they do have a couple of vehicles. And yes, this is like my favorite weapon in here, JS9. You guys have to try it out. It's so good when it comes to like mid-range to CQC.
Yeah, I could certainly agree that this weapon so far has been one of the most lethal out of the whole SMG category. Back then, you know, players loved the vectors. They loved their meaty weapons coming into all the altercations. But when it comes down to JS9, the rapid fire response rate is absolutely going to just blow whatever vest that they're holding. Doesn't matter if it's going to be a level 3. So I want to see more players on that JS9, as we are now centered into the open territories of Hongshan instead of being directly throughout the hillside. RNG is holding it within the city, so you can see that RNG has got a lot of business to do, and they are on that 2-2 split. So Range, Jappy, they got to regroup before it's too late. Just look at all these vehicles moving into the territory. It's looking super scary at the moment.
Twice in a row now, RNG got inside the circle, but can they defend? Can they hold? That's the thing. And Hongshan, like I mentioned, is a lot of flat flames there. Yes, there's some covers, but it's not deep enough for them to just completely hide themselves from the vision of their enemies. And BTR see the floor and is straight away going for D Xaviers, who being knocked down on one player before. I don't know, is it a go time or not for BTR yet, because they try to circle around just in case if there's any third party coming from behind, because we saw how concentrated Hongshan area just now.
Yeah, and they waste no time that to zone away the rest of these members of D Savior. So it's forcing D Savior to cut their way out of their way around. But here comes the champions of the world, D plus Kia, arriving, taking down high Bush. And I believe that's going to be Razy down. Follow up next is going to be also getting exchanged by the side of Snape. A little bit confusing on the names because BTR have alternate names, but Chips gets blown out. Great work from Federales to hold down the line.
That's a big nade drop by the side of Federalis just now. Can turn things around, but Noble, the star player of DK, he will try to make sure he put Federalis grounded down there. It's going to be one more player of BT he has to deal with right now. He needs to eliminate and execute the entire member. If not, they might actually call themselves back as the entire group. So Noble, he's trying. No, you can't climb out of that. It's not going to be wide enough. Ah!
That's a little bit wasted opportunity, but he does have the help coming in from the Savior. BTR, despite getting that 7th elimination, they got taken down a little too early, and now the nades are falling in. Noble, it's not done just yet.
Oh, he might get flushed out by the rest of these Xaviers. It's 3v1, but if Noble clutches one, he got one already. Wait a minute! He can actually do it! It's a 3v1! And this is World Champions, by the way. At what level and high quality play that was. But the rest of DK is nowhere near to save him. Lamborghini drop a big one. Return the favor back on Noble, and that finished him off straight away. But hey, for the rest of DK, they still can revive their teammate. And Fabian did not waste any time at all. And just go straight to... Did he recall? Yeah, he just did. He recalled Noble back. And in an instant, it wasn't even 5 seconds. He was being boxed in just now.
Everybody, you gotta treat Fabian a big dinner right after the whole show ends because he just saved the team completely. That was a really timely manner as well. He's like, okay, Nobu, you can buy as much time as you want. If you can take more points, even better, because I'm just gonna bring you back. The only problem is they are now over onto the outskirts, but that knock point is going to be absolutely opened up because there's just too many of all these teams around Fengshan. But over in the corner, ASI8 is going to take on CD Alliance.
There's going to be a lot of thinning of crowd when it comes to the south of Fengshan. Look at how concentrated it is. But on the northern side, we have ASI8 if South Community Alliance fighting as well. Next is going to be RNG. Now, RNG being offered second opportunity here with this circle. But unfortunately, they have to deal with so many teams. But at least Regicide is a bit busy against Vampires, who's wiping the floor clean by Mormon, taking the lead charge alongside with Onsens. They lost one player before, and Tony K still bleeding on the ground. While Regicide now have to deal with RNG. Unfortunate for the side of Regicide, they can't do a thing. They're being hammed both ways.
Yeah, it's just a late rotation coming from VPE to just cut into the corners where R3G was trying to hold over onto these warehouses, but it seemed like they were absolutely overwhelmed. There were pressure coming out of these members of RNG, as well as, so far, RNG looking really solid on how they've been able to hold out. YG around the corner, which, of course, I was expecting more players to mark onto them. They are just so elusive right now, and they're about to pose a threat onto everybody else.
Oh, we've seen so many fights. There's still 14 teams in here. There's so many teams still alive, thanks to the recall tower just now. But on the side of RNG, they're doing so much work just to defend their grounds here. But YG, like you mentioned, they're still alive. They're the closest one to actually score that benchmark smash rule point. So if they're eligible after this map, I mean, if they score another 10 points without the chicken, it's still going to be A-okay because they still have a full squad.
Yeah, like overall, they can play the waiting game and then play towards stage 7 onwards if they can actually make it to stage 7, of course. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, it's going to be Horror Esports as they will take on some of the members of Voing Donkey. And they managed to just bring them all down. Voing Donkey, they did go for the recall early on. And this is not going to be a clear call because D plus Kia has also arrived on the outskirts. And on the other side, A1 Esports.
Oh, no. I do hope Hora do have the emergency barricade flare though. They need this so bad right now. There's not many covers they can actually hide themselves from the bullets flying over this side. The containers will last them a bit, but will not be long. It's just going to be a temporary cover for now. They need more covers than this. But Southcom DJ Alliance also picking their fights from afar. Unfortunately for ASI8, they're also bowing out early twice in a row. But at least this time they scored themselves a 4 elimination.
Yeah, there's just only a hole for the rest of all these CD Alliance to actually hold on to. Unfortunate enough for some of these guys from ASI8. 4 points, at least is a little bit of something. While Jimmy managed to eventually cover Olio just by that crease of it. Now going to be falling back to see if he can just pick up some of all these vehicles and be on the move once more. D plus Kia, they've got back into the same compound to collapse up against the members of the Savior because they already got that info. The rest of Vampire Esports, they just converge all together to try to wrap up this fight up against RNG, but the nades are falling right in. Gotta keep themselves safe for now, and Nate he's going for that push.
The sixth elimination across the board for Vampires. It's midnight here in Southeast Asia, but unfortunately they did not bite their victim just yet. RNG, what a play, what a defense to redeem themselves from the first map early on. It just flawlessly showing how they move as a unit to defend their grounds. But unfortunately, the circle moved away from them. But at least they got some standard shops nearby. They need to replenish themselves as long as they got the coins. But next, it's going to be another fight for the right side of the circle of Hongshan. It's going to be A1 fighting against Celcom Digitalized. It's going to be a four-way war probably because there's another team, Sam9, eyeing out A1 as well. They got cornered all around for A1.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough ordeal as they're just by the rim of the zone, but there's nowhere for them to step in because Olio is also holding them out despite only having 2 members at this current moment. I mean, I could say the same about CD Alliance. They're also by the outskirts, but this is a perfect view to take on Rowdy. Now there's only going to be 1 member left. Hitman just try to actually hold him down. And once again, Zenline has arrived towards this vicinity to go against the rest of CD Alliance once more. But quickly as they arrive, they also got taken down. They won that spot where A1's currently hiding. 2 members being knocked. And CD Alliance, how did they get away without getting harmed at all? Because they're getting those free sprays on top of Seb9. And here comes the nades.
Smooth criminal Olio just now. His tracking was superb by taking so many players down while not being punished at all for his crimes. Celcom Digital Lines earlier, he got the sight, he got the vision of everybody else, but at the same time, this is a flat plane. It's so easy to spot all the players. He's been shot down as well. Now Kama hits him, got punctured 1 tire. How to drive this thing? It's not going to work anymore. Hurrah! Coming in out of nowhere, coming up from long shot. And that's going to be Celcom Digital Lines hit by Karma straight in the face. I don't know if there's any recall tower in this very small circle now, Contra.
Not at all. Not within sight, as we can see from the minimap. But Jimmy, he's still doing the damage. And instead, he crashes out the rest of Void Donkey. He's a miracle worker, I tell you. And he's got that JES9. And it's only 11 extra bullets. He's utilized everything on the line to keep the chances afloat for Celcom Digi Alliance.
Don't forget YG is still well and alive. They already at 23 points. We don't even add those position rankings yet. But for Hora, spotted out Sam9. Yuhai's down on the ground. D Xavier's neck. Lamborghini cooking up the nade. Trying to toss over to the side of D plus here. And they will receive it on the side of Osal. He chipped down to 50% of HP left. And this is going to be tough. They are neighbors, but none of them actually anywhere inside of a circle. Yet they have to deal with this, and it's a 3-way war.
Yeah, they're not allowing each other to actually budge, so I guess they just gotta scrap until somebody falters, and that somebody is Noble! What a toss coming out of Lambo. And Chips, he's gonna be on the mark, but he does not actually receive any form of reprieve because Chips, he cannot afford to even step out of the building at this moment. Osel, he's buying enough time. He does get the save. D plus Kia, they still have 3 healthy members at least.
They already recalled once for Nobu just now, so they can't recall anymore when it comes to the tower recalls on the side of the Plaska. There's only 1 chance for them, but they will leave Chips behind to be the bait for the Xaviers while they reposition himself on the flank side. I love that off-angle reposition on the side of D Plaska, but next is gonna be grenade galore on the side of Hora. They're being ambushed, and that's gonna be heavy incendiary units flying over the side of Hora, and they have to just pinch it out all the way through the containers, but Seikla YG is on the move.
Yeah, they're closing whatever gap that there is. Hora slowly getting hunted down. Nova goes down on the ground, and even Dingo Savior goes out of this match. We might actually see YG get 2 chicken dinners back-to-back in this round.
Oh, but the chicken will not actually finish the game yet, but they definitely already beyond surpassed the bench point of Smash Rule eligible points by now. Noble still scattered. Also been taken down by YG. Man, what precision, crispy a spray that works. The Noble trying to do some damage control. Saycloud been taken over by Noble, but the rest of YG know exactly where he's at, and that's gonna be chicken in a back-to-back. YG, if they scored a hat-trick chicken dinner, that's it for our PMRC. It's just YG.
It might just be a full dominance out of Yangon Galacticos. Myanmar rises over the top as these champions from the PMCL has been able to take 2 back-to-back wins. It says, tell you what, Romeo, you can take a break because Say Clouds got their back.
They got themselves 100% already over to the point benchmark. For the next chicken, there's still a shot for any team if they actually set themselves for the benchmark. Example, if the second place got 30 points already as well, we're going to tally up the scores by end of this map. If they score the chicken, it's done for YG too. They can't do it.
And if in the case that YG does not score another chicken dinner, they still have to maintain the highest amount of points, which is so hard to do. You saw how ferocious all these teams are battling up each other. I thought for a moment D plus Kiev could have actually gotten a really good opportunity to actually close out this matchup, but despite those 9 elimination points, they did not have enough firepower because the rest of the Savior was holding them down.
And not just that, the women Noble got separated from the rest of the team. And Say Cloud exactly now where
he definitely should actually get the MVP once more, but it has been Say Cloud that actually contributes a whole lot in this match with 6 elimination points. He gets denied, but hey, Renee, he definitely can wait for another one. Who knows? One more chicken dinner might actually just be because of his heroics in this match. This time, a lot more headshot percentage coming from Say Cloud.
But when it comes to YG, my name Romeo the Say Cloud, and wow, what a performance. I think just now the MVP was Romeo Money. I mean, he should get this MVP, right?
Yeah, and overall, it seems like Point Donkey has been having a very rough start where they have been chased over by some of these members of Cellcom DG Alliance as well in these early game. But you can say the same. Cellcom DG Alliance, they tried to go for the revive point, and eventually, with 2 of them going for the recall, it became a little bit of a tough situation. And then this compound that was held by a majority of all these players out there seemed to be pretty much hightailing out of that situation, and somehow it was only down to Jimmy by the course of that run to be holding down the line for Cellcom DG line. So it has been a fruitful day out for some of these teams out there, but of course it's far from over. YG though, this is a massive 21 points that they've gained in this round.
I don't know how he hides himself so well, but on the start of him,
that concludes our run inside of round 2 in this Rondo Cup, and the next round might actually be the turning point for the rest of the team, because they got to start realizing that all of these matches will actually be concluded if Yangon Galacticos gets another one in the bag.
Super difficult for them to secure that one last chicken dinner that will mean the entirety of the PMRC. But we cannot oversee that the fact that D plus Kia is actually might catching up when it comes to the overall points later on. So we're gonna have to wait and see for the overall rankings.
True enough, and take a look at that. Cellcom DJ Alliance, 14 points. 14 for Horror Esports. 15 for D plus Kia. They can also catch up to the margins out of Yangon Galacticos. All they need is those chicken dinners out there, and there's only 4 more matches to go. So is there going to be enough time for the rest of the pack to do so? Yangon Galacticos now 41 points. 2 chicken dinners. They look almost unstoppable, but I think they definitely will need to defend their very dear lives because everyone else in the lobby don't want the night to end this way.
I assure you, YG wants to end it that way.
For sure.
They got way more than they already more than eligible enough. But for DK, there's gonna be one more map for them to just be eligible enough to wrap things around with this smash rule here. But BTR is not too far off any of the teams on the top 8, probably down to Vampire's side. Whoever got himself double digit right now, and whoever got the next chicken dinner, that's going to be the strongest rival for YG. So if they don't wrap things up quickly, I've seen this happen before and too many times, they will regret it. Because imagine if you just one more map away and just need to score that chicken dinner, but by the end of a couple of maps probably, the teams that are actually on the 10th place will actually win the entirety of PMRC because they scored the chicken after they're eligible enough for the next one.
That's right, and of course, that being said, match 3, this is going to be the clutch point if YG could just take it all the way with the triple chicken dinner. And, you know, they've already hit that benchmark. They've already got everything sorted. Now it's rinse and repeat time, but I think it just gets harder and harder to do. The teams will now need to also focus where exactly does YG drop. You take them first and foremost, then they actually get another shot to just have a deeper run throughout the night. So it's just so much pressure now surmounting onto these members of YG, despite really showing us a pure dominant display for 2 rounds back to back.
If YG can actually score the next chicken dinner, I think it's pretty safe to we just declared them as the kings of Rondo right now. I mean, they scored double chicken back to back in the first 2 maps. I mean, it shows that how much they just already studied and revised over Rondo's map as an esport map in PUBG Mobile esports scene. So if YG really can score this one, I mean, like, that's huge. And I think it's a reality slap for the teams out there to know the fact that, hey, teams like YG already kind of finished their studies with this map right now.
Yeah, and when we think about it, this is under Smash rule as well. Even if you implement pretty much every element of Rondo into a typical, usual super format, right? Where everyone's just collecting maximum points. You can see how this map is going to be such a big booster where, you know, if you want to farm elimination points, this is the place to do so. All these teams are going for recalls, you know, like, yeah, the more the better. You can just keep going on and on and on. And it's been so fun where we finally get to see all these pro players realize, oh, I can now buy back my teammates. Okay, well, let's actually get that done. I can now call in the cavalry. I can bring in all these barricades and fights. I can even last longer outside the blue zone. There's just so much more to do. And Rondo, if you guys have not tried it, make sure, go ahead, download that map right now. Play it. You're gonna have a long, fun night just hanging out with your friends in this crazy terrain.
I personally want to thank ATR for that really great use of the recall tower, because, you know, at first I thought, hey, can you only revive one player or can you actually revive the entire lineup? And it just shows that he was a solo player and he managed to recall the entire crew just now. That was big, and it was a turnaround or a turning point for the team as well. But for the next one, we do have the third map of Rondo. Will it be YG or will it be somebody else? Because we're going to have to wait and see. And just now for the side of D plus Kia, you know what? It's a good strategy still on the side of DK plus, just D plus Kia, when they revive. Like, I definitely saw that Noble have very good communication with the team, because he just, tried to take as much elimination points that they were counting when Noble will actually get eliminated, and straight away revive him instantly, because they're just waiting around the recall tower in the blue zone for the sake of just for Noble. But that's also a very good strategy to use the recall tower. You put one player as the demolition machine and just wait around the recall tower for that fragger if he ever get eliminated by the other team.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree. And then even D plus Kia has also utilized this strategy. You saw they were fighting into this tight area against DX and also some other squads at the very same time. And down to Nobu, we thought that the entire team is gone, but we missed that there was one player not joining them at all. And their captain was just saying, just commit to that fight because we can bring you back. Sure, they're playing outside the play zone just to get those teammates back, but once they're back on track, you saw that was a top 2 finish. A master class coming out of D plus Kia, despite falling so close to the line to take on the rest of Yangon Galacticos. So we could see that there's just plenty of all these big ideas coming out of our teams all around South Asia and Southeast Asia. So far, Southeast Asia having pretty much a dominant run coming in from Yangon Galacticos, and we even saw BTR catching up. They have plenty of elimination points despite bowing out early. CD Alliance are also within that radar with this 14 points gathered in this round itself. So it's been pretty hefty, but it is far from over unless, if YG says, nah, nobody gets to play the game more than I do, and just seal the fates of everybody else with one more chicken dinner, then I guess everybody's just gotta put more homework onto what Rondo is all about.
No, the thing is, just now, the way D plus Kia plays, it just gives me a different light of how you can actually play Rondo, right? How ATR plays, I'm sorry, I still cannot get over about the recall tower, because it was such a big impact for the last map just now, because of how ATR, they managed to revive the whole crew, because that one player managed to survive and reset the entire lineup. There's one thing, is good news for solo player who just have to shoulder the burden alone to the very end, like how we used to see in the previous tournaments and the leagues before this, right? But there's also a new strategy that can be developed in the future. I'm not surprised if the players start to think about this now, based on how D plus Kia actually plays. If you just put 2 players as a heavy hitters, just to go gun blazing crazy, just let them off the leash and just be crazy about the eliminations, and the other 2 players just guarding over the recall tower, so they can revive the other 2 players, just that actually trying to gain elimination as much as they can. That's also a strategy. Like, you play, this is how we play like split when it comes to the previous circles in Miramar or in Erangel, where you have the 2-2 split. The other 2 players already be in the center of the circle. The other 2 is just trying to wipe people from the back and bulldoze people from behind. It's pretty much almost the same concept, but different approach using the recall tower. Now, that can be done whether you want. For me, that should be done with the recall tower that's way out of the safe zone. So the other 2 players must have well stocked up reviving items or health items and good vehicles, just to withstand themselves to be in the blue zone waiting out while the other 2 players try to get as much elimination as ever. And if they die, and if they turn into a box afterwards, they just revive straight instant, like how DK players did just now for Noble. And then you just can come back from behind from that blue zone and just go straight into the safe zone with the vehicles and already stocked up supplies for their survival if they happen to be way too deep in the blue. So there's so many ways to play Rondo now.
There's just a lot of alternatives out there, and I love how you have all these grand schemes all mapped out on how these pro players will ideally play. Now, I want to see who's going to be that bad guy to camp on those recall towers. Like, oh, you want to save your teammates? No can do, buddy. You gotta pay those taxes because I'm guarding this place with my dear life. You guys don't get your revives. I'm gonna take you down, and you will not with this matchup. So that could also happen. And who they gotta stop right now? YG. 2 chicken dinners in a row. The rest are starving. So this clash, it has to continue. If YG takes this one, this might just be our very last match. We'll have to see here in the PMRC.
The third map will be the last, or will be the first for the other teams that will be eligible as well. I can't wait to see the overall ranking board later on. Will there be any markings about the team that are already eligible for the points just to have to score the chicken dinner? Now, YG, they scored multiple chicken, but this is going to be the most important one. This is going to be the most biggest chicken dinner that will matter for them when it comes. And this is the first ever Contra Smash rule implemented at the global stage level, and also the first stage that we get to see Rondo in action at the global level event here. So this is a very good peak, or what your prediction that's going to be future plays when it comes to this time.
And good luck if you to be soldier. Well, speaking of which, we're already getting another hot job. SI8 versus CD Alliance. With last round, this is exactly where ASI has dropped. It is an alternative line company from Telcom Digital Alliance. They gotta quickly pick up whatever. I think Lucas only got a knife with him. This is not good enough. He's getting prepared. He does have the AKM, so at least his teammates got to back him up at this current moment. Leon's already going for that trade right at this moment. Inside of Leon's factory and test track, we also do have a big drama. That's about 4 teams or 3 teams inside of test track at this moment.
And we have a very similar circle just like we had in the first map just now. We talked about the factory and also the task track will be one of the hottest spots. And we already have, like you mentioned, everybody dropping themselves in the hot spot and everybody fighting each other. Voidnogi already lost one of their players. Yes, I8 still can revive that one player that's still being knocked down, which can be Casanova. But it's difficult for Huzaifa to reach out to him. For Adikluk and Leon, they try to flush out Huzaifa or try to bait him out from his hiding spot. But at least for the side of Huzaifa, he got his arsenals ready. He still got himself some rifles to work with.
Sure enough, QBZ in hand. Level 1 hit gear though, gotta not overpeak because it's gonna be a little bit britter when it comes down to going for the exchange. But at least he's marked out the location of both members of Telcom Digital Alliance, but they gotta be wary as well. Oleo's going in for the flank. Now we move into the test tracks as well as Neon's factory. The exchange coming through. 7-11 Element versus the rest of Void Donkey. Shami now priming those grenades. This is gonna be a tight squeeze in order to find ending it all, but I want to see what happens from here on because Point Donkey, they're about to retaliate.
Ooh, Shami, there's a nice nade on Vax, who's actually was trying to close the distance between him and the rest of 7-Element player Talha, trying to find if there's any remaining members of Point Donkeys lurking around. But this is the problem with this area, right? It's just so many structures in between. It's difficult to clear up the corners to see if there's anybody else is there. Unfortunately enough for Void Donkey, they haven't got enough resources here. I don't know if they can actually withstand this with the rest of 7-Element. Do have quite decent gears to start off their fight. As this first, still as per usual, first stage, crazy fight.
Yeah, perfectly executed by Shami as well as Tala. Though it has been a little bit of a close call. Meanwhile, we go back into the fight where we started things off over on the northwestern part of the map. CD Alliance now trying to zone them off. Zidion's finally getting taken down. So Huzaifa, he is feeling a little bit more confident with this push. Still seeking out that member of Telcom Digital Alliance. Also spotting out Oleo running around these corners. Holding on to that QBZ one score. Oleo now closes up the distance. And that nade connects! Oh my goodness! Now it's down to a 1v1.
It was a brilliant move coming out from the side of ASI8. Unfortunately for Telcom Digital Alliance, down to only 2 players. ASI8, I mean, baby is still bleeding out. They can actually do a lot of work here. Still can finish off the rest of Telcom Digital Alliance. But Telcom Digital Alliance, we saw how the recall tower worked just now prior to this map. So they can actually try to disengage if they need to and just go for an exit out, because right now it's going to be a 4v2. Not a great odds for Celcom Digi Alliance, but for ASI 8, you cannot leave anybody survive on the side of Celcom Digi Alliance. We saw how that happened before. It's just going to be reset for that solo survivor.
Yeah, speaking of a reset right now, it's going to be Baby to be picked off. And I think Luke sees this as an opportunity to cut right across. He does get the reset, but it's going to be an S12K prepared by the corners of the door. Baby waiting for him to actually cut across. This is not going to be so straightforward. And now he's down pretty low. And that swerve! That swing from Baby secures it. Now it's only one member left for Celcom Digi Alliance.
Ooh, Dalha. That was big Nick coming up from the side of Parjin. Finish off the rest of the players of 7 Element. I think that's the last one of it. No, not really. That's just the first one to be taken now. I don't know where all the rest of 7 Element players actually are. They're quite scattered about. They're still around the factory areas. New York's factory. It's one of the trickiest place to actually play in there. Due to how big the factory is actually with multiple levels as well. It's not going to be easy for them to find the rest of the members of 7th Elements.
Yeah, certainly agree with that. And initially, it was Void Donkey that was also fighting around that spot. Now, take a look inside of the temples. It seems like there is a recall spot here. Premium 1, as a matter of fact. This premium store is going to offer so much, as we've talked about this before. You can open blind boxes. You can make big purchases of whatever weapons and even level 3 gears, as you can see in this township. So, this is going to be a big restock coming in for the team that has been able to secure it. Meanwhile, as I was mentioning before, Void Donkey, we saw a few members collapse through the hands of 7th Element. They have already recalled majority of their members. They're back to all 4.
Now, we did see a glimpse of Lo Hua Sing. It sounds all great to go shopping there, but the question is, it's going to be a tough shopping. You need to fight so many guards. Look at that. How many guards are there? And these guards, not just 1 or 2. Some of people actually have to eliminate 15 guards and 2 commanders. And these guards' damage is crazy painful. I don't know if you can actually go solo-handedly in there by yourself. You're going to have abundance of resources to deal with the rest of the guards by yourself. I don't know if a YG player can actually do that. But also, when you're fighting around the guards, you're going to attract so many teams to just come over to that site and steal all those goodies from you too. So it's high risk, high reward, but is it really worth it?
I think it should be worth it. If you're going to be YG, you need all these resources, right? Like, you got to fight things off by having the better weaponry, the better kind of stocks. But as long as BTR is around that vicinity, I don't think that YG should actually attempt to do so just yet. Hitman now challenges San. It's going to be a quick exchange as Baz goes in for that quick drop with the JS9. That's how we like it. New weaponry, heavy firepower, and R3G. They get that perfect pickoff.
You know, I'm surprised how, despite it's a very big map, that so many teams actually have their players scatters so far apart, including Regicide. We only saw 1 player there. There's nobody else will come to his aid if he ever needs one. Or maybe they're just waiting at the recall tower like we expected it to be. But YG fighting against M9. This a bit high risk, high reward, but the rest of the comrade of YG already here. Oh no, it's actually M9. All of them swarming around that 1 player of YG. But it's Master Smile. We don't know how great he can get when it comes to the CQC, and he actually just go under the noses of M9 without getting punished. Just smooth criminal, buddy.
Yeah, that was supposed to be a 2 versus 1. How did Trexie just get taken out like that by Master Smile? Just beats the odds right now. Now it's going to be High that does get a glimpse of where he's currently at, but the pushes are coming right through. S12K versus S12K, who actually hits the shot. High soaking the damage. Master Smile! Double takedown. Beautiful work on that M4.
Oh my god, that was huge. What a clutch. XM9, where are the rest of them?
Swimming.
I think he's probably trying to find himself a recall tower at some point, because there's nobody can save Mika. And I think his ATR player is stealing away those shots from afar. On the side of YG, That was something else by Smile. He solo-handedly just carried those 2 elimination points by himself.
You know, 7-9, they had one job, and that was to take out the past 2 rounds of the champ. YG, they just say, I double dare you. Just try to go up against one of my members. Oh, look at this. It's a bird cage. So the birds will scream if they sense movement.
I hate this. I hate this.
And let's hope that YG don't have any of all these birds telling them, hey, the team is right here. Take them down.
Imagine if it's a parrot, right?
Right.
And he just called out the team's name. Now that's going to be a sucker for sure. Yeah, I know, right? And it's like you can treat the birds like sensor. It's like sensor activated, you know, and it will be screaming. But on the side of DX, well, they're not screaming, but they're definitely happy. They managed to shot down one of Regicide players. And there's so many teams still inside of the blue zone. Oh, finally somebody using the Jammer backpack. This is so good. It's so difficult to find in the game itself. I never get to find it, but I don't know what's the plan for Casanova, but maybe he's just, you know, trying to wait things out and just take the blue for a bit. And ASI, they still have a full squad.
There's a saying that goes, sit still and be pretty like a flower vase. And I think that he's definitely feeling really beautiful right now. He's not opting to move because he wants to be safe at this moment. He doesn't care if he's going to be inside the blue zone as well because he's already got that jabber pack, like you said, right? Now, what's interesting to note is this circle. It could end up in Luhuasing. It could go to Meiran, Yungu, Factory, or even Test Track. But there is a big EMP zone by the corners of the Test Track as well as Neox Factory. So these teams, they're stuck and they gotta finish the fight.
Worst case scenario just happened here. They happen to be in the EMP zone, so their reticles will actually not be usable. Their vehicles cannot be used as well. They have to wait it out until the EMP zone diminish itself. And just now, it sounds evil coming from my side, but we love very tricky circles, right? Imagine if the circle ended up on top of Lohua Singh, and it's within the area of where all the gods are.
And then we have a big problem. You don't just have those 60 over players who need to fend off each other. You now have to fight guards as well. So I want to see that happen, to be honest, Choo, because that is going to throw a huge curveball at these guys out there. 7-9 still having Fury to survive. Meanwhile, not only the reticles couldn't be used if you were going to be around the Neox Factory Test Track, even if you're hoping for a recall, you can't recall during that EMP timer. So if you were to engage in the fight, it's going to be very, very risky, which is why we understand why certain teams are just holding back for the moment. YG, they're camping out by the solar panels. Interesting to note as they are definitely getting themselves a field of region to work out with, but not too far off. I believe that is going to be Hora Esports that is just right across.
They're waiting it out. No, they know how important this chicken dinner is for them, for the rest of YG. So they're playing a bit more patient, a bit more conservative, knowing that too much at stake here. Well, D plus Kia, we don't see any actions coming out from them. Same goes for BTR. We saw some of the players bleeding out, but I don't know what really happened to them. These Xavier's taken out one by one, the players of Regicide, but they managed to revive as well. But back on the side of ASI 8, we do know that someone from ASI do get that jetpack. That last time we saw it was Casanova, but the rest of the teams, I think they are fighting in the blue zone right now.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while to actually wrap up whichever altercation it is. Meanwhile, it's always going to be BTR as well as DRS that bound to meet each other very early on. This time it's going to be a high damage. Moving around. Oh my goodness gracious! Federalis! He just opened the door. That's not how you greet a visitor, but he's definitely going to greet a whole lot more with that S12K in hand. Trying to actually tap across, not going to hit his mark just yet. This is just a tight squeeze. There's barely enough health left for that member of DRS, but Federalis can hold his ground very well.
Oh, this Federalis going crazy, of course. This guy, this player is wild when it comes to dealing with the eliminations by himself. He doesn't have a care in the world, even though despite it's 2v1. Nobody's stopping him at all. I love this game, but when it comes to the teams that's fighting right now, Vampires, ASI8, and also Vedrella seems to be very up on the northern side. They're the furthest one away from the circle, which is going to be on the outskirts of Yungu. So I was hoping for Law Horsing, and we didn't get that circle, though.
It's not too shabby though. I mean, just take a look at this fight. Whoever wins this spot gets to go in for the recall. They're fighting tooth and nail. Killer YT versus Federalis, and even maybe on that outskirt, ASI wants to chime in. YT, he's slowly getting tagged, and he is bringing in the JS9. And here comes Federalis knocking on the doorways while the shreds are coming right through. You cannot afford to stay for far too long. As the tags come through, it is going to be UZM that brings him down.
UZM, the IGL himself, take matters into his own hands, while DRS, YTT, he has to deal with all the players of ASI. It is approaching inside, and we saw how aggressive Baby can get. He's trying to do it one more time. YTT has to go for the CQC here, forcing Baby to go straight confrontation, opening up the doors for the side of Baby. I feel sorry for the door right now, but more sorry for the side of YTT and DRS. Where on that? Well, we talked about this. He's waiting. Gente is just literally waiting at the recall tower.
Yep, and he says, okay, it's fine. They can have that recall tower because we are on the outskirts, calling in the cavalry once again. But look at them. This is stage 3, and it's starting to hurt a whole lot more. Delta, he's already soaking damage the moment that he drops right in. Now, is there any resources at all? Because Delta, he might need to find a vehicle to just quickly get in the zone safely.
I mean, getting the recalls is great and everything, but at the same time, you're going in without anything at all. And first and foremost, they have to find themselves vehicles because they're way too far deep in the blue. Back on the side of these Xaviers, Levi will be revived by Persian. Well, I don't know where are the rest of the players right now. They're quite scattered about. I think they split into 2-2 right here, right now. And I think they're going to be okay. Both of them getting revived, so back on their 4 players. And don't forget, YG is still a full squad and still untouchable.
Yeah, this is just going to be a long standout. Meanwhile, Newsy gets picked up. Really cheeky angle coming out of Noble as we see him scouting out about. So that's one member last for the side of Vampire Esports at the moment. They've already secured 3 points, so I guess Newsy, who's always on that scouting duty, sometimes gets himself in a tough scenario. He's still mining. The Savior, they've been trying to dig holes, but where exactly can they finally maybe cover themselves with these holes? Because Levi's already getting shot.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why he's trying to he was trying to dig himself a crate. But I think he was trying to revive on Levi first. But there's no time for him to dig any crate for himself to make himself a good nature barricade. One side of Celcom Digital Alliance back with Sam 9. Seems to be counter fire on what their plan was on Celcom Digital Alliance repositioning for the side of Olio. Keep an eye out for Olio because he got really cheeky angle when it comes to getting those shots from afar.
Well, this could be 2 members being collapsed by Mika. Quick takedowns as is also being replied by these members on the outskirts. Farron does get the tackle onto Adiklu, and it is down to only Yuhai. It's pretty daunting as he has to go for Olio right now. He's on the wheels, and the taps are coming from another alternate angle. Now Olio looks for that grenade. It might just be enough to take out the entirety of Zeb. Now he's on the open, and here we go, the toss, and he does not survive. Olio secures it to take down the Tigers.
Now, it's mission time for the side of Olio to find that recall tower and also a vehicle for himself to run away in this mess. Hopefully he can find himself or bomb into any recall tower nearby, but the time is not really his best friend right now. Pretty much his worst enemy, because a few seconds to go and it's going to be a painful stage number 5, Blue Zone, hunting him down. On the side of YG, they still get themselves eliminations. I don't know, nobody actually touching YG yet.
They're just so elusive. They're just not revealing fully on where exactly they're hunting out for the moment. We are already getting exchanged. Vampire Esports versus DK because they want blood. They want to advance their fallen ally where they've managed to take down Newsy, excuse me, where Fabian is now trying to at least go for an exchange. Mormon does have a little bit of that high ground and a couple of all these vehicles and the bodies to restock whatever is necessary as well. But Mormon, he's going over Blue Zone to try to wrap things around because he knows this is not going to be a safe space to be. There are other teams on board, and that's going to be PTR just by the quarter back.
Oh, but at the same time, he's digging their own grave. They tried to turn things around by coming up from the back, but it's just well guarded by the rest of BTR players. Snape was waiting it all day long. But next, BTR is no rest time for them, no downtime at all, because they have to deal with B+. And next is going to be ATR fighting against Void Donkey.
My Void Donkey now having a big collateral to deal with. The rest of these members of ATR tries to serve right past and might actually get themselves a little bit more of a fighting chance. They're trying to salvage Potato as he's still limping over on the quarters of that shack, while the rest of the field, ATR slowly closes right through. It's a circle ping-pongs all the way back towards the far west, but the battle continues on. ATR soaking up that grenade as Vexy manages to turn the tides around. Mad Cat tries to go for the exchange as well. The bullets coming from the outside, and it might just be another team on board. Federales takes down Gante.
Oh, Void Donkey Razak try to save his mate or try to deal with the ATR player first. You need to pick and choose now. Things are not really great for the side of both teams. There are heavy casualties on both sides. BTR eliminated, but still, nonetheless, we saw a great clutch coming out from Federales before. But Maccat, ATR, cooking up the net, hoping it will land on any of the players of Void Donkey. Now, Void Donkey have to deal with two different angles there. ASI-8 and ATR at the same time. Things not looking great or pretty at all on the end of a Void Donkey here. They're being surrounded left and right, even in the center possibly.
Yeah, they really got to wrap up this fight. If they do survive, they can cut their way back into the corners of Beyond's factory to get themselves safely into the zone. UZM does connect that grenade. Vex is already down. Only 2 members left for side of Void Donkey. Don't even think about that revive right now because they've got themselves boxed right through, and the rest of ASI-8. They want to shut them off completely.
ASI-8 coming in, Vaxi, they might get flushed out. Void Donkey, they are in trouble! A bit late for their reaction. Casanova didn't waste any time at all. No hesitance when it comes to taking a shot out on the side of player of Void Donkey. But YG, they were struggling inside of the blue zone just now, lost their player towards ASI-8. And last time I saw, one horror player was tracking the rest of YG players from the back. But back to the fight between ASI-8 and ATR. Huzaifa will be the bait, and I don't know how UZM, the IGL himself, how to deal with this by himself. It's 2v1, and the Nates might flying over very soon. Seems like a perfect trajectory. It was a perfect nail on the side of Mamba.
That was absolutely brutal. They're all pretty much bunched up at ATR. They just dropped the big bag onto them. SI8, they did secure 10 elimination points in this round. A hefty bonus to actually put themselves closer to the passport mark, as that's a big 14-point round for them. But, you know, it's been taking so long in Stage 5. We still have 9 more teams as it slowly depletes. We have Celcom DG Alliance getting taken out outside the play zone. This time only 4 points for them on board. D plus Kia, the world champ, is getting straight on board. It's Yangon Galacticos to shut down their nemesis. D plus Kia was so close, but way too far from entering the zone. And here comes 7 Element, clipped by the rest of DRS.
Deja vu for the side of D plus Kia versus YG once more just now. Seems like D plus Kia base is going to be YG. DRS on the other hand, 7th Element, all of them being grounded down, they're bleeding out. And Delta needs to save his mate first, because it's the moment he tried to go and finish off the rest of 7th Element players are still knocked down the ground, he will get shot down by a different team across the other side of the hill. And YG just put matters into their hands here, taking advantage of being attacked by just arriving. But the problem is, the circle will shrink even further, and time is not on their side. With only 40 seconds on the clock, they need to wrap things up.
We definitely need to do so. Shami is just by the outskirts right now, and that zone is closing towards the side of Horror Esports speaking, which is going to be Levi's and the rest of the Saber. That does take over a lot of room. Open up for YG. YG might actually go in for another chicken dinner. Somebody's got to stop them right now. If there's anyone at all, it might just be 7th Element, because they're moving into the direction of Yangon Galacticos, and this is what we want to see. Can 7th Element do it this time around?
It's 2v4 or 2v3. Seventh Element, despite they were almost all being knocked down before they managed to reset themselves as a full squad. And the other team with a full squad is going to be A1 Esports as well. Now A1 approaching these Xaviers aggressively, just going to take this matter and just finish off the rest of these Xaviers while they try to revive. Well, YG, like we mentioned before, it's going to be a tough one as it's Wolves a 2v4 and the Blues are also not helping at this point. But Romeo from the sidelines trying to finish things off and trying to gatekeep them from the inner side of the circle. But the problem is, can you win this chicken so handily? I don't see any recall towers nearby.
And not at all. I think he just really has to fight tooth and nail for this one. And he will be the last member standing. Well, A1 Esports, they're trying to soak whatever damage that they can tank out and then spot Iron out. They're all being blinded by the smokes being tossed right in. And it might just be something special coming from Paragon because he's still alive for DA Savior in between all the members of A1 Esports. This is absolutely crazy.
Wait,
Three
what?
teams in the same spot.
Paragon!
He's got to do something about this. He's just looting.
Paragon, what are you doing?
What are you doing, my friend?
Paragon!
You gotta do something about this.
Are you kidding me?
Smoke's out.
The smoke dissipated. They didn't. What is going on? Don't they see Paragon? I mean, that was right across. It's just under. Paragon! What? How?
I'm not too sure if the smokes are not rendering or something is actually weird about this whole situation right now because it's going to be A1 Esports that's still hanging on, but Paragon's in the middle of everybody out there, and until now he's still alive.
What sorcery is this? Is this the magical world of Harry Paragon?
I think so. It might just
He managed to get himself an invisibility cloak. He cloaked himself way too much. But Romeo cannot die, or Romeo must die here. It's the question whether they can finally finish off with a smash throw in play. But Romeo got bombarded. And that's going to be YG have to play for another game for the next one. But DX...
Unbelievable. What did we just watch right there, Choo Choo?
I don't know. Don't ask. I don't know. What sorcery is this?
A1 Esports, regardless, they were the big winners to deny that victory from the hands of Yangon Galacticos. Romeo must fall, and I just love your reference right there. Finally, we get ourselves that South Asia dominance right now, showing by the end of this battery. But what did Paragon just pull off? He's in the middle of all these members. Did he just say, hey, don't shoot me, I'm your friend? He's like, okay, buddy, we'll let you hold on. He's just saying, I'm not YG, don't take me down, I'm not YG.
He was
floating.
Like, I don't know, he was mid-air floating, but nobody shot him down. We saw the smoke the moment it dissipates. Nobody, I don't know how he cloaked himself with an invisibility cloak or something, but he was right in the center of A1 players. I don't know what really happened. We might actually have to rewatch the highlight, but for A1, that was still a very good teamwork. They were like zombies, unkillable, indestructible, because they keep on reviving among themselves. Was it? I think A1 was actually the one that using the recall tower as well just now.
It might just actually be the case. I mean, there's so many teams that did exactly just that. But at the very same time, A1, we had Deathstorm that's been able to rack up all these major points, and by far the heaviest hitter on the block, 729 damage to be done by this gentleman that wasn't exactly the gentlest when it comes down to these matches of Rondo. So Choo Choo, it was baffling, it was chaos, it was everything that we asked for, and I
didn't ask for the Paragon moment.
We didn't ask for it, but it was special, you gotta say. So kudos to D Savior. They had a rough run, and when they actually make a statement play, it was just out of this world. It was out of this world, Choo Choo.
It was literally out of Rondo moment. I don't know, is that a black hole or something that nobody can actually spot him out? But that was something.
Maybe he did the hole. Remember, DX was digging holes on so many of these corners? He might just actually find himself a ditch. I don't even know, honestly. I have no clue, no answers whatsoever.
The funniest part, it happened when it was down to the chicken dinner moment. I don't know if pickaxe can actually do that. Now that's some amazing, incredible, superpower pickaxe. If that because of the pickaxe, but you know what? It might be something that we might actually have to overlook at this point. On the side of YG though, that was so close for Romeo to actually score that chicken dinner, because just now, if A1 did not revive themselves, because they almost got obliterated by the Xavier's Paragin, because we saw how he almost took the entire lineup down. They're pretty low when it comes to HP, and if that's gonna be the case, and if Romeo actually march in a bit slightly early and don't have to battle out the blue zone, he might actually get the chicken to finish off based on the smash rule point, right? But unfortunately, he was still at the end, at the edge, way deep in the blue just now. So it's just difficult for him to just have to focus two ways at the same time. But it was so close for YG to, wrap things up for the day.
I absolutely do agree. Where YG, they were overwhelmed because 7th element, they need to rotate into a spot that's feasible to play, and they understood that, hey, that region by the street might actually be playable. The Savior, as well as A1 Esports, there's barely any cover by that street. You saw how many vehicles was parked there. You saw how many smokes were being thrown right in. Yeah, they were desperate to make anything work out of that open spot, and this is why Rondo's so exciting. You have flat down terrains, you have some of all these hillside, and when the circle like this appear, teams are desperate. And I guess when the desperation attempt, Paragin was just like, okay, I'm not gonna move a muscle, I'm just gonna pray. There's a lot of temples here inside Rondo.
He prayed, right?
Yeah, he prayed that he's not spotted out, and somehow, God willingly, A1 Esports was just funneling their attentions like, okay, is there somebody over the south? Let's clear that guy on the south and find themselves their chicken dinner. This is their golden ticket. It's 19 hefty points for A1 Esports.
And for YG, I mean, like, they will want to go for plan B in case there's nobody can actually implement a smash rule to finish off the entirety of this tournament. Might as well just gain as much point as they can. They got 14 points. Now, on top of that 14 plus that 40 points before, that's definitely over 50 points right now. I don't know how big of a gap between them and the second place, but for the teams on the second place, downwards, second, third, and fourth, they need to focus on the smash rule right now, because to chase the points of YG seems to be a huge gap. The margin is quite wide between them, so the best bet for them is just to use but the thing is, nobody nowhere near the smash rule benchmark yet. YG can still win this because these Xaviers, they're only 2 points away to be eligible for the smash rule.
Yeah, anywhere from 2nd place to 6th place, they're about to chop their tickets for the smash effect to take place, and then they still need to look for that one chicken dinner. A1 Esports, they got one chicken dinner. Not quite there on that margin just yet. If it was a 30-pointer, then all they really have to do is just fight YG for it. We even saw White Donkey see the Alliance to try to go in for those late attempts. It wasn't quite enough. This was a really big round for them as well. If they have another 16-pointer run, they could also get themselves into that smash ticket at the very least. But all hopes is not lost just yet for the Savior and everybody else on board, because YG, they did manage to secure a top 3, but that was the closest attempt for Yangon if they could just finish off that fight up against A1 as well as 7th element. So I guess we're in for more, Choo Choo. I
think they were quite the only flaw that YG kind of shows us just now, they were overthinking way too much, because we saw how different they approach when they already know the fact that they're more than eligible enough to get that chicken dinner, right? Based on the smash rule benchmark 30 points. So you saw how conservative, a bit slower than their usual rotation, that kind of bites them back in the back. And due to their slow rotation, they kind of trap themselves in the blue zone multiple times because they try to play as safe as possible. It feels like a bit of counterproductive for the side of YG if they keep overthinking here. But at the same time, you can see that they're very close, yes, but this is higher pressure on the side of YG. They have only, like, what, one more shot. If the next one they couldn't score the chicken, it's gonna be tough because we do know that A1, Esports, GK, D Xaviers, even BTR and 7th Element will actually chase the points up, and they might be eligible when we end this map and this run. So they have to make it now, or it's gonna be open for everybody else for the top 6 teams.
Yeah, I think that is where it gets really scary for Yangon Galacticos. So I think D Saber has felt it before. Even some of all these names like Vampire Esports have been denied opportunities back then. So perhaps you're really playing the long game right now in order to, further drain the mentality of Yangon Galacticos. But I think that Yangon Galacticos are still looking very, very hopeful. It is another top 3 finish. Imagine if this continues on with that level of consistency and then we hit into match 6. They can just wait it out if none of these teams can score that chicken dinner. But that is a very big risk because, like you mentioned, a lot of these teams from 2nd place down to 7, arguably 8 as well as 9, they're about to book their ticket into that eligibility to end the night under that smash rule with a chicken dinner. So it's a scary afterthought, Choo. After this next match, if Yangon does not close this, it's going to be a long night.
It's going to be a long night for them, especially when you know the fact that you're already number 1 for 2-3 maps in a row right now. All you need to do, you only have one job, and that's going to be scoring the chicken, and that's going to be the toughest job for them right now. And the moment they miss this map, it's going to be tough, especially when it comes to the teams like in the 6th place. They're like, 20 points? And if they score 30 by end of this run with a chicken dinner, or even without any eliminations, and they are the one for the next map that actually scores the chicken dinner, how painful can it be for you? Like, you're almost this close to win it over, and in the very last minute the other points and the other teams start to catch up and just being eligible to just score the chicken next one, and they won with lesser points than you have.
Yeah, it definitely feels super duper frustrating. As much as, in essence, everybody's already winning a little something in return, but imagine $5,000 to be guaranteed and it just slips away from you, and then you're gonna lose sleep for sure. I mean, it's been a crazy night of action so far. Rondo has been action-packed from start all the way to finish, and the beauty of this recall feature in this map just goes to show you that, hey, now we have a lot more action. We can take fights. We can do a little bit more dramatic fashion of fights to occur for a very, very long time until teams get super exhausted. So I think that this map so far keeps everybody on our toes, and up till now, I'm still looking forward for even more crazy stuff to be shown to us, because we've seen maybe certain maps where D-Saber was thinking, okay, where can I dig a hole? And then you have Vampire Esports as well as DRS. Where can I climb to the tallest peak in this map? Next, do we get teams to be on the gliders, to be floating around, receiving information? Do we actually see teams challenging those guards? Because we get ourselves a little bit of that view into the city of all these high premium loot areas, and we have yet to actually see contests for areas like Lo Huaxing. I want that to happen in these upcoming maps.
We're mean, okay? We just take it. But also, not just, we don't, so far, maybe because it's a new map, so the circle quite centralizing. It's not too far up the north, it's not around the edges of the map. So, I mean, another premier place for us to see the guts in action is going to be Rinjiang. So, if the circle did end it up there, I would be satisfied as well. But so far, it's more towards the side of Nyok's factory, around most of it just on the outskirts of Lo Huaxing. I think twice right now, because the first map we also have somewhere close on the south of Lo Huaxing. But probably that's going to happen again in the next one, who knows. But at the same time, I want to see a fight where the players are being forced to get to engage with the gods and deal with the players at the same time. Now that's going to be tough. At the same time, it's so difficult for them to track the movement of the gods, because it's different from players. They're not players, so the way they move is going to be absolutely erratic or different, like how you used to track players as human.
Yeah, and then remember, there's also that bird feature. Like, if it's gonna be teams to be trying to keep themselves afloat, imagine YG once again getting called out by a little bit birdie whispering onto their ears, and then teams storming in into some of all these territories. It definitely is going to be a really big challenge out there. First of all, some of these guards can also act as a certain decoy where you get baited to shoot at them because they're moving targets out there, and then it's like you realize, oh no, now I'm also attracting attention because I released a couple of shots out there, and then you gotta be wary of your surrounding. But if worse come to worse, I guess that there's always gonna be some of all these recall points. Even when we talk about
The
all these
recall
recalls
points.
as well, remember DRS? They tried to go in for the recall, and then because they had no other option, they fought up against those members of BTR, and then once they depleted, Gante says, okay, I need to find that recall point, but he's over on the blue zone. And then when the players were dropping in, they're already receiving damage from that blue zone. It's like, oh, I didn't ask you, Captain, you're putting us on the spot. Where do we find those vehicles now? Where do I even start to loot? So it is a very, very tough map to play out, but it has been super fun to watch.
But I mean, like, it's like pretty much like, you know, worth the risk to revive the entire lineup. But it's like the chances are there, so might as well take the chances, right, for the teams that actually do find themselves the recall tower. But that's the thing. I mean, to find a recall tower, I feel like it kind of gave a different role. A different role when it comes to Rondo, when it comes to players' role. But you know what? Before we get more in depth regarding that, we're gonna hit the brakes for a bit because my head couldn't wrap around what really happened, how PUBGM praised to the point that, you know, he's being invisible for some bit. So I think we're gonna head into the break for a bit, so you guys don't go anywhere because we still have 3 more maps to go of Rondo, who will actually be the kings of Rondo this time.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans around the world. My name is James Yang, the Senior Director of Global Esports Center at Level Infinite, Tencent Games. It feels like just yesterday we were watching the thrilling grand finals for the 2024 PMGC champion title in London. And there's only one way to describe the finale. Absolute cinema. Thank you to all of the wonderful players and fans who dedicate their passion and support to making 2024 PUBG Mobile Esports so special. There's plenty to look forward to coming this year for PUBG Mobile Esports, as we commit to introducing even more ways for amateur players to get involved. So let's jump into the action with the ongoing PUBG Mobile Global Open. First off, for 2025, I want to thank nearly 100,000 players registered to take their first step into PUBG Mobile Esports from more than 150 countries around the world. All of us are ready to see how the scene will welcome new rising stars and who will be the next the one. This year, we are introducing the Smashy rule set to the PMGO 2025. It means that once any team hits 80 points and taking the chicken dinner in any of the remaining matches will crown them the 2025 PMGO champions. If no team wins by Smash rules, the team with the highest points after 12 matches takes the title. Exciting, huh? But who will be playing? I'd like to introduce you now to the official lineup for the grand finals, introducing the top pro teams from each region and 8 amateur teams that have fought their way through the open qualifiers and earned their right to stand on the stage of PUBG Mobile Global Open Grand Finals. With the Grand Finals getting closer each day, I am very excited to see so many players take to the stage in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, across the weekend of the 12th of April. Tickets are currently available for fans to experience the astonishing action live in person. The path to become a pro doesn't end with the PMGO. We are continuing to create more ways for players to be a part of PUBG Mobile's rich esports ecosystem, with the PUBG Mobile National Championship and Super League qualifiers being open to all PUBG Mobile players, offering opportunities to advance to the relevant PMSL. With this, we are widening the PMSL into 5 key regions: Southeast Asia, CSA, Americas, MENA, and EU, making the PMSL more intense and opening more slots for teams to advance to global tournaments. By splitting PMSL EMEA into PMSL Europe and PMSL MENA, we are fostering more opportunities for regional teams to shine on the global stage. To further encourage participation, we'll be holding more PMSL qualifiers, totaling 29 qualifiers for every player globally to access the PMSL. This will create even more direct path for the amateur players to reach the global stage amongst the world's best players and claim glory as a new pro if you want. For those who are interested in other ways to encourage with the PUBG Mobile Esports, we'll be supporting more third-party tournaments, caster competitions, and content creation initiatives and events. I'm looking forward to seeing how PUBG Mobile fans continue to make PUBG Mobile Esports history together. Moving on to the next big event of 2025, we are happy to be back at the biggest stage for esports this summer with the 2025 PUBG Mobile World Cup at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, with the lion's share of the 3 million prize pool. After amazing experience last year, we can't wait to see which team will excel and come out on top. We see 24 teams battle it out across the group stage, including the top 16 teams across all regional PMSLs, representing teams from China, South Korea, Japan, as well as a host invite. The fate of the last slot depends on the results of PMGO, as the champion will win an extra slot for their respective region. I believe PUBG Mobile Esports is one of the most globalized esports ecosystem. At the PMGC last year, we opened the PDP design contest, giving our talent fans the chance to have their creation featured on the main stage with the winners. bring the creative competition back for the 2025 PMWC, we are pleased to reveal that we've narrowed it down to these finalists and will soon be unveiling the winner with their design as the official skin of the 2025 PMWC at the Esports World Cup. Finishing out this year will be, as you know, the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. We'll be updating this year's PMGC slot format with 38 teams joining us in Thailand, having earned their spots throughout the year. 7 teams will receive a special invite to join the 31 teams from our PMSL regions to claim the ultimate victory at the end of the 2025 PUBG Mobile Esports Road. That's it all for me today. I hope you will join me in my excitement for 2025, set to push the boundaries of skill, talent, and passion with PUBG Mobile Esports. Thank you all for your time, and let's eat winner winner chicken dinner! Yeah!
PUBG Mobile's long-awaited Rondo map will finally be unveiled in version 3.7. Rondo is the largest map in the game, spanning an area of 8 by 8 kilometers, where traditional and modern aesthetics blend seamlessly together. It includes various new mechanics that offer more tactical options. Now, let's step into Rondo and see what this special map has to offer. Jadina City sits in the southeast of Rondo. It's a bustling city with high-rise buildings, dazzling neon signs, and an eye-catching bridge. Here, you can engage in fierce battles within an urban sprawl. This area also has escalators, a Rondo specialty. Travel between buildings with ease. Stadium is a multi-purpose sports stadium where the atmosphere is as intense as a battleground. Its ring layout makes for super fast-paced battles. Tradition meets modernity in Jiaotin, where you'll find lots of two-storied buildings and houses. These buildings contain safes filled with gold bars. At the southern end of Rondo is Rinjiang, which features a floating restaurant and luxurious waterfront residences, along with docks for ships to anchor and powerful guards. These guards will attack any player that enters the area, so do be careful. The scenery in Tinalong Garden is straight out of a martial arts fantasy novel. Lush, green trees surround the buildings in Yulin, embodying the essence of Eastern beauty. Here, we have Neox Factory, responsible for manufacturing Rondo's latest vehicles. Head over here if you want to get your hands on a brand new vehicle. Lo Hua Xing is a cliffside fortress guarded by domineering stone statues. They will attack any player that enters the area, so proceed with caution. Next, let's take a look at the new mechanics it features. First, Rondo has 2 flight routes to better cover the vast size of the map. Next, Rondo has an EMP zone. In this zone, electronic reticles on scopes and sights are deactivated, and vehicles with engines cannot be used. Most electrical devices will also be unusable. However, the EMP zone does not deal any physical damage to players, scenery objects, buildings, etc. Also, there are advanced markets at fixed locations patrolled by guards, and basic markets that spawn anywhere, where you can purchase supplies. The guards patrolling the advanced markets deal extremely high damage. Their presence makes things a lot more challenging, so be careful. Safes containing gold bars will spawn randomly on the map. Gold bars and weapon attachments can be sold at markets for tokens. In Rondo, you'll also encounter birds resting in cages. The birds will call out when they sense movement. Cages can be destroyed, after which the birds inside will be set free. The biggest new mechanic is terrain destruction. Terrain can be destroyed with pickaxes, grenades, or vehicle explosions, but concrete, cement, and stone cannot be destroyed. You can take advantage of this mechanic to create more room for new tactical options. Destructible bamboo can be found all over the map and can be destroyed with vehicles or throwables. And lastly, let's go over Rondo's new weapons, items, and vehicles. Rondo introduces a new firearm, the JS9. It's a modern, stockless submachine gun that features stable recoil, delivers solid damage, and is renowned for its balance of speed and power. Next, we have the stun gun, which temporarily blinds and immobilizes its targets. providing you a great advantage in battle. In terms of melee weapons, there's the new pickaxe, which can be used to destroy terrain. Items-wise, we added the emergency cover flare. Use it to summon 2 large triangular cover objects which drop from the sky. Additionally, you can now obtain a forest ghillie suit from supply crates. Battle-ready kits can also be found in Rondo. Use them to quickly restore your health and energy. As for vehicles, we added the Pico Bus and Blanc. The Pico Bus is battery-powered and has a special energy recovery trait, whereas the Blanc is an SUV with a storage compartment. Whether you're weaving through bustling city streets or hiding in dense vegetation, every decision you make shapes your fate. Are you ready to set foot on this whole new battleground? All of Rondo awaits your discovery.
Ladies and gents, welcome back once again for the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It's South Asia versus Southeast Asia versus our world champions from Korea. It's D plus Kia. My name's Contra, this is Choo Choo, and of course, if you guys are joining us from around Asia, it's already midnight, but the show goes on because we got a lot of exciting games here in this Rondo Cup, and we're going in for match 4.
I mean, like, the consecutive chickens have been broken by none other than A1 just now. Amazing comeback come up from A1. But unfortunately, we just mentioned before, Contra, nobody's nowhere near or not even eligible other than just YG. One more chance to go, and they have to score this one now. If not, it's going to be super difficult for them to win this as champions. And hailing from the PMCL region qualifiers, they have been tremendously one of the best teams when it comes to Rondo as a whole. So far, I feel like they are the one that really have a grasp on Rondo for YG. I think it's safe to say that they seem to be the kings of Rondo for now.
Yeah, and overall, well, don't mind me if I just flicker some lights because, you know, it's getting a little dark in some areas, and some teams, you know, has been getting themselves glimpse of opportunity. It could all go dark right now if YG just secures another chicken dinner, like you said. And then this map is going to be so important for YG. If they don't close it out here, a lot of other teams will suddenly get that eligibility. That Smash Rule Passport, I call it, is going to be activated in this round. And then the floodgates are open. Now you don't just worry about YG. You worry about everybody, where you just got to start focusing. Okay, I need that chicken dinner for myself, and I gotta ensure nobody with that passport's gonna end it after this matchup. So match 4, of course, all eyes are still on Yangon Galacticos, but closing in, even A1 got that win on that pass round. They're just about to make wonders within the time frame of this match 4.
And just now we have the circle nearby Hongshan area, and we have around in between Danjing and Young's factory as well before, and then just on the outskirts of Lo Huan Sing as we had earlier on. But the next circle will be single flight path or double flight path. Also another question have to be considered by the players. So many things to think about when it comes to Rondo, because there's just so many things gonna happen here. We do know stage 1 is already starting off rowdy as per usual. Let's hop into our 4th map in the PMRC Rondo's Cup.
Here we go, and overall, Rondo, I just would never get tired of this map because of how many different opportunities are there for these players to just bring themselves back from the gutter, and at the very same time, there's just so much of all these regions that we've explored already. Last round, it was around the Ops Factory test track to be the main focal grounds. And then we also had another one just across Bamboos as well as the outskirts of Buhopan. I want to see something absolutely different. Are we going to get that visit into Rinjiang? Because we talked about Lo Huan Sing. I was hoping that it ends up there. It did not happen. This time, we're only getting another singular fight path that is going to be very Southern-centric, but we are once again getting hot drops, starting things off. ATR versus Boing Donkey in Mayron.
Neox Factory, Danjing, and probably Yulin, because VTR feels like they're very interested to go there. But hey, we already have first engagement between the teams just on the outskirts of Mayron. This resort is not relaxing at all. We talk about Point Donkey with a micro Uzi taken down by another team down there, then none other than ATR. I mean, that's a quick one from ATR.
Yeah, there was a really a swift shot coming out there, and Paragen even got the knives into a gunfight for some reason. So that definitely is going to be an interesting altercation as we quickly take a look into how these teams are handling this commotion right now. This circle does appear around that Jiaotian area. I think this is going to be a really long fight because it's going to be on around the Central Plains. Meanwhile, Boing Donkey, they go in for a quick recovery while they do get in another push up against members of ATR. A little bit of a pressure situation as Vexy does actually get pulled up. Oh, two of them go down. Oh, get her down to Potato, and then Michael losing 6 bullets going for a reload. Not enough space, but he does pull the wonders of that corner. Now he has to make advancements happen. Boing Donkey, they shut down 3 members, and now in for more. It's PCD Alliance versus RNG.
Yeah, we're back in the Humshan's area. Jappy, oh, there's a very small room to make any errors as well. RNG, Grange coming in. He got himself just ring around the rosy and fighting Second Digit Alliance. The members knocked down only with 1 player left. Adik look, Second Digit Alliance with 2 players actually. One of them knocked down and bleeding out. But RNG do have the better numbers. They have the better RNG in this case. But for Salcom Digit Alliance, where is their last member?
I'm not too sure. Every single round that we go into, CD Alliance have been trying different cities. This time moving into Hongshan, the territories of RNG is going to be a little bit more tougher for them to actually work around with. So it is going to be pretty much a big reset. DX, they found themselves a recall point. Meanwhile, CD Alliance, they definitely are in an urgent situation to also look for one as well. Lambo coming back in action. DX ready for more.
Managed to recall right on time as well. Just resume like nothing happened. And that's going to be the members. What is this supposed to mean, Lambo? What is this supposed to mean? You know, the only time that I get to see Lamborghini smile, it was during the PMSL South Asia when they actually won the cup and won the trophy. And that's the only time I actually see them cheering. But I don't know their faces right now when Lamborghini just take hostage of the player of 7 Elements just now.
It's like, all right, buddy, I know you really want your teammates to save you. I know he's going to pick you up with a recall, but I'm just going to buy more time. I'm going to at least take this 1 point down, and then eventually I'll be working with even more. We're looking for Aliendo. This is not going to be looking pretty good. And 7 Element, they got to survive, and that tire is punctured. And RNG shuts them out completely. Oh, that is just so heartbreaking. Last round, 7 Element had done so much, and this time, only 1 point.
Yeah, RNG was just wrapping things around against Salcom Digi Alliance, and they managed to revive the whole crew with the recall issue, because last time we saw it was only 1 player left on the side of Salcom Digi Alliance, so I assume they survived, most of them. But for 7 Elements from the Panther Divide, they were running away from another team, hoping they will find themselves a recall tower, and unfortunately they just couldn't make it on time. But YG, I mean, well, with that point, there's no surprise anymore. 30 eliminations actually enough to tally up as the benchmark the eliminable points for Smash Rule. Just by the eliminations only.
Can we also give credit to production on how pretty these graphics actually look?
Yeah, I love
5,000 damage, 30 eliminations. That's already surpassing, you know, their benchmark threshold for that passport. They've been holding on to the passport since the double chicken dinner. And I just want to see how the graphics look like. If any one of these names out there, it could be YG, it could be somebody else. And now, speaking of which, DX have secured their passport as well. They got those three eliminations.
Despite of that, they have to get the chicken in the next map and not this one. But for YG, I mean, they have every opportunity twice now for the second map here for them to score that chicken in. And by the way, yeah, I want to give so much credit on the side of production as well. I love the map interaction to predict what's going to happen for the next one. But the one that's not predictable is going to be A1 here. It's 2v1. Huzaifa just giving so much pressure on A1 player. This one player of ASI, it really seems to be a big troublemaker. They're only left with only 2 players, right? I don't think they revived any of their members yet. No, there's 3 of them. So there's just 2 of them right where we have our cameras on.
Yeah, true enough. And all this is definitely going to be a little bit of a tough wiggle room for some of these guys out there. As Huzaifa, he's all by himself as the rest of A1 Esports getting bombarded already. Despite him by the corner of that room, he has been able to at least trade right back. So A1 Esports, as much as they won that past round, there's still much more to do. But Casanova, he's been knocked already. And that's going to be Deathstorm as well. No way. No shot. That ASI had just cleared it out thanks to Casanova.
I mean, A1 just got himself the chicken. I'm surprised the momentum suddenly dropped tremendously here just now because it was just one Huzaifa to deal with at first. I mean, yeah, they have the second player at the back, but they're nowhere near when it was A1. They thought the entire crew was dead. I think they got a different... They don't have the bird's eye view like we do, but at the same time, I don't blame them for it because that grenade tossed by Huzaifa before was massive, giving them so much of a scare just now to pull all the way back instead of engaging. But different story. Hora saw Novia, spotted out Casanova, spotted out RNG players, Japping problem. So I don't think they will revive him anytime soon. He was immediately finished off by Novia and the rest of Hora. But back towards the side of A1, DRX next.
Is it just me or all these South Asian teams are going up against each other at this very moment? DRX next on the block and Kill YT. 1 HP and a dream. And it seems like Rowdy managed to sleep for the moment. Delta now getting caught out as well. 3 members out. Oh, it's been such a rough run for DRS. They are at the bottom of the barrel right now. I think they really have to rely what I believe to be Giante to go in for a really early recall as well. So that's going to be 1 live bird out. And speaking of which, yes, they do get revived. Not enough coins to perhaps get the full revive done. Oh, just about enough. Okay, so DRS, they're back on track. And they definitely don't want to challenge A1 for now.
But for YG... seems to be in shambles for their plan here right now. I was hoping for them to, when they have a break, they can actually just regroup and revise their plans when it comes to just secure that chicken. Like I mentioned before, Contra, when the chicken don't really contribute as you winning the trophy, it feels slightly how is it possible for you to have a grasp on it, but when it comes to really taking the last chicken here, things just seem to be overthinking or maybe just a bit too much for the side of YG with you know, that massive tension and pressure on their side. But I love that graphic. Also, the Xavier's dishing out quite a number of damage. Now, if YG can secure this one, and they seem to be spotted out their biggest rival for the next run as well, because these Xaviers and YG seem to be going against each other.
Yeah, the 2 Titans with the most damage, each actually chipping more than 5,000 damage by now, is going to see if they can battle it all out. Now that they know they're just neck to neck, it might just be a big battle between these guys out there. YG taking the hillside over on the corners of Yulin. Meanwhile, Lamborghini tries to reposition. They should be able to just keep themselves pretty much back on track. There is also another purchasing zone just in the middle. So it definitely is going to be pretty rowdy when it comes down to how these teams really want to fight to get some purchases done, whether it's going to be emergency bunkers or covers for them to actually hide out with. Hozaifa, we've seen him, of course, dish out plenty of damage, and now he's getting charged by the rest of R3G. Like I said, the South Asian teams, they love to fight, and they will bring the fight to Huzaifa, who does manage to be spotted out. So R3G makes quick work of him for the moment.
I mean, they have to deal with Huzaifa. He's the troublemaker for the team as well. We've seen that happen before, but for Voindonkey, he's not doing so great as YG keep the momentum up and pushing it forward. They really lost Romeo Boy early on, but still managed to secure those couple of points. Now, we see after the break, they seems to be a bit more like how they usual play in the first two maps before, a bit more aggressive, a bit more themselves compared to being too safe. So we can see they're a bit more proactive and more actions going on the side of YG compared to the last map where they would try to play safe, but it didn't work out so well for them.
True enough, and this time they tried to show a little bit more of that aggression. They did actually manage to get their members pretty much on that reset as well. So YG only having a little bit of a deficit with one member taken out at this moment. So I guess they can work with this number for now until push comes to shove, while the rest of Vampire Esports got themselves collided with the rest of Horror Esports arriving towards the back, and this kind of water tank silos are going to provide just about enough cover for performance. Oh, is going to be the entirety of Vampire Esports being spotted out, wiped off. Barely enough points, not even making the passport just yet. However, they're stacking closer and closer, eligible for the smash rule to be set for them.
I mean, for the next one, it's going to be a heated up battle if YG don't secure, because we're looking at, I have a feeling, A1 and D plus Kia probably will finish this run with already eligible, because all the teams that pretty much seems to be very eligible for the next round already hit themselves more than 5,000 damage. Now that pretty much shows that how aggressive they want it to be. But back to the side of Noble, we saw how very close they were trying to get that chicken dinner on the second map as well. And YG, I think they don't want to use that recall tower yet, because you only get to use once, and might as well wait until, you know, only 2 players left or 1 player left if the worst case scenario. But we also have to be mindful, a lot of teams seems to be struggling with the blue zone when it comes to this map. It's so difficult for us to see, like, only one team seems to be taking the blue or soak in the blue in the first few stages. It's always a lot of teams are in between, including even stage 4 or 5. There's still some of them still tanking out the blue.
Yeah, hoping that perhaps 1 or 2 of them will be able to find that jammer pack, which you did mention it's not going to be spawning up all too easily. But for those who are in the direct center like BTR, they're hoping to actually hold their ground at the moment. But the rest of R3G are actually holding over onto the prime location, which is why it is going to be a big challenge for this spot, all the way down towards the southwestern quarter of the map, where you are already looking at majority of these teams driving into the vicinity already, and we finally get some action inside of Rinjiang.
Yeah, the thing is, on the outskirts of Yulin, the field, it's so clear and almost flat plain all the way. So it's so easy to just farm those elimination as long as you get yourself a good choke points. But on the side of Regicide, they finish off one. The player of BT Alpha Dorellis already finished off in an instant. And this is where a lot of the crowd will be 10 down, to the point that there's only a couple of teams left. I'm surprised nobody actually engaging on the outskirts of Yulin, because where RNG is actually at, it's like a paddy field of Teresa or something like that, but there's quite a flat field, like where we're looking at between Voindonkey and D plus Gear. It's so easy to be spotted by the other teams, and it's just so flat.
Yeah, and this is worthy going for the exchange as well. Zeta damage to the side of Noble, just pinning him down right behind at the Sia, and even Zeta goes down. So it's a full-blown exchange coming from D plus Kia, the champions of PMGC right now, fending out some of the heavy hitters coming in from Indonesia. And Voindonkey, they were hoping to at least score that pass when it comes down to gaining that eligibility, but it's just going to be favored here to slowly deplete them. Now, Boing Donkey, 1 member left. It's time to look out for that recall point.
And speaking of the recall tower as well, I think YG recalled the rest of their members too, knowing the fact that the circle just now seems to be an open space. But these Avias, on the other hand, I mean, with the high grounds were one of player at the back, Regicide, Irony, and Iron, and also the rest of them already arrived. That's a clean sweep. And I mean, these Avias, I think they're okay. They already hit the benchmark. They got their mission accomplished. But point-wise, they will not gain any more after this for this round of map for now. But for Regicide, I think, is it doable for them to reach to the bench point mark by end of this run? Because they're still in the teens.
Very, very possible. If it's going to be a chicken dinner, that is actually 10 points. If it's not the chicken dinner, then we're looking at maybe at least a top 4 finish with even more elimination points to be booked by the rest of Regicide of R3G. Definitely looking very, very good on how they've been able to position themselves, and they are directly in the center zone. So depending on how well they can actually hold out, then we'll definitely see better results coming from them. CD Alliance over on the blue zone, you can say the same about YG coming in from Yulin this time around. So they are going to find a wide wrap around while they're just by the outskirts. Look at that. Noble over on the corner as well. RNG being blockaded. Boing Donkey have just managed to go in for the recall. Potato now booking the top spot over the hillside. So this is going to be a big game for Boing Donkey.
Yeah, it's a prime spot as well. Well, I think they were trying to revive their teammates just now with a recall tower, so that's why they were so deep in the blue zone. Well, my eyes onto a side of RNG and these areas where, thank you so much, Observer, they highlighted for us that it's going to be a big clash between the teams. And YG, they might actually just bump into BTR and as well as ATR at the same time. That's going to be a lot of team to go through and pass by for YG. I don't know if they can actually survive to get into the circle. I mean, seems like they know their way in.
Yeah, probably there is going to be a lot of fights to be eventually looking for opening some of all these entrants of the field. Yangon Galacticos, they have finally cut through from the blue zone into the vicinity as they did manage to get the little bit more of the resuscitation, but it's still rather risky. R3G tries to actually hold down onto that compound, which is still within the rim of the zone right at this very moment. YG, their spot getting into the middle of the street to try to form a bunker. This is a very risky call. Is this gonna work out though? Because right now there might not be that many people just yet, but the more teams to join in for North, there might just be some problems for the side of Yangon Galacticos by a couple of minutes to pass. But for now, I think the coast is clear. While RG, they spot movement and immediately gunning down for the members of BTR.
We're heading over to stage 4, and the momentum still up and heated when it comes to players in the fight for Donkey taking on Aura. RNG, I mean, it's going to be ambitious when it comes to the sprays, but they pretty much tracked down the rest of BTR players closing well. But the problem is they got their back exposed to a side of DK. Now, that's not going to be great. But I think RNG decided, hey, we have to deal with D+KL first, because if we want to aim for what's in front, it seems to be difficult. But it's a bit too late the moment they realize somebody's coming up from behind and stab them at the back. But the side of BTR, I love the fact BTR is one of the most, one of the team that used the most when it comes to the emergency barricade, the flare. We don't see a lot of the other teams actually using it that much.
Yeah, the other team that has been able to put that into good use has been Boing Donkey back in the first 2 matches as well. Now, speaking of which, Horror Esports, they found themselves that peak in order to just slowly pepper down the rest of the squads. BTR, as we speak of them, they tried to get some safe refuge inside of these compounds, but it doesn't seem like it's been too clear cut. Where Iron, they're tracking them down, and they're making it a world of hurt. And BTR, they are crashed out of this match because of the ferocity of R3G. That has been a perfect solid defense for the rest of this squad, and we see them rise. And now I'm convinced they should be able to be getting that eligibility by the end of this match.
But for Regicide, they're not out of the woods yet because DK or D plus Kia just arrived. It might gatekeeping the rest of Regicide players. Well, YG, they will gatekeep ASI8. I'm surprised D plus Kia not being spotted out, maybe due to the heals in between. Like I told you before, like if you know the terrain as well, you can navigate it without a problem. But D plus Kia, they have some issues by themselves here. They need to wrap things up, but things are not going well for them. A1 suddenly climbing back up. And this is what we talk about A1 and how they scored themselves a chicken. But the problem is, they're down to only one player left.
That's true, and it is so tough at this very moment. D plus Kia, they got themselves that 7-pointer already. That's good enough, but of course YG is still pretty much well and alive. And here comes the rest of R3G crashing through, hitting over on the mark of Hitman, and Rowdy, he's got to find a way to slow them down on their tracks. Also goes down, and now Rowdy, he's in danger with all these teams swarming right into this corner of the map.
Now, here comes cooking the nade. Regicide Iron tossing over to A1. There was a perfect toss by YTT, actually. Coming up from all across the other side. DRS stole it away from Regicide's hand. But D plus Kia, that one player with very little of health, very tiny HP left. What can he do? They got himself 13 elimination by Regicide. That's one of the highest in this tournament.
It definitely is, and my R3G, they're feeling so confident right now. They can't wait to eventually see more players moving into that quarter, because right now, playing over in Northern Center, they definitely have a lot of all these barricades dropping over on the corner as well for them to actually hold out for a little longer. Also, he's not attracting that attention, so it's going to be that full focus coming from R2G to drop bombshells over the corners of DRS, but now hunkering down. Haidami going on the push as well. All these templates not really hitting the mark just yet, so R3G starting to feel a little bit of side concern, and it could just be that one big rupture to see this fight break loose.
Delta, DRS trying to make it a bit of a hindrance to the side of Sam 9. We're down to only 6 teams here. While Delta trying to just gatekeep them from afar with the scopes intact. But the problem is, everyone seems to be very concentrated about the fight where nobody's in the center of the circle right now. Sam 9 cornered down. There's no way out for them except for that one barricade coming out from a disguise to help them a bit. But Pink Man, can he actually do the pinky stuff here when the DRS coming in to defend? Iron and also Pink Man. Here comes when push come to shove. Will DRS fight back or Regicide take advantage of their high ground?
And all this has been denied from Ganti, but he does actually hit the mark with another beautiful grenade. DRS, they have finally been activated. Now it's only down to Roshan. What more can Roshan do? These nades are dropping right in. He does connect it towards the side of Haidami. And Roshan, he's still hanging on. He should be able to still go in for and pick up Pinkman. Should still be able to contribute a whole lot more. D plus Kia, they're just trying to keep themselves afloat at this current moment. ASI8, they got that circle right upon them over on the north.
Regicide still holding on this rock kind of hill. With also will be their next contender, but Firen also seems to be the solo player. Yeah, unfortunately, Firen spotted out by Dami on the side of DRX. Yante, the IGL himself, trying to dictate what to do next and try to do some damage control, slowly advancing from the back. But the Blue Zone will not be very merciful at this point. They need to wrap things up. Regicide trying to finish them off, but the Blue Zone did not help these players too. All the teams at the very south, they are in trouble. None of them are winning at this point.
And speaking of which, this is just going too close for comfort, but Roshan clutches it out. 17 eliminations for R3G and still hanging on. They managed to eventually deplete the rest of DRS, but there's still more vicious to front because Rondo has been looking around from the back. D plus Kia is still at it once again. And then the rest of ASI, they have extended. Now it's going to be a 1 versus 2 scenario. And ASI closes the match with a big bang. With this 4th match concluded, we now see ASI secure themselves that eligibility here in the Smash rule format.
ASI8, UZM, Crypto, Casanova, and Huzaifa, especially Huzaifa. He did so much work by himself against A1 just now. I have to give credit for him for that. But great unit here coming up from ASI8. They managed to recuperate themselves as a team. I think they did recall tower before because we saw a couple of them being taken out before they actually scored the chicken. Just how things can turn with that recall tower here, Contra. Everything can change. Even though despite you lost so many members early before, you still managed to score that chicken dinner. That's just how things can go when it comes to Rondo map. But Regicide is going to be a rise up as well. So I assume after this map, a lot of teams will be eligible for the Smash Rule here.
Absolutely, 17 points. That is a hefty amount. ASI8, this is a big resurgence for themselves as well, where they've been fighting tooth and nail for the past couple rounds and finally sees that chicken dinner. So I think that this is definitely going to get so much more problematic. We can now forget about Gagol Galacticos being the only ones because there's more of these names now being eligible. Even D plus Kill, we saw they managed to still clutch out that fight. That means they have more than 30 points right now. But of course, we gotta fixate our eyes. Crypto, he has always been the ace in the hole for the side of ASI8 in order to put themselves on the map.
Crypto, well, we're not surprised at all when it comes to the MVP of the map, but I have to say ASI8, they were moving as a unit. It was a well-oiled machine when it comes to moving in together and really dictate what to see and who to focus on first. I mean, it was really tough for them to be in an open space. It was literally everybody can shoot any angle at that point. They were in the center of attention, but they still managed to defend so well. That just shows how great of communication between the players there. But despite ASI scored the chicken, but that 17 elimination coming up from Dredge's side, that's something else. That's you know, it's like a monster just woken up. You literally just poke the dragon and they start to wake up.
Yeah, I definitely can't agree even more to that statement, because if Crypto has been taken out before and he does triple the damage, can you imagine what the stats actually look like for some of the guys from the Ridge side? But of course, we digress and we look back into all these altercations in the span of the early round where we got some action coming from Hora, A1. A lot of all these teams from South Asia, they seem to be so active around the map.
Oh, I mean, the funny thing is, each region seems to be hunting their own region down. Like, the SEA versus the SEA, the SA versus the SA. Except for Vampires, of course. Vampires always in the middle of everybody else. But for Regicide, I mean, they were proactively hunting people down. They were literally on the hunt. But also on the rest of DK, I mean, we definitely know that DK, I feel like even Regicide right now probably already eligible with that 17 eliminations plus their placement points. Now, things seem to be very shaky for YG. They had so many times, so many opportunities. It's just so difficult for them to close that one chicken. This is what I talked about, Contra. When it matters to score that chicken, everybody will try to stop you from taking it away.
Yeah, and also, do you know for the fact that the players are getting more and more comfortable the more maps that they play around Rondo? So that is definitely being displayed perfectly when it comes down to this fourth match. And now you take a look at the total match rankings, and SI8, that's 23 points in one round, 22 for the side of Regicide, another 15 for the side of DK. Even Sam9 has walked away with 11 elimination points in this span of the round. So it's been a big, massive, crazy ride for everybody, all the way down to the bottom, everybody receiving points. So I want to take a look at the total rankings right now. How many teams are currently holding that passport?
No way!
5.
And DX just barely made it through when they got eliminated as well. And now it's everybody's game. And this is what you have to walk into when you didn't finish that twice in a row. Now YG actually do have a shot at the chicken. And we saw they tried to rotate it safely. But it didn't work out for them because everybody have their eyes locked on YG about why they play, how they play. And with YG, we saw they tried to buy time. so that they won't bump into any other teams while they try to get into the last few circle, but it did not work out for them. For ASI8, this is the rise. A1, unfortunately, despite they got a chicken just now, they're still not hitting the benchmark yet. That's just like, what, 2 points away?
2 points away. It is going to be such a difficult task. There's only 2 more maps to Rondo to play out. So there are 2 possibilities here. If no teams have been able to claim it under the Smash eligibility, then by default, Yangon Galacticos, so long as they remain the highest points by the end of match 6, then they could still be crowned as champions. So I think all hopes are not lost just yet for outside YG, despite them, starting to feel the burn that, all these teams are starting to step up. It could still be in the hands of South Asia, because now we see A1 getting that chicken dinner, and then we also see another big win right here for the side of ASI8. I think we're just about to get started, as we are going very deep into the night.
And that's the thing now. YG, they had this, I don't know, it feels like a bit counterproductive when they actually have a clear cut into getting just that one chicken for twice in a row without any contention by any other teams, because nobody else was eligible. And now they put themselves, is it something more relief for them, or is it something like, hey, at least now we're not being aimed or not being under everybody's radar, because there's like 5 teams. There's no way everybody trying to just focus on 5 teams at the same time, right? So I don't know if they want this to happen, or it's more relief for them to actually play, hey, now there's 5 teams, we can just focus on chicken, because people will not just focus on us anymore. But at the same time, you put yourself in the shoes or a bit more risky, or in a state where it was only you at first to be eligible, and now you open up so many doors for the others to actually snatch it away in the very last minute. This might be, the next one might be the last map for us, or maybe we're gonna play all 6 maps. Who knows?
I have no clue. At this point of raid, like, it could just end by by this match 5, or it's gonna take all the way. Where YG, they're hoping right now to guarantee it with match 6 to be played out, and hoping that all these teams were just overexhausting themselves, getting into all these unnecessary fights, you may say. Maybe in this match 5, those who have got the passports right, 5 teams, they might just actually look to play a lot safer, which we saw. Yangon Galacticos on match 3, they tried to play it safe, try not to get into trouble, and then they see, oh, only 5-6 teams left. This is suddenly doable. Start to get activated into taking players down. But there's always going to be a risk involved, Chuchu. We don't know where this circle is going to end up. We don't know how the flight path might actually see some of all these teams who have gotten those passports to maybe fumble and just lose all 4 players completely. This is also a possibility.
But that was a tough circle, I'll be honest about that as well. Compared to a few circles prior to that map just now, it was one of the most open circle, because I know the outskirts or the field outside of Yulin will be really open and quite flat, and it's like anybody can shoot from anywhere at that point. And we only have like, what, that very small hill, that very small rock hill that's not really covering so much. It's like very slightly, bump of the road, that's it. Because anything else, I mean, utilities wise, with so many teams engaging at the same time, it's going to be difficult for them to have the resources retained all the way. So I think they pretty much dry out with the resources, and there's no compounds around where that last circle was. So there's no way for them to replenish the resources unless they can actually loot up from those death boxes. But it's just too open. If you don't have smoke during that time, now that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, it definitely is super duper tough. I mean, what we saw when push comes to shove, they try to call in the emergency barricades and everything else. Smokes have to be kept into only dire situations where every resources actually matters in this map, but where sometimes you find yourselves playing in the midst of the terrain. Sometimes you're in the valley. For a matter of fact, I was thinking about this as well. We've seen variety of instances of all these matches to close over onto terrains. We have not gotten an urban ending yet, Choo Choo.
Oh,
And
don't you dare.
maybe
Can you
there,
not?
maybe there is a chance
No!
that five of these teams,
Stop.
5 of the teams with the passports are gonna be stuck in that urban ending. I want to see
No,
that happen.
You know what? I used to really like you, Contra, but now not so much anymore because I swear to God, if you guys know me long enough, I don't like urban warfare at all because they're gonna take so long because there's so many structures in between, and there's chances that not all the players do have those hand grenades. But I do want to see one thing: we don't see any stun gun in action yet. So I'm looking for if anybody try to pull that strategy out, because right now we see the recall tower as a point of another strategy where let loose a couple of players, let them do their crazy things and try to gain those elimination. Maybe that's the case for Regicide to actually do that. We don't actually get them under the radar or under the camera just now. So maybe they were trying to let loose all the players and go crazy. And then that one particular player, which back to the topic before we went into break, right? This might change the approach of PUBG Mobile as a whole when it comes to Rondo map if it stays like this, because there'll be one particular player that will play as pure support, as in he has to find himself vehicle and resources and wait at the recall tower. Just while waiting, all the rest of the other 3 players will go individually try to go for eliminations. So that one particular player as a support player plays such a big role and big responsibility as well to make sure that he got that recall tower by himself. So I don't know if that's going to be something in the future or not, but it feels like right now we're going that kind of direction with this kind of plays by the players.
Yeah, I do certainly agree with that as well, because when we come down to all the action as well, I think maybe one member hang on to the recall tower might be a little bit of risk, because you would expect the teams who have been put under threat to also be finding a way to move into the recall tower. So a 2-2 split format is probably the safest way to go around. So we've seen that happen before, where both of the teams have been able to put this into good effect. A good example has been RNG. And of course, we're not going to be wasting much more time, because this is going to be the penultimate round here in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. So far, South Asia has been able to bounce back. Will they be able to close it out? It's time to find out here in match 5.
Do we have another, or will this finally crowning our champions here? We're gonna have to wait and see. Will it be double flight path or a single one as well? There's so many. Oh well, there's 2. Thanks. I love you guys, Observer. You guys just read our mind like a clock. But we do have different 2 flight paths. The question is, where do they cross? Sometimes they cross over each other out, and the teams will be randomized based on. Oh, I love. It's gonna be a heated up Danching. I have a feeling. Danching and Hongshan right now seems to be the hot spot, and probably a lot of teams try to get themselves New York's factory too. But we saw how many fights were they in like what 2 maps before this on top of Danching. Multiple back-to-back fights on top of that.
Yeah, and this is where things get so much more interesting, where there's that cross-section in between Hongshan as well as Nanching. You did call out that Nanching is definitely going to be a spot that is going to be very, very viable to actually play this one out. And you look at that flock of crowd already moving towards the direction. YG, maybe they would still be going for a little bit of extension, but Horror Esports feeling absolutely confident about this. Sem9, they go pretty far towards the southwest corner of the map. But BTR, look at that stretch. They have ZMJJKK, Kang in short, but this is not Valo, where he's on a different game. So if you guys are wondering who's KK, he is going to be Satar, the captain of the team so far. So far, BTR, they're going to be pretty happy, but this is leaning a little bit further towards the north. Even Stadium has been covered. Bamboo's going to be that spot that players will be fighting for. But speaking of fights, we're already inbound for more. R3G, the most ferocious out of match 4. They're at it again.
Well, Voindon getting out Celcom DJ Alliance. Regicide, they're still hunting for more. ATR. There's 2v1 right now. He's not doing so great for that one particular player of ATR. Pingman coming in again once more. Marushan and 9, what is going on by the other end of the Regicide players? They were on fire in the last one. Now they barely have enough for the jump. But what a spray by Bass.
What a crazy 180 flick coming in with that jump shot coming from Bass. Mamba could not even be swift enough to actually take him down despite given that opportunity to do so. Fast and furious the way that R3G hits, but of course that costed them 2 members early on. Once again, we have to iterate that they can always go for a revive point, so it is going to be a decent run for them so long as they can get out of this current city. But for now, I think Mamba, his job is to actually keep them at bay so that they could not reach out for those recall towers for them.
Or maybe his job, his mission. There will be one player out of every single team. Their mission is just to find the recall tower at this point. I have a feeling everybody assigned that one player for that reason only. But for the side of YG, Seikla and Merne, now this is a bit of a difficult time for them. They barely got enough resources. They don't have Vast or Helmet, which can land some of them at level 1. But they got ambushed straight off the bat. Now, this is going to be tough for them to just come back, but at least they still have a 4. But to get out of this is doable because so many structures in between, so they barely can spot the other players. And this is a bit difficult, you know, when it comes to... yeah, I love the escalators. Yeah, if you guys trying to walk against the direction of escalator, it will be making you so slow. That's why I don't like Jadina City, because... there's so many escalators down there, guys, and there's so many levels of buildings with, you know, multiple high-rise buildings too. So if we ended up in Jadina City ever, and I'm casting with Contra, I'm not going to be your friend anymore.
Well, it's going to be a long ride for sure. Good news for you, the circle goes up towards the north point, so Jadina City is not really covered. Goku soaking that damage from that grenade, and it seems like the exchange is never ending. Or not. Soaking a little bit for himself as well. We've been pretty much getting ourselves a little bit more of a feisty side coming out of this YG members as Say Cloud. He's also trying to rally up to provide enough coverage coming from Mernat, but it is a little daunting of a task right now for Goku with 3 members just covering his grounds, but there is multiple layers to this area of play where this school is just gonna see a little bit of an action as Goku is pretty much locked tight into this corner, but he's holding on to that S12K. Not gonna be all too easy. Master Spell says, you got that shotgun, I got that shotgun too.
I thought Goku gonna turn into Super Saiyan or something, because that was bold. 3v1 is going against the YG boys here. But Xiaomi, he can do a lot of things by himself here. He definitely got a lot of information regarding YG's position. But how will they respond to this after he relayed the information back towards his teammate? Do they approach? Do they re-engage? Or do they just let it by and just make sure they survive? Because right now, 7 elements, they need more points. They're not touching anywhere near the benchmark points yet. And don't forget, that top 5 teams, if they score this chicken dinner, despite YG have more points, like example, DX, if they score this chicken dinner, this is going to be theirs to take the trophy.
That's true, and overall, if you guys are wondering which team is eligible, they are highlighted in bright orange. Well, the top 5, just to put it simply, is that. If you guys are thinking, oh, I'm hoping that my team can actually make the cut. And speaking of which, Sem9, they just need another point for themselves to be eligible as well. So now we're going to add more parties to the block. Speaking of a party, I guess this party is not over and done just yet, as these 2 teams have been locking on for the longest of time. ATR still trying to cause some disruption towards R3G, who have been able to actually get at least 1 member revive. So 1 member is still being taken down, but I'll see whether if they are going to be able to make the cut, because they have been kept very, very busy by ATR, while Razak, he's going to be able to find a member of CD Alliance and adequately holding him down through the staircase. Drop shot comes right in, and Jimmy OP is already out.
I love that replay. That was really, really clean from Razak. A lot of clutch by himself within that very small window, using only Micro Uzi at mid-range distance from one building to the other. And does take a lot of skills to actually be able to execute that. But back towards the teams that are really close of getting that chicken in there. Regicide, they lost one player already. Now, despite Sam9 are close to be eligible, but any of the top 5 teams here score a chicken, that's no more eligibility for the side of Sam9. So on the side of the top 5 teams, they try to play it safe, but not so safe as Regicide Pigman being discovered as well. But at least the other two, they still can recall the rest of their members. But at the same time, where are the others of Regicide? We don't see them anywhere near Pigman.
Yeah, I think they've been able to actually skirt out of the city already, perhaps. Now, that's going to be the 30th points for Sem9, finally getting themselves eligible, but we definitely have to see the rest of the pack because now we have Hora involved up against the rest of Void Donkey. And speaking of which, Jiggle, the latest addition to the squad, has been able to spot one, and Jiggle, he's got to now dance with that happy feed. I guess that's the reason why he's been called Jiggle, and I guess Hitman's not too happy about that. Lands that hit shot, he's down and out.
Still back to the Battle of Mayron here. The resort seems to be not the most relaxing place at all. Hora, no, if you're bleeding out, we're safe. I don't think there's going to be an issue for them, but the problem is A1 just arrived. They want to be part of this party too, and things not doing great as Hora still trying to reset themselves and still recuperate while they're still licking their wounds. A1 arrived and just coming in strong. They're not sparing any of the players at all, and A1, well, Death Storm, really storm of death on the side of the player of Hora.
Wow. It's just full-on aggression, and Vexy is in the middle of the street. The rest of Void Donkey tried to box them inside the shack where they did manage to clip them with a beautiful grenade being dropped right there by Zeta. Speaking of which, of course, Vexy put himself into a really difficult spot, but that grenade closely hitting the mark over onto the side of Rowdy. He's trying to dance his way around. It's down to this 1v1 that A1 really has to actually find a way to clutch it, and Rowdy is just holding on for dear life. The other can go in for the revive, and Rowdy still pretty much pincered into that box right now. Rowdy, what is he going to pull out this time?
BTR also fighting against M9, all the Southeast Asia team, and one A1 from South Asia seems to be in an engagement here. Void Donkey, Zeta, Rowdy got caught by the back, and Zeta actually just peek around the window pane. That's why they call it the window pane. A1 on the other hand with only Sinister left. He's trying to find that recall tower as fast as he can, but it's so deep in the blue zone right now. But at least good news is still stage number 1, so it won't hurt as much.
Yeah, they're more concerned about more teams moving into this vicinity as well, because a lot of teams will eventually traverse it towards the north point. Zeta, he's happy enough that he's been able to at least keep the rest of Void Donkey pretty much afloat, and that's gonna be a recall, so every one of the members of Void Donkey is back on track. Meanwhile, looking at the center of the zone, this is just above the corners of test track, so Bamboo is going to be the place to be, where you're already looking at RNG, The Savior, Yangon Galacticos directly in the center, while in Kunsha, we have a battle that's going to be erupting between CD Alliance and ASI, because they went in for those revives, and now they will try to get their way across, and to cut across, they have to take a fight.
Casanova got finished off in an instant by Celcom Digi Alliance. He was actually the only player down there where ASI they tried to regroup nearby. Casanova is a bit too late now. While we're looking at the EMP zone in the middle of the circle where there's 3 teams in the center. Can we go to that area right now? Well, Bamboo area will be one of the best places to actually take covers and wait it out for the circle, what DX is actually doing. But in the meantime, when it comes to the EMP zone, speaking of worst timing possible, you can use vehicle in there when there's EMP in there. And the reticle of your scope will not be working as well, so I don't know what's happened in the center. That's why these Xaviers try to stay away from the EMP zone and wait it out. Same goes for Void Donkey. They're getting out of the EMP zone as fast as possible because they don't want to be in the middle of not able to use anything. But lucky enough for the side of Void Donkey, the EMP zone just dissipated over. But from the pan to the fire, now they're walking straight into another team's crosshair.
Yeah, Potato does get a little bit of cover towards the Temple Heals, and this is where you have a purchasing point as well. Potato, he might be able to at least retrieve a few things like the emergency barricades if they really want to actually put it to good use. So a quick checkpoint for themselves, as they are also getting maybe a little bit more vision up against the rest of the Savior at this current moment. A1 Esports is spending a little too much time over onto the blue zone. You can see their health bars already dropping really low. Meanwhile, Jingle gets picked off this time around. 7 Element, they're back at it once more, but only 2 members left. There's going to be a purchasing zone coming into the corner of Danching, and I believe Xiaomi, if he hasn't revived Alian as well as Goku just yet, he should be able to at least get that done.
He needs to get it done fast now. In less than a minute, stage 3 will hit, and it's going to be painful for them. And there's going to be gold bars in here, so they can actually exchange with the stores and supply token, especially with the premium one. And in this case, the closest one is going to be Lo Hua Sing, as like we mentioned before, but there's so many guts for them to actually go against that. And the premium ones, trust me, it's going to be worth it for them to actually invest their time in there. But next, we're back to a side of Regicide. Now, at this point, we saw so many fights happening before. We still have 16 teams intact. That's because a lot of teams have been recalling their fallen teammate, and they reset as a full squad. Which means the top 5 teams, all the eligible teams, including DX, have been pushed down to 7th place. Right now, still alive. But Roshan, I mean, this is because of the last map just now. They went crazy for Regicide. I mean, this is the player that they should watch out for. This man is a hunter.
He definitely is a very, very efficient hunter overall, where he was the last member standing for the side of Regicide when it comes down to how they've been able to brawl efficiently on that last map. And they gotta do it again. But look at how far they are. Around them, BTR, they still have to squeeze past the members of D Savior in order to do so. So it is going to be a little scary for the side of R3G. And only 2 members left at this moment, hoping to actually get the recalls done before they move into the zone. There's still plenty of time to do so, while D plus Kia, they're not wasting more time. They really want a good spot into the zone. Now they have to challenge 7-9 for it. Yuhai, prepared for the grenade. Noble grabs around. He did not notice the arrival of Noble at all.
No way, no hesitance. He knows exactly what Yuhai was thinking here. He's going straight for the core, straight to the problem. He knows, he heard the pins when the hand grenade were prepped on the side of Yuhai. He just goes straight, and there's no way that guy have time to swap over to his weapons, or his primary weapons. It was fast thinking coming up from the side of Noble, and a bold one as well. But the side of D plus Kia, they're quite in the middle of attention here if they start to open fire, because left, right, center, we can see a different groups of teams seems to be just hovering around. But on top of that, ATR, I mean, ATR has been one of the most aggressive teams, to be honest. I mean, we see them in a lot of fights, but every single time they've been fighting, it's always another third team happen to be passing by at the same time. But back to a side of Regicide, they're down with only 1 play. We don't see them calling out for the recall tower so far. I don't know if they already recalled, because you can only do it once in the tournament or in this map. So is he gonna use it soon, or he don't have it anymore?
Well, that's what I also really want to figure out, because it definitely was taking a really long time for Regicide to even get their members back up. Perhaps the reason why they're still on the blue zone is because they really wanted to pull off that revive, but at the same time, this is rather risky. Even if you were to revive, they might not actually be able to make the cut because they are so far away. Meanwhile, we focus back onto D plus Kia versus D Savior. These 2 teams, they have the passports ready. It's all about surviving, and now we might need to say goodbye to either one of these parties. DRS, they move rather late at the very same time, all the way towards the south corner of the map, as they're hoping that this might actually pay off once they do arrive over onto a safe spot. But to move into Bamboo right now, this is going to be rough. And speaking of which, R3G this time does not make the cut. They did add 4 points, however, to still keep up the pace of Yangon Galacticos.
Oh, they have to pray at the sidelines now, hoping that none of the top five teams that's eligible for the chicken here can actually get it away this time. Well, the sort of BTR, they just qualify themselves, but they have to finish this run and hoping for the chicken for the next one. For the next one, I think there's going to be pretty much almost like, what, 12 teams that's eligible. It's all about whoever get the chicken first, if that's going to be the case. But for these Xaviers, they know have the smash rule, and they've been there, they've done it. Now they try to play the center of a circle, but this terrain is very similar to last terrain, where there's some slope of hill in between, an open space, and there's not much compound and not many structures except for a couple of vegetation. That's just it. So it's quite an open flat plain. If they made a mistake, how did you not actually see that one coming?
Oh my, that was a close call. Sinister somehow still keeps himself alive even after getting rammed by these members of Boing Donkey. And just like that, Boing Donkey crashes out. They just managed to make that 31 points for them to be able to get that eligibility by the next run. And who knows who's really going to be able to close this one out. Labo getting out by Sleepy out of Horror Esports and BTR. They set this trap throughout the spot of the hill, and everybody who's booked that spot of the hill, they're being so happy about this current situation. BTR, they also make their way into that 31-pointer right now. So the last match, it's almost anyone's game to take.
Oh boy. For the teams that still remain as eligible, they need to wrap things up quickly. For the next one, it's over, so everybody else to get that chicken now. SI8, they are eligible still and score himself 2 eliminations for now, but they lost one member, still bleeding out. Casanova again, the first one to be knocked down, and UZM. Here is Taha from the back. 7th element. It's going to be a fish-it visual out there. Whenever you try to focus on what's in front, you'll always be somebody's watching at the back as well. Goku, he's trying to actually finish off the rest of ASI8 members. But the moment he get his eyes just locked to his ASI8, the Blazer might actually take them down, or even another third party. I think that's going to be DRX or D-Zavis right on top, and that's going to be DRS.
Yeah, this is just so tough. I mean, they're just battling through the blue zone right now. All these South Asian teams now bunch up over the north portion of the map, trying to squeeze whatever space that they do have. Huzaifa, he tries to provide enough cover, but he knows his members are slowly going to bleed out. That's going to be 7-9. They get taken down, but finally getting that pass. Meanwhile, Delta quickly gets sniffed out. Huzaifa, what is that reaction?
It was amazing tracking with that AUG just now. Perfect execution here. Coming up from the side of Huzaifa. That was really quick reflex coming up from Huzaifa. One of the players that I feel like have so much potential to look forward in the global stage in the future. But back to us on the side of RNG. They want to gatekeep BTR. D-Xavier split himself into 2 different sides here. They try to form a triangle with also YG just used a recall. We saw the parachute flying over just now. But the thing is, all the top 4 teams, all the eligible teams still alive. ASI8 as well. They managed to use their recall tower. But for DRX, they try to shut down on 7th element. But the thing is, none of these teams actually still in the safe zone. The worst part, there's going to be a huge choke point for them to cross the side of the bridge.
There's a big gap, like you said. Goku barely having any space, and all this is just so troublesome. DRS, they're just gatekeeping all these members. Xiaomi being forced to pull it up, and it's going to be Gante, the captain, now being knocked down. 7th element now finds a little bit of that space. They really got to take some of all this coupe and just dash out of this terrain. Kill YT holding them back though. So it's not just about quite cutting enough for either side of the party. They're taking far too long. Only 30 seconds to go. A1 Esports.
Oh, no.
They're already out, but they did manage to get themselves that passport. That nade was beautiful from Kill YT. Now it's down to Goku. And also, keep as a matter of fact, this current top 5, other than R3G, they're currently in the zone as well. So we might actually see this match end here in match 5.
This is going to be a losing game for both teams. ASI8 probably, even if they try to just... But ASI8, we can see some of them split over and cross over the other side of the bridge already. But for 7th element, I don't see them coming out alive and well, because there's a lot of players that will be gatekeeping from inside, just waiting out for them to cross that bridge. But for ATR, it's going to be D plus Kia, the previous champion of PMGC 2024. Here it comes. They try to flush out the rest of D plus Kia, but they try to just force their way to just wipe up the rest of D plus Kia players. But they're holding the fortress like as they used to do. Noble will be one that guarding over that window area. Chips cooking up the nade! And they do not disappoint the side of D Plus Gear. What a hold coming up from them, but it's not done and dusted yet. Vampires will be the next contender here. No room to just take a breather at all.
Yeah, they're looking for that reset. Also now being brought down as well. Not looking all too good. Only 2 members left on the side of D plus Kia. Over the final kill, it's going to be Lamborghini. Vampire Esports are hoping to stop the global champions from getting it done. Look at that zone. This is just by the edge of it. Vampire Esports fighting 2-man nail because they really want to get all of these members pretty much sorted out. Mormon now taking charge, but it's only 2 members left for the side of Vampire Esports as this battle still ongoing. And here comes CD Alliance as well.
Oh my. It's a lot of attractions, yeah. Everybody trying to fight on the southern side. And the only teams, there's only 2 teams coming up from the northern side. There's going to be RNG. And I think that's going to be BTR as well. BTR is on the losing side with only 1 player left. But the one that we have heated up, will this be YG's game? Because right now, it's a clear path for them to cut straight across into the center of the zone. And the one that will be thinning out, that's going to be the 3 teams having to be clustered up together where we're watching it right now. Second Digit Alliance is one of it. And the only team that's surviving is going to be YG. YG! Of all the eligible teams that can survive, the other 3... They not, even if they scored a chicken, they will not end the tournament here, except for YG. One more opportunity presented itself. Will they take it again?
My. The chances are here once more. Present for Yangon Galacticos over onto that north point. They get themselves that high ground terrain. Members inside of CD Alliance, they do have to compound, just barely getting themselves in the zone. Nathan struggling to make ends meet, but over on the south side is the rest of RNG that can actually get something done. Where we're looking at 2 teams from the PMCL, 2 teams from PMSL Southeast Asia collide for this chicken dinner. And if YG settles the score, this could be the end of the run.
Oh, they do have some slight advantage here with that slight elevation, and they drop themselves multiple barricade images here as well. And while Sacom DJ Alliance have been cornered down, there's no way out. The Blues are hitting them hard as well, so they don't have any exit out except for the front, which be gatekeep and shut down by YG completely. While on the side of YG, it's already almost 10,000 damage. 2,000 more to just reach that 5-digit of damage output. But the one that would contend YG right now for the finishing touch to just take the trophy home is just RNG. RNG secure the circle entirely for themselves.
Now, this is going to be a tough descent for YG. They need to start focusing onto RG instead of Cellcom DG Alliance because they need that zone for themselves. All that RG has to do is just to secure all these entry points, and they should be good for that chicken dinner to further deny the rest of Yangon Galacticos. It's going to be a little bit of widespread coming out as they are pretty much having that beeline. A couple of all these emergency barricades called right in. Romeo tries to create a little bit of that passage. Jipna definitely has his attention being drawn towards the side of Romeo Boy. While Cellcom DG Alliance, they're not out just yet. And speaking of which, Luke gets caught by Murnat, and that is just going to be a warlock for CD Alliance, only down to 2 at this moment.
The biggest fight, it's going to be between YG and RNG right now. 2 out of the top 4. It's now to 4v4 of YG and RNG! What a bit coming up from Master Smile. He already moved forward, initiated the fight straight head on. Master Smile trying to follow up behind. Here comes the bombardments coming in, but he couldn't hold the ground. He tried to prone down, and 2 drops on the ground. Down to already Romeo. Oh, Romeo again to shoulder the burden once more. It will be denied, or will they finish it? Yeah, it's denied again for YG. What a way to win the chicken for RNG, and they definitely will be eligible for the next one. Now, the last map here for the side of this contra. I mean, whoever scored the next chicken will win this PMRC. There's so many teams out there.
I can't believe it. It went down to a 1 versus 1. There's no room for Romeo Boy to play that one out. He was outside the play zone. He knows he needs to clutch that moment. He was so close. Yet so far, RNG, a massive win for them as they deny the match from ending right here. But YG says, it's okay, gents. We still got one more game to go. but there is risk involved right now. They need to secure this fair final game. No, but and there's just more teams getting that passport, even BTR, even Cellcom Digi Alliance. So who exactly will be the champions tonight? I can't even fathom what went down in that final battle, but it's far from over.
Okay, this can go two ways now. I mean, if it's a team that's not eligible winning for the next chicken, then YG gonna get the trophy. If we're gonna put it out later on, we're gonna discuss that later, but we have to celebrate none other than our MVP of the match, Range. We know this player from the PMCL for quite some time now, and Range, he got 4% of the headshot, but when it comes to the Pentagon, I mean, he definitely plays more when it comes to trying to be the best of the contribution of the team, the contributor for the team as well. So for RNG, that was really a tough one, despite YG do have some elevation, but the circle favors the side of RNG in the very last minute encounter. Now we're back to the topic about the chicken. If any of the eligible teams get the chicken for this last map, they'll be the one taking the number one spot and push all the rest of them down. But if it's a non-eligible team that wins the chicken, then YG will be the number one based on their scores.
Yeah, YG just has to pray whether if it's going to be them or somebody who does not have the passport at all. But of course, plenty of action in this matchup when we take a look at what went on. A lot of teams were actually zoned from actually getting into the zone, and they were just battling for that space. There's barely enough room for those players who are not over onto the Esports the kill side, which is where we actually get to see BTR. They have been able to deny the entry point coming from the side of 7-9 and then start to actually take over control at stage 4 onwards. But then again, DRS, they also have problems of their own because they were facing up against 7 Element, and none of these sides, 7E or even the members of DRS, has been able to make the cut because they were being held back by another squad over on the high grounds once more. So in that circle, we initially had about 4 teams out of the top 5 that was inside of the area playing, but it's RNG who's got the benefit of the circle of the south and has been able to at least secure it. So this game still goes on.
I mean, the stage 5 and stage 6 circle, that hot shift really put a tough position for teams that are eligible before. So they were fighting the blue and the players at the same time. And it is a flat plane. We do know there's no steep cliff or very high mountains in this map. So it's quite difficult to hide yourself from the view of the opponents. But for YG, they scored another. RNG, I don't know if they're eligible as well, but we're going to have to wait and see how many teams are there when it comes to the overall rankings that have the points more than 30 points. Now, I don't know about the very bottom team, but if they scored that chicken, it's still good news for YG. But if all the rest of eligible teams did score that chicken, now that's the only way that YG will actually lose this one.
Choo Choo, I gotta say it out loud right now. I love Smash rules. This is where we just have no clue. And it would be so heartbreaking if YG isn't the one to walk away with it, because they have done the most. They've been the most consistent team. They've seen so many top 4, so many chicken dinners. This most important chicken dinner in match 5, they came close. That 1v1 against Nathan from RNG. RNG, they kept the game running. Now they get that 17 points. Does that put them into that eligible spot under this match ruling? The next line, they better count it to the T, because right now we need to know who can actually be crowned as our champions of the Rondo Cup.
Now the thing is, right, YG almost get that chicken after they got the twice back-to-back chicken, right? All the rest of the day is like close, very close. Top 4, top 6, top 4, top 6. Well, we have to give credit when it's due. They are very consistent, but now it's down to 11 teams.
11
Good
teams!
luck. Out of the 11 teams, if the bottom 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 place score that chicken, hey, it's good news for YG. But if any of this team, including Sam9 or Void Donkey, if they scored the chicken, they push straight themselves at number 1 spot, despite they have lesser amount of points compared to YG, who's actually at 77. I mean, if any of these teams actually score this chicken, I don't know how to feel as YG players. To be honest, it's gonna be really bitter by the end.
RNG, they feel ecstatic about this win because that got them the eligibility by the end of that round. Now you're telling me 11 teams. So Young Galacticos, they cannot afford to let anybody else have that chicken dinner. Same goes to the mindset of everybody in the top 11, right? Now it's all down to this serious business of, are they gonna play it safe? Are they gonna be ensuring that they lock that chicken dinner and don't care about whatever the nations? Because it does not matter anymore, Choo Choo. It's all about that win. It's all down to that win. Yangon Galacticos, they're happy to see whoever take on each other because that's lesser competition for the rest of them to see. So this is absolute drama.
I mean,
cinema.
It's very dramatic if that's going to be the case because YG, if you look at the placement points and the elimination, they are the highest across all the board. Now this is where I like to go back to the first 2 games. You might score the chicken, but those chickens don't feel as significant as the next one you should be scoring for the past 3 maps now. And it's tough to be YG at this point. And this is the thing when it comes to the Smash rule. It happened in the PMSL South Asia recently in the spring split. Where everybody else in the arena, like all the players in the YG position back in the day, was the Xaviers. So as long as not the Xavier scored that chicken in there, everybody is happy about it because of how big the gap of a point and the margins between them and the rest of YG and the rest of the teams down there. So it's I don't know, it's fun. It's fun to actually see it, but at the same time, I feel bad with YG being such a consistent team so far. Placement points, eliminations, one of the highest, and balance it out for both. If they can't score this chicken where it really matters, now I don't know what else to say.
It is tough, Choo Choo, I'm not gonna lie. And this is where they just can't leave it down to fate, right? You gotta first ensure the most important part is that they survive this matchup. And then you have to win a chicken dinner. And you hope that if you were to crash out, YG, I think in terms of points, they are safe. If it's gonna be what we just mentioned, anywhere from the teams who are at 12 down to 16 to win it, YG, they can start celebrating. It's like, yay, the top teams are out. And then they will just, by default, become the champions of the match. So there's just this big coin flip. Honestly, you can roll, whether if it's a dice, whether it's a coin or a magic ball, just anybody within that 11, you could be the one doing the least, right? You could be Semnai. I wouldn't say Semnai hasn't been doing the least, but
Okay.
In comparison to YG, who's been hunting out, like, oh, we finally get a chicken dinner, and now you are champions of the Rondo Cup. How would this team feel? I want to jump into interview to talk to any of these guys by the end of the run because it's exhilarating.
Especially the teams at the 12th, 11th place, right? We saw 11th place just now was 7-9. What a Cinderella story this Smash Rule can be for the teams down to the 11th place, and they have a chance of all the odds. The entire day, YG being presented so many opportunities to score that chicken. They just couldn't seal the deal. This is the issue always when it comes to the teams that's the first one to be eligible and having the most point. You know, it seems like they counterproductive when you start to overthink yourself because they know for a fact we just need that one chicken, but the more you say you want and need it, the more it just flew away from you and slipping out of your hands every single time. So for the players, imagine their mental state right now. How much mental strength you have to go through just to play this Smash Rule.
I just know that right now, you know, wherever they're from across, whether if you're from South Asia, whether if you're from Southeast Asia, it's also getting very late in the night. They're starting to lose their stamina. Now they're also losing their patience, losing some of their brain cells, processing. Wow, 30 points it's so easily doable, but chicken dinner, that adds that layer of surprise onto whether if you're going to be able to secure it, whether if you're not going to be able to secure it. YG match 5, that ending was epic. RNG, I think that if we're gonna be in the arena, everybody will be celebrating for RNG because like,
Yes.
oh, you kept the game running. Now everybody can win this tournament. All thanks to RNG. They themselves can also win that tournament.
Oh my god, it's so funny how things turns every single
can.
time. I mean, like that's really happened. If it's happened, because it happened in the offline arena, and I heard those cheers, and it was crazy as well. I mean, if this happened to be offline one day, I swear to God, everybody's cheering for the same reason that you mentioned it. Everyone will be thanking RNG. Thanks for winning that chicken by denying YG's chicken once more. And the thing is, it's anybody's game right now. I mean, it's anybody's game. 11 teams. How to shut down those 11 teams? What are the odds? The bottom 5 teams. Oh, sorry. The bottom 5 teams can actually score a chicken. I mean, it's same. I mean, it's great news for YG, but will the other 10 teams allow the bottom teams to score that chicken? Now they are more motivated. You know what? We have a shot. Everybody have a shot now.
Yeah, now I'm looking at the future of PUBG Mobile Esports as well on this format, right? Where this is definitely implemented in PMGO. So I definitely want to watch what happens from there on. And then now you have Rondo, right? I want to see maybe how they split this format. I don't know how many days they really want to play that one out. Of course, we will be told further down the road. But I want to see maybe 3 maps of Wrangle, 3 maps of Miramar, 3 maps of Sanong, and then 3 maps of Rondo. Make it fair for everybody else out there. But Rondo, with this element of revivals, yeah.
2.
I want to see more. I mean, today, I'm sold. I'm sold that this is a great map. This is so fun to play. It's so fun to watch because you get to revive players.
The thing is, what surprises me more, I thought that there's a chance we can see, you know, early smash rule actually being executed this time, because we have lower benchmark when it comes to the eligible points, which was like 30 points compared to during PMSL South Asia, the first match we implemented. It was 100 over points.
Yeah.
And even at 30 points, it's so difficult, man.
Yeah, at first, you know, Choo, I started the day, I'm not gonna lie, we had this conversation. It was like, oh, it sounds like it could be an easy task. If a team scored the first chicken dinner, maybe they get 20 points, that's already a passport, and then you maybe within the first 3-4 rounds, if you happen to be consistent enough, you should be able to close out the match. Apparently, it's just so hard. It's so difficult, Choo. I don't want to be in their shoes, because right now it is just turmoil. It is turmoil, which is why we're giving time for all the players out there. This is going to be the last shot.
Recollect your thoughts. Recollect. Refocus.
It's the last shot.
Contra, I hate saying this, but I told you so. We talked about you talked about actually at the day earlier. What I'm saying? No, it's never gonna happen. When Smash Rule happens, this happens. And if we have 8 maps, it's probably gonna be all the way down to 8 maps as well. But at the same time, I don't know. For YG, if they can score this chicken, great. I mean, they should focus on that, because if not, it's gonna be so demotivating that you have the most amount of points when it comes to balancing both ranking points and elimination, but it feels like all the hard work not really entirely going down the drain, but it's just that $2,000 of difference still big between the first and second place. So
yeah, I mean, imagine $2,000, what you could do with the rest of the team, right? Like, you can go for big celebrations versus like, oh, maybe I'm just getting fat pizzas for everybody out there. So, either ways, of course, everybody still walks away with a little bit of something, of course, to reward themselves for all the hard work and dedication into the craft. And this is just, you know, South Asia versus Southeast Asia, and of course not forgetting our world champions that has been on board. I think D plus Kia so far has been putting such a good challenge as well. I won't be surprised that it might just actually be them, because look at how they've also been part of the final few zones. So now I guess we might even shift all the attention away from Yangon Galacticos. Their chances have arrived multiple times. They didn't seem like they've been able to just nail it on the dot. Now, chances for everybody else. We definitely need to talk about a lot of all these names in the top 11. Cellcom Digi Alliance, Zem9, Voing Donkey, and so much more.
But before we starting off our last map, I want to encourage our viewers in the chat. Who do you think will actually take this trophy away? Because I want to see your predictions too. You might actually hit it right. You know what? We title whoever got the right prediction as the Kings of Oracle in the chat. Whoever can predict who will get the trophy based on the chicken dinner, you will get the title of Kings of Oracle. There you go. I'm going to give it away for you guys in the chat. But you know what, Contra, you buckled up because we are heading into our last map of Rondo in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash of Rondo's Cup. Here we go. Who will get the chicken? And who do you think will it be, Contra?
Aw, Chu, you put me on the spot. I don't want to drop names right now, but at this moment, any of these 11 teams out there are just making viewers lose sleep on who exactly will be our first champions ever for this Rondo Cup. So, to me, I'm just happy to actually be able to witness history in the making. This is, like you said, first ever Smash rule globally. Or at least you could say major regionally in a sense. Going down to the wire, match 6, and we're having this flight path from south all the way to the north. So we're definitely bound for a lot of all these action. Now, let's also refresh before we, of course, make a little bit of our own predictions, because I believe like even names like A1 Esports has been around that margin as well. I definitely want to double check with that. DRS, unfortunately, today has been an inconsistent run. BTR definitely is one of the guys out there that did manage to secure. R3G, what about ATR? Did they actually have enough for them to get a passport in the past couple rounds?
No, they don't. The thing about ATR, they love to initiate fights, but they always caught themselves not able to get those elimination points, being stolen away by another team. So, unfortunately for ATR, I don't think they're eligible for the points. But for me, I'll be reading all the top 11 teams right now because it's going to be so much fun, including where 7 Elements versus D Xaviers. And these are eligible teams. There's only 5 teams not eligible right now. And I love the fact that Flight Path is being so generous, cutting across the map equally on the side left and right. Everybody can drop wherever they fancy. Even the circle seems to be very generous too, but Goku, I mean, that's not going to happen for now.
Oh my. Once again, Neox Factory always have been the easiest spot possible. 7 Element looking to dash away. I think that there's basically no chance whatsoever for 7-Eleven or Vampire Esports DRS or even ATR to be able to have a chance at getting the championship title. But if they can position themselves better, they still probably earn maybe a little something, right? So it's either go big or go home. You can destroy the chances for these 11 teams. That is the fun portion of it for those who did not get their passports done. While Nate T, he's got to win this fight, and they've already lost Lamborghini. Not really the best start for the side of the Savior, but they're dropping all these bombshells right across. Alha, he's gonna really find the mark, and here comes the push. Nate T does get the job done.
7 Elements last player probably running around trying to find that recall tower by now. They still have a shot as long as they got one player alive for Talha. And also Shami shouting out for that mini love. Thank you for the post. I loved that post just now, but unfortunately Nick T is like, no, we're not gonna let you use this tower. It's ours. So and they actually make it. I love this. I do understand why these Xaviers is not just execute them straight away. One of the many reasons, so they actually will delay the recall tower on the side of 7 Elements here, because they need to make sure all the players being eliminated first, then only they can start to recall. So it's buying a bit more time for these Xaviers and delaying 7 Elements progress in the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And also because of the hot drops that consistently happen in Neox Factory, they're like, you really want this spot, buddy? We're gonna have a long talk. I'm gonna make you crawl for it. I'm gonna make you struggle for it, and it seems like the struggle for Xiaomi is over. So, Alian, you gotta get the job done. So, where exactly is this recall point? It seems like it's gonna be just by the corner, right across the waters. Parachute finally did 3,000 damage. That adds to the tally. Now, question is, has DX hit over 9,000? Because we got just about enough Dragon Ball memes out there. Of course, we had the collab earlier this year, which was super exciting. And now I think there's definitely a little bit more left. Romeo Boys being tracked by ATR. We talked about stories where teams with nothing to lose, they're about to play spoilers right now, and Romeo's in for a surprise.
Mad Cat. You see a lot of Mad Cat in action. Always trying to scare the players, try to surprise them, setting them on a trap. But I think he's just gonna try to going for recon, try to find some information. But on Cellcom DG Alliance, well, they are eligible. Same goes for the Xaviers. And they are too close for comfort right now. Just the next door neighbor. And both teams already pull out the pin of their hand grenades.
This time it's going to be either triumph or heartbreak. It's going to be a big decision for either side, whether it's going to be Cellcom DG Alliance or even the likes of the Savior, who's been hanging around. Surely they denied the 7 Element members from going for a close recall, but it seems like 7 Element has been able to bring everybody back up. Cellcom DG Alliance usually leave no crumbs if they were to commit to a battle. It's either they turn the crumbs themselves or get home with all those 4 points. So I expect these two Southeast Asia teams to fully commit, and whoever wins this one, they can hold on for longer, because stage 1, it definitely does cover the Ox Factory. So it will definitely take a while before it does wrap up. But D Savior says, we're not falling prey to whatever your mind games is. So we see Lambo going for Jock outside.
No, I'll keep my mouth
But
shut.
at least it's good news for 7 Elements. They managed to revive with the recall tower just now. 4 members well and alive. But for Goku, I mean, they just revived themselves. They revived themselves. They have to be falling in the claw of vampires. I mean, I don't know how to feel about 7 Elements right now. I mean, wherever they go, they've been bombarded down by teams here. They just managed to recollect themselves for once, man.
Yeah, it's been from the pad to the fire to the river to the
Mountains
flames.
to
Yeah.
everything.
And now, pretty much Jill
like this
inside of this area, though. Oh, I love it too. So beautiful.
Yeah, I like the view. Sometimes, you know, I just stop and just look at the view. And at the same time, the circle, we still have to wait, because I feel like stage 1 is more than enough, like, wait it out. But back to us, New York's factory. You do know, D Xavier seems to be loving this spot so much. They dropped here multiple times by now. But don't forget, ATR is there as well. If I'm not mistaken, they're watching from afar.
Yeah, ATR, they're definitely fancying their chances. Speaking of which, Mamba, he catches out Leon. So they're absolutely helping the Sabres settle the score right now. Lambo says, okay, I'm still going to be able to find that finisher. So that point still being taken out there. ATR did not manage to actually convert that. Meanwhile, Talha, he's back for more, managing to reply onto the aggression being displayed by Vampire Esports. So all hope is not lost just yet. But Nate T, he's trying to actually form a little bit more of a beeline with those smokes. And oh, he catches out Mappa. ATR. Oh, he just made it across towards the recall point. But he is being dropped right now. Nate T, he needs to hang on until the rest of the members arrive.
I don't think the Xaviers actually anticipate ATR will be suddenly surprise them at the back here. But on the side of New York's factory, only one victor coming out from this fight right now, and things not looking great, as DX already having heavy casualty on the side. They're only left with 2 here. Well, Voin Donkey against YG. Oh no, YG!
Oh my, this is going to be a pretty rough one. Void Donkey as well. They won this one for themselves. And they're having the high ground. The nades are dropping right in. And this is no good news whatsoever by 3/4 of Washington. And Lexi, He's definitely not giving any form of rooms. And remember this, there's also guards that they will have to deal with. So damage will come from all direction. There's a very good reason why Void Donkey, they're not willing to simply just run out in the open because there's a risk that the guards can also take him down.
Yep, this is the battle that we were hoping for the entire day. Lo Hua Sing, where there's going to be a lot of guards watching over the premier market or store. At the same time, if they can finish off that team and can even finish off the guards, that's going to be a big win for the teams where we're actually taking over the Lo Hua Sing area. But unfortunately, the blue zone will start to clip a couple of the players, so it will force them to move here. Horror, on the other hand, spot out some of the players of 7 Elements. I just wish, right now, I want 7 Elements to actually survive a bit, you know? Because just how difficult things were for them.
And it's not only you. I think Yangon Galacticos want that to happen as well. If either one of these parties win, remember this. The game goes on, meaning to say Yangon Galacticos will be the champions. RNG now find themselves in the scuffle up against the side of R3G. Those big nades falling real wide, but here comes Nathan. He just went in for that revival point of the recall, but it's gonna be Jappy closing it out. He's got that JS9 chasing onto the members, and this is not gonna look all too good because the rest of R3G, they're starting to deplete, and this is going to be a rough ride. Nathan also falling flat. He's barely having any health bars left. But here comes Roshan, the guy with the big damage to be done. He goes for the jump, but not quite enough. Jappy was ready with the JS9.
Oh, well, Regicide, who actually performed so phenomenal in the previous map where they got themselves 17 eliminations before. Now calling out for the recon tower, hoping they will try to have all full set of their members back up online and alive, and they managed to do so. RNG were trying to do the same thing, but they managed to do it as well. I think they just in the nick of time, but unfortunately for YG, they're down to only 2 players. I think everybody tried to go and find themselves these recall towers as much as they can, and once they lost more than 1 member in this case. But for Void Donkey, that's going to be 3 eliminations already in the bag, but watch out for the Xaviers. There are 5 on the block right now when it comes to the eliminations, so they are hunting people down.
Yeah, I guess like it's go big or go home. They definitely want to spot out YG. If YG's already out, then there's a chance for DX as well as DK. And of course the rest that are having their names pretty much highlighted for the moment. The battle continues. Horror Esports still nails down 7th Element. It's going to be the SA region to be going up against each other by the corners of the outskirts just by Tin Long Garden. So it has been a really rough ride out there, but for the rest of Void Donkey, they're still hovering over onto this area of Huaxing. And now, finally, we're getting the revive done, calling Vexy back for a little bit more cover, while we will see A1 Esports to continue on this trade up against RNG.
There's very few structures, very few buildings, but it's either you get the big warehouse or the small storage. RNG, we saw how they actually secured that chicken away. But A1, one of the teams that a lot of you guys hoping they will win the chicken and win the trophy. Can they execute it? As being bombarded from behind by RNG player, and Sinister got it well and well done. Sinister, on the other hand, try to finish off the remaining players of RNG. But as per usual, if you can't find all 4 of them, there's a high chance that RNG will be bringing up back all the rest of the members. But for A1, on the other hand, they didn't lose any of their members, but the Blues will start to slowly kill them down. But RNG, straight away, like I mentioned before, they'll be having some players guarding over that recall tower, and they are doing it right now. This is going to be different kind of strategy of PUBG Mobile we're going to see with the recall towers being used quite a lot of times in this Rondo map.
Absolutely, and overall, it's a pretty huge news as well. RNG, they got those 4 pointers. They get that full reset on the safer region. M9, however, getting themselves pinned, but they are the ones to turn the tides around up against the rest of the members of ATR. Getting those clipped, but Mika's going down, flat on the ground. This could be the first time that Mika's going to be taken out, so still not too concerning just yet for the rest of these members, but ATR, they did went in for the revives early on, so this is definitely going to be a big concern. This is where we see the circle going further and further into the direct center of the map. in between Yulin, Neox Factory, Test Track, and over this south corner, just on top of Danching, it is where Sem9 is going to be hoping to hold over onto these corners of the map, and they got first priority. What do they make out of this? ATR, they are going for a full recall once again. So they are back on track, so that proves to be round that they have yet to use that recall, and now they've used it.
Another open space circle here. You're gonna expect there's gonna be a lot of bloodbath later on. Well, a lot of teams now try to slowly just get into the safe zone, but not being too reckless to be in the center because it's just too much at stake here for the teams that's eligible. And none of the teams being eliminated yet, except for YG, who only have one member left. I think he's trying to recall all the players, but RNG Vampires, the moment they are migrating themselves over the open field here, RNG already waiting them out, but RNG, I think they already used the recall tower 1, so I don't know if they want to jeopardize regarding the position here right now, but they are forced to take this fight anyway.
Yeah, I think the game plan for Vampire Esports is that they know that people are going for the recalls, but they didn't know prior to this that RNG is here and they're slowly getting shorted out. Rage, he just unleashes that S12K. It doesn't seem like he has been able to hit the mark just yet. 2 versus 2. And take a look at who's here. R3G have arrived to the scene.
Down to only Onzens left. Onzens, he has to deal with this all by himself, but unfortunately BTR arriving as well, reposition himself to corner down whoever's trying to fight inside of this compound. Regicide, they're willing to take the chances. Onzens still hugging around the corners while RNG barely can recover themselves just yet, and Jappy managed to reset, but it's down to only 2 players. Regicide have 3. It's 3v2v1, but BTR still have a 4. The moment they start to open fire for these teams, I think BTR will close in the distance and straight away just cleaning up the rest of the mess.
Yeah, On says he's just hoping to survive, and with the rest of RNG still making a lot of noise, Roshan's definitely eager to actually see any form of movement. Anson's now explodes him out, but it's gonna be way too late. And just like that, the rest of Vampire Esports gets shut off completely. No passport whatsoever. Thank you so much for participating. But R3G, this is where they put that chokehold and the leads over onto the heads of RG, who's won that past chicken dinner, but can they hang on? Because there's just no more revivals for the side of RNG. They just recalled directly onto this spot. And R3G, they can wrap up this fight. They can still call in the cavalry from the forces of the air. And now take a look at the mini-map. It's going to close onto either terrains, but RNG, they try to turn it around. Only down to Jappy at this moment. They're still within the circle. They just need to hang on.
Oh, it's not going to be long when the other teams will start to pass by here as well. They have to wrap things up quickly. And imagine, Contra, if all the bottom 5 teams that's not eligible to be getting that chicken, to win that trophy, being eliminated, executed early on, and all that teams left, never mind Jappy, what a big nade! It was 2! 1 for the discount of 2, and he was obliterating the entire group of Regicide that's down on the drain right now for the trophy for them, and leaves us with only 10 teams left that can secure the trophy away.
And he has to play this all out alone. There's no other way because RNG has already used the recall, but BTR, they crash the gates, hoping to actually find something up against A1, and yes, they do. It is their Captain Satar that saves the day, and BTR members, they're still well and alive.
BTR, can they score this chicken now? For RNG, they have 10 eliminations, 1 player alive. But for YG, it seems like things are not doing great as well. Everything falling into shambles here, and they have to hope the teams that did not score for the eligible points yet to win this chicken, for them to take the trophy away. Now, that's going to be a very difficult op for YG. So it's best for them to take their fate into their hands, but unfortunately, Sem9 arrive. YG, they have to bite their nails and wait it out, while hoping none of the eligible teams would take that trophy away from their hands. They're so close right now.
And now the possibilities are endless. YG leaves their fate in the hands of the hopeful. But remember this, Sem9 still active. They were the ones in charge taking them down. Boing Donkey is going to be able to also get something in return. They got 6 points already. RNG, slim chance. But remember this. when there's a chance, there's somebody about to seize it. But say less, gentlemen, as RNG, they are now out of the match as well. So we're only down to just a few names. 7 Element, DRS, ATR, and Horror Esports. If they win, then YG wins.
4 teams not eligible, while 6 teams still can take the trophy away. ASI8, they try to play themselves slightly more in the blue zone to avoid early conflicts and wait things out where there's lesser team to deal with. But at the same time, UZM, he's driving way into the deep blue zone. I'm not sure what the real plan is, but on the side of BTR, they just managed to secure themselves inside of a safe zone while we're looking at the circle will shrink any time now. DRS coming out from the south. Last player of 7 Elements still alive, while DK, D plus Kia, and D Xaviers. D Xaviers might actually just avoid the conflict entirely by going straight into Horror, while D plus Kia caught himself in a trap when they're migrating into the blue zone and leaving only Osal with another member in the car right now. BTR is gatekeeping whoever coming in late, but back to Horror versus DX. There's going to be also another team that's eligible right now fighting against each other.
They're just battling for the hillside. AT, the only one left standing in the way, dropping into the gray over on the sky. He's almost getting it done, but it is going to be down to AT. And he's trying to trade right back. There's Jiggle, Sleepy, and Sky to close it out for the Savior. As this will be their spree to be pretty much shut down completely. DK's out as well. Only 3 more teams left that has the passport. It could still be Yangon Galacticos, but right in the circle, smack in the middle, it's Sem9, BTR. They're also holding a high ground. Horror Esports, can they just shut out the hopes and dreams for the 3 remaining teams who are eligible at the moment?
4 teams is not eligible will take the hopes away of BTR, Void Donkey, and Sem9. While it's going to be a huge Cinderella story of Sem9 and Void Donkey, especially if they win this one, including BTR as well. And it will be a dream crusher for YG if the eligible teams score this chicken dinner. Whilst they are biting their nails and hoping the non-eligible teams like 7 Elements, DRS, ATR, as well as Zora to survive till the very end, things seems to be very difficult with this kind of circle. It's open for everybody to shoot everything that moves.
Speaking of which, now we're also getting both ATR to take on Horror Esports. So if they were to actually trigger out, there's a higher margin of a chance where some of these guys who have gotten eligibility to be able to make it past, but now the numbers might deplete because BTR is about to take their brothers on. Void Donkey, they get the knock onto BTR, and that's going to be Razy on his knees already. Zeta is also falling flat. Meanwhile, Nate's being tossed over side of Satar. BTR, they gotta hang on. There's no more revive points at this moment, and this is where that dip might just be the bane of it.
Ooh, that need hit on Vexy. Another one follow up behind. They made so many crates in between, make it so difficult for BTR to shut them down, but the blue zone will not help them. The blue zone will kill both of these teams, but it runs down to very, very slither of health remaining. Hide on Bush will not be hiding anymore. What's that now taking a circle? ATR, DRS, the teams are not eligible, and Horror is still in there as well. And these are the teams that's eligible. We're down to only 1 eligible team left, if both of them being obliterated. And BTR won over the fight against Void Donkey, but the blue zone will be the biggest enemy. Oh, how things have turned between Sem9, BTR, DRS, and ATR here left. Horror still having a full squad. Oh, this is gonna be really tough for YG, BTR, and Sem9 here.
It's Helter Skelter. ATR, they banned bombarded by the rest of DRS, and now here comes Horror coming in from the north as well. Sem9, they've been keeping quiet. They have the zone. It might just be their game here to take. Also, not forgetting BTR. Now we're down to the top 4. Only 2 of them have those passports, choo-choo. It could still be the chance for Yangon Galacticos. Oh, it's a 50-50 right now. BTR, Sem9, will they be the champions of this Rondo Cup?
Oh, Biden and Neil still waiting for the teams that's still eligible to be wiped out by Horror and DRS. Can they crush the dreams of BTR and Sem9 here? They're so close of getting that chicken. Sem9 taking on Snake, BTR, and the eligible teams cancelling each other out will not actually help as well. Oh my, I think YG is definitely cheering for them right now.
Absolutely, and the dates are falling right through. He connects onto Sleepy. Now 2 members are out for the side of Horror Esports. They are being bought over onto the corner, and I don't think there's enough time to fully go for the revive, but No Fear's going to try. There's plenty of smokes for them to actually utilize. Meanwhile, like you said, BTR versus M9 is ongoing over on North, and they only barely have enough cover. Here comes Federales on his knees. Oh, here is going to be a big problem as the rest of these members of M9 tracing them down as they collapse upon KK. That's going to be Satar. BTR is no longer in the match, so only M9 has the chance, but it's all down to this fight over on the south side.
Oh my, they will cancel each other out as well for the 2 teams that will crush M9's dream to get that trophy for themselves here. When it comes to utilities, Hora do have the most, but what a nade! Hora, no fear, that was a big one, and by Jiggle as well. That was incredible finishing touch. But Hora, they're down to 2 players. It's gonna be 2v3. Sam9, can they actually do it? Numbers wise, it's on the side, but with the revival of Hora player, it's still gonna be a 50-50 by the end of today.
Hora does not really have the zone. They got to brute force their way. Only 25 more seconds for them to actually get right in the zone, and they're already being spotted out. Oh, it's down to Jiggle. He's not being spotted yet, so maybe he can turn the tides around. And here comes those grenades towards the side of Fear. Sem9, they might just be the grand victors of this Rondo Cup, but it's all down to execution. Can they overwhelm Hora? Or if Hora wins right now, it will be celebrations for the Nepalese, but the grand winners might just be Yangon Galacticos. YG waiting for this chance, but it is M9 holding on, holding firm down to Fear. They now got in, and this is where they find the chance. They take down Yuhai.
Oh no! Oh, down to Traxy. He's off angle, but he got shot down as well! And it's gonna be Hora winning over! And they got the chicken dinner when things are really tough between a 50-50 of YG winning the championship or not. But right now, congratulations to YG and congratulations to Hora. YG have to buy Hora some big dinner here today because they make sure YG will get this PMRC Rondo Cup championship on the side.
What an epic finale that we've just witnessed here all together in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, South Asia versus Southeast Asia, and the global champions. Kudos to Hora Esports. They were overwhelming Sem9 despite having no zone to work with. 20 elimination points, the biggest one, the Purple Hearts have won our hearts. And of course, like you said, they deserve some big bonuses coming in from the guys from YG.
Oh my, but that's still what a game by Hora just now. The way they played their hearts out, but if only they are the one that actually just holding the trophy by end of today. But still, nonetheless, I'm so happy just now. No Fear Jiggle played so well with Sky going on the flank side so much. Sleepy trying to give as much cover fire as possible. But on damage side, look at No Fear, 1,504. I think a lot of his nade actually pinned down 2 players with that one nade just now. It was so difficult to know the space, but they managed to claw their way out by the end of the day.
Yeah, overall, I absolutely do understand on how that altercation happened because Hora Esports, they have all that south side to themselves, while the rest of Sem9 kind of just bunch inside the zone, hoping that, oh, we just wait for the zone to close. But Hora Esports, they waste no time. No Fear. Look at that absurd damage. This is the highest we've seen throughout the course of the day by any individual. 1,500 damage output with 6 elimination points means that either all these eliminations got stolen away because he's done so much more.
My oh my, what a finale just now. I have to break it down to the point, like, you know, it was at first there's so many eligible teams. And there's only 5 teams that's not eligible to win that chicken dinner to get that trophy. But all the 11 teams that's so eligible at some point, all of them being wiped out and cancelled out one by one until it was still 50-50 till our last 2 teams. That was crazy and a phenomenal run as well.
It is just a wild ride overall, and we can't ask for a better finish out there. YG absolutely deserving, but the fights overall in this final matchup, because of how teams were desperate to take that chance, take that opportunity, they were just doing their usual ordeal where whoever moves, we just try to take him out in the match, right? So BTR, I think their golden opportunity was to really seize control of the area where Sam9 was holding out, because you saw they were playing over the high grounds. But by the time that they tried to wrap around, Sam9 was prepared, having all their weapons pointed at the side of BTR to shut them out completely. And then this battle between Hora and DRS was never ending. It really came down to the wire, and Hora, they pulled off an absolute heist.
I mean, for Hora's side, I don't know how they keep up the resources till the very end of it, because Sam9 was running dry with them. But for Jiggle, he really jiggled it out for the team. I mean, incredible run. They were just managed to get the eligible points, but there's no more maps to go for Hora. If not, they're probably going to secure the trophy as well. But still, what a great ending with 20 eliminations for our finale just now. On the side of RNG, they go all gun blazing. The only team without any placement, but with double digit up there. That's something else as well.
Yeah, can you imagine if Hora has gotten this chicken dinner way early on? This is just immediately delivering them that eligibility within that one round. But of course, they had their fair share of struggle, and better than late than never, because they now get to move up positions in the ranking, bagging even more of that cash prize home. So congratulations for some of these teams coming from South Asia. They activate rather late, but it's been a fancy ride for some of these guys. Hora Esports, they moved all the way to the top 2 with this 30-point round. So it's a big win, and Yangon Galacticos are your grand champions of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash Rondo Cup.
Congratulations on the side of YG. That was a big win for them. I'm looking forward for what they have to say later on, but for YG, that was really a nail-biting moment. The moment that they lost the entire crew, being eliminated quite early and leaving the fate in the hands of the players and the team that's not eligible for the points before. Oh man, that was so close, but at the same time for the others, I love Smash Roll, but it's just so dang close, man.
It is way too close for comfort. Yangon Galacticos will breathe a huge sigh of relief after knowing for the fact that, you know, they've been the most consistent team out there, and all they really had to do, see the rest of the competition get crushed. And the FMVP of this matchup has got to be Sam9's very own favorite, because he was the last member standing in the way, and he's gotten plenty of damage done and 20 eliminations throughout the span of these 6 matches.
40% team contribution as well. He did so much work and effort, but Sam9, that was so close for them to take the trophy away, but that just, you know, it's not meant to be, I assume. But nonetheless, congratulations for Sam9 Firan, who got himself the finals MVP for our PMRC Rondo Cup. And when it comes to damage taken, he actually take half of the damage. He put himself out there. But you know what? We want to see our champions interview. Let's head over for the interview.
That's right. Before we get right into that, of course, we give them some time to celebrate behind the scenes. And right now, please welcome on board our winners of the Rondo Cup. So with that, we would like to welcome TYG. Congratulations, you guys are the champions of the Rondo Cup. Tell me, how are you feeling?
Can we interview with translator?
Sure.
前面ကျွန်တော်前面ရောက်လာတော့ကျွန်တော်ထိတ်ထဲတော့ပျော်တော့မပျော်ဘူးပေါ့ကျွန်တော်ဒီခုဖြစ်နေတဲ့ဟာတွေအတွက်လည်းဂျားထဲမှာရင်တုံတုံနဲ့ဆော့လိုက်ရတဲ့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်လိုခံရလဲဆိုရင်တော့ဒီတော့ကြောက်တဲ့စိတ်တွေရှိနေပါ
So what we're saying is like we felt really grateful for the become champion, but we feel really at the same time we feel very scared because as you guys know we had a kind of like big things coming up again over the Myanmar and Thailand, so we feel very sad, and then we felt really sorry for who lost their families as well.
Yeah, we hope we are all our prayers for you guys as well, because we do know about the earthquake, and we wish you guys all the best and all the praise from the viewers as well from us. Now, it's a very sad story for that one, but we're gonna come back to that later. But for now, I need to ask you regarding the smash rule. YG, you had so many opportunities to score that chicken dinner, because you scored back-to-back chicken dinner in the first 2 maps when the chicken dinner don't really matter. Why is it so hard for you to score the chicken when you're already eligible? What's blocking your mind that time?
chicken ရဖို့ပဲရမ်းပိတ်ထားလဲ
chicken ကျွန်တော် chicken ကတော့ဟိုတယောက်ချင်းစီအမားလေးပေါလို့ပထမပွဲတို့ဒုတိယပွဲတို့ chicken ရကိုလွဲရဆိုတာတယောက်ချင်းစီနဲ့ခင်ရလိုက်လို့အဲ့လိုမျိုးတွေမှားသွားကြအောင်ပါတယောက်ချင်းစီမှားကြအောင်
I think we made a lot of mistakes during the match, and then also like from the players for the off course as a team as well. Yeah, that caused us a lot of we lost the chickens.
But why? What compels you to make? Why is it the mistake happened during that time from your perspective?
ပါမိုင်းလုံးလဲပဲ
အမားတွေကတော့များတော့ပေါ့တယောက်ချင်းစီအမားတွေကပြောပြရင်တော့ကုန်မှာတော့မဟုတ်ဘူး
So mainly as we lost our communication and during the match, and also like we didn't have a good connection. So that's a big mistake for us.
I see, but of course you guys have been super consistent throughout the rounds, and this being a very new map, I'm pretty sure that you guys have very limited time to train, of course, with all the challenges happening throughout the weekend and everything else. So of course, moving into Rondo, how do you guys feel about this brand new map? Because there's so many exciting things being introduced in this map, and how do you like it with this map played out in the Smash Rule format?
Rondo မကတော့စောရအစ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ကအစ်ဆန်းဖြစ်နေဟောပစ္စည်းတစ်တွေရောဂန်းတစ်တွေရောကားတစ်တွေရောဇုံလိုဘယ်လိုပြောလဲ red zone လိုမျိုးဟာမျိုးအစားထိုးတဲ့ဟာတွေကပါလာကြကျွန်တော်တို့အခက်အခဲတော့ဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒါပေမဲ့ဒီဟာကိုပဲဟိုအရှိဟိုချမ်းမျိုးနေလို့ပဲရအောင်ပဲစော်လာတယ်ပေါ့နော်
So it actually it is very difficult for us. It's kind of like different guns, different cars, different zones, etc. Everything, but like we could finally make it at the end.
Now, how long do you guys actually really try to understand the map Rondo as a team? Because I know YG, you guys are having different lineup like early last year, because you guys are merged in with GE players. So you have to work with the chemistry, and then you have to learn new maps. So how long did it actually take you to really understand and master Rondo map?
မြေပုံတော့ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အရှိမအချိန်တော့တိတ်မရခဲ့ဘူးပေါ့ဒီမြေပုံတေချာနားလဲအောင်လေ့ကျင့်ဖို့အတွက်အဲ့တော့ရသလောက်လေးနဲ့ပဲကျွန်တော်စော့ခဲ့တာပါ player ချင်းချင်းကကြတော့စော့လာလဲနည်းနည်းတော့ကြာပြီဆိုတော့တရားတော့နားလည်လာကြပါပြီ
We don't have much time to prepare for this map, kind of Rondo, but we already knew the player from the GE side. We used to play a lot of time back then, so it doesn't like make any hard time playing with the GE players. But we had a hard time for playing Rondo for this time because we don't have enough time to prepare.
Okay, but hey, everybody have the same spot as you are, so I assume everything will be really great in the future for you guys, especially when it comes to Rondo, because I feel like you guys are kings of Rondo. But congratulations for YG. Thank you so much for the interview. I think this is either Seikla or Romeo, correct me if I'm wrong, but thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you guys all the best and your family, and we all our praise for all the your family and YG players as well, because we understand how tough things are. I hope this winning over will give you some ease, and also we wish you guys all the best for all the people in Myanmar as well. Thank you so much, and congratulations again for YG.
Congratulations.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much. See you next time.
All right. Lots of love to you guys out there. And of course, that were our champions coming from Yangon Galacticos. And of course, it's been a good notion from him. We do know that it's been struggling times coming into the region where they were impacted with the recent earthquake around their region. But despite that, you see, they prevailed. They also delivered with some massive performance. Just meaning to say that they've always been out there proving themselves that there is so much more out there, as they are showing what the best of Myanmar has to offer. And of course, that being said, Choo Choo, it's been a wild ride today. And of course, we definitely thank Yangon Galacticos for showing us what Rondo has to offer.
Yep, and for me, a huge respect on the side of YG, despite things are tough on their side, but tough environment bring stronger men out there, so we can learn so much on the side of YG. And when it comes to Rondo Cup as a whole, I think it's safe to announce that the king of Rondo right now is gonna be YG, taking it over for the title. For you guys who actually got your prediction, none of you guys see this one coming, because I read your chat. None of you guys actually called out if this team wins, YG will take the champion, but some of you guys did call it out, like for Vampire wins and YG take it, but you got the wrong team. That's not Vampire, it was Horror though. But other than that, Contra, I feel like Smasher will be gonna be massive when it comes to PMGO. Rondo will be very fun to see and watch when it comes to the tournament in the future. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, because there's so many things that they can actually do in the future when it comes to Rondo, strategy-wise and technicality-wise.
Yeah, I'm really hoping to see YG to be out there. Who knows if they do make a very deep run into even playing the PUBG Mobile Global Championship by the later stages of the year. I'm absolutely going to be rooting for them, because we saw how they played out all these matches today. They have been super consistent, and of course, the champions of the PMCL are looking super strong throughout at least this first half of the circuit. So definitely all the best to all of them. And for those of the players that have also entertained us, we thank all of them for delivering the best of the action that we get to see and learn so much more on how you can effectively win out chicken dinners in this matchup. So of course, Choo Choo, it's been a really long night out there. We definitely want to thank everybody that has made all of this possible. Of course, everybody behind PUBG Mobile, and also the production that has been keeping everything running really nicely. That's hats off to you. And Choo Choo, we're about to actually wrap things up since we've already got all the action sorted out. Any last words before we go?
Yeah, of course. I'm in production. I love those, extra bump when it comes to getting those maps with so many infos coming up, as well as congratulations again for YG and SayCloud for joining us that interview, and also you guys watching at home. You guys have been amazing and joining us all the way here, despite it's so late. If you're watching from any country, I mean, like anywhere you are, anywhere you at, which region you are, for South Asia region, I mean, you guys are the best, because you're staying up as late as we can too. You guys are the most awesome people. But I think that's gonna be the wrap for us when it comes to Rondo's Cup PMRC between South Asia and Southeast Asia. Who is actually stronger? Do tell us in the chat before we end things up. So thank you, everybody. I think that's it for us. See you guys. Good night. Not yet.
Not just yet.
Not yet.
I guess that we
can't say
still
goodbye
have.
yet.
Well, overall, of course, don't forget to, of course, subscribe, as well as to keep yourselves up to date to all the news coming in for PUBG Mobile Esports, as well as anything related to PUBG Mobile. You definitely want to keep yourselves up to date for the next tournament to see your favorite teams once again perform, whether it's the global stage or even regionally, so you can always know when exactly to tune in. And not only that, if you guys haven't done it already, or if you guys have been away from PUBG Mobile for a very long time, make sure you download this map of Rondo and play with your friends and family, because it's super duper fun. Okay, Choo Choo, since we still have time before we wrap up, what was your favorite moment of the night?
I wish the favorite moment that never happened, which I was waiting for the elite gods to just be butting into the last few circles, but that never happened. For me, probably whenever the moments where there's only one player left and they revive the entire crew, because it changes so much when it comes to the flow of the game as well. And we thought we had so many fights, and I love and I hope Recall Tower actually do have in the entirety of the tournament too, because we have so many fights ongoing from first stage till the very end, and that was amazing.
Absolutely. And of course, that being said, I believe it's about time that we actually close this one off. So of course, it's been a pleasure to cast alongside with you, Choo Choo. My name's Contra. It's been a real late night, so I hope you guys, of Of course, stay safe out there wherever you guys are from, and have a great weekend up ahead. See you guys next time.
And happy Eid, everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah.